because what I hope that we could accomplish today is that we're going to provide you with some science and some practical application of that science, and hopefully provide you with a few tools to implement some of that practical science. So we have about 60 people that have registered to be here in person, and we have 30 people streaming into this conference today. So it's a big group of people. I'm not sure how the people who are streaming in will get their questions answered, but they have our email addresses and they have all of the speakers' email addresses. So we're going to encourage some email going on. And so one of the things that I wanted to encourage today is a lot of conversation about what we're going to talk about. And to do that, the people here in the room can certainly ask questions after each speaker is done. We'll have some discussion time. We have some places where exhibitors can showcase their work and point you in the right direction to look at some samples and some equipment. And then at the very end of the day, I'm sorry, live stream people, you can't do this with us, but we have some beer or cold beverages. We'll mail it to you. Yeah. Check's in the mail. And so I want to continue the discussions this afternoon after the meeting. So if you have time, please make sure you come and have a drink with us and carry on the conversation. So thanks again for being here. And your drink tickets are on the back of the badge. So if you're not going to be here, you could leave your tickets and somebody else can drink your drinks. So I'm Debbie Demrose. This is Nate Anderson. He's my co-host with this. And Melissa Pingree is over here, and she's going to be our moderator for this morning.
Yeah, just a couple of quick safety things before we get started. Thank you all for being here. Thanks Debbie for kicking things off. And before Melissa comes up to moderate the first technical session, just a couple of quick safety things. If in the event of some sort of emergency or fire drill, please exit out this way. You'll probably head for the light anyway, but if that's blocked for some reason, we can go out that door, and through that door is just a door that goes directly outside. So please get out and away from any emergencies. And then there's a few people in the room that if there's some sort of health or medical incident, I know there's a few people in the room who are trained and will get help as soon as we can to you. So please let us know. And again, thank you so much for being here. The diversity of organizations that's represented in this room is really amazing. And as Debbie said, we really hope this will really be a catalyst for new conversations and meeting your colleagues. I know a lot of you in the room, and it's interesting always to get together and see how far things have progressed and crossed paths sometimes after years. To see what we're all working on. So thank you all for being here, and I'd like to introduce Melissa. She's going to moderate the first session, and we're very happy to have you here. Thank you for doing that.
Good morning, everyone. So how this is going to work, I'm just going to give the speaker 5 or 10 minutes, whatever they decide, for questions afterward, and we're already ahead of time, so just relax. And we'll start with Mike Alcorn from Green Diamond, sharing a case study on planning for biomass utilization. Thanks, Mike.
My name's Mike Alcorn. I'm from Eureka, California, and I work for Green Diamond Resource Company. Is this microphone on? Okay. And I've been doing reforestation forestry for 40 years, and I've been responsible for fuels management for almost all of that time. Started out across the river at Mount Hood National Forest in 1978. I met Hansup Han, our next speaker, at the Redwood Logging Conference in Eureka in 2008 after spending several weeks mopping up escape broadcast burns that was not pleasant, and he brought up this idea of biomass fuel, so I thought that was just great, and we started talking, and we worked on a number of projects up until the time he moved to northern Arizona about a year or two ago. A project location for this discussion is Green Diamond Resource Company. Green Diamond is all of this dark green. We have more running all the way up to the Oregon border here. But the project that I was responsible for and that we successfully worked on was from this area here down and into here. And then we managed to do a little bit in here. there's about 200,000 acres that are available in this part of our property that were accessible for biomass operations. What we want to do is turn this. This is one of our clear cuts after everything's been logged. It looks like there's a lot of logs there, but this is submersible material. We haven't had a market for it. Everybody lived off of big logs for so long, they never developed markets for these real small pieces. So we want to turn this into this. This is our tree farm from another angle, and it's doing pretty darn good. This is mostly redwood and Douglas fir, and this is the Little River drainage, and it's been logged. The second growth has all been logged out, and this is all third growth forest now, of course, with stream protection zones and various levels of habitat retention. We don't want to do this in the process. And the way the fuel loads are building up in California, there's a real good chance that you could do that. Our treatment options historically have been broadcast burning. They've been doing this there for over a century. This is my crew. You can see the guy standing here lighting off a clear cut. And this is the product you get afterwards, and it's nice and clean, but it requires a lot of preparation. You have to have large crews of trained people to do this. You have to have tractors, water trucks. You have to put in fire lines ahead of time. It's very difficult to schedule these crews, especially if they're contractors coming from out of the area, because the changes in the weather, you can call a crew in and they won't be able to do their work. And the weather limits your opportunities. You need dry fuels to get the unit to burn clean. You need dry fuels to get a clean burn like that, which means you're going to be burning when spot fires are likely. This is what's happened to our broadcast burn program. In the 80s, we were burning thousands of acres a year, and down by 2009, we're just about done. We don't do it anymore. The next option is piling. We use excavators to pile. We don't use tractors with brush rakes. All our logging is done with shovels. We don't use tractors for anything anymore except for a little bit of commercial thinning. Anyway, you can burn them, you can biomass them, you can mulch them, or you can leave them to rot. You can burn them when it's raining, light rain, so you don't have spot fires. But the piles have a large pile of ash in the middle, which smolders for a long time and leaves a hazardous fuel condition amongst the remaining slash that's on the ground. So you can have real problems for weeks afterwards if the weather changes on you unexpectedly and you're out there chasing fires. You need staff available to come and mop this up within a few days before it starts running around on you. In our pile burning history, we started picking up as the broadcast burning was falling off, and now with all the influence of the changes in the forest practice regulations and air quality regulations, we've kind of fallen off, and we just do a minimal amount of pile burning now. We still pile a lot, but very little burning. This is an aspect looking west, and the weather limiting on a broadcast burn, you can see this slope has a little bit of south to it, and this slope has a little bit of north to it, that being west. And just a little bit of moisture on this slope, and you don't get good results. And the same thing happens in the shade here around the trees, on the edges, down in the draws. So your results for broadcast burning are inconsistent. It's a good tool, but these are some of the things that these are some of the setup for why I like the biomass instead. Your weather forecasts are unreliable. You don't know from day to day, week to week, year to year, what kind of production you'll get with it. So you can spend a lot of money putting in fire lines around these units and setting them to burn and then never burn them. You just go in and plant them and all that money goes to waste. Smoke management's an issue. This is the South Fork of the Trinity River, socked in with an inversion. This limits the number of days that you have for burning. You need air quality permits in California. I'm sure you do everywhere by now. You need to write smoke management plans. There's a great risk from impacting communities and sensitive populations like schools and hospitals, especially if the weather changes after you lit everything up. There's not much you can do if you get a bunch of big fires going and the weather changes and pulls an inversion in on you unexpectedly, and then you end up getting a violation. Not moving here. Okay. There's a lot of infrastructure to protect neighbors' properties. There's things that we leave on our landscape. This is a wildlife, what's left of a wildlife clump that one of our foresters left on a ridge in the middle of broadcast burn, and it didn't fare too well. This is a railroad trestle. It's 100 years old at least. That was in the middle of a clear cut, and we biomassed around this one. We had real good success in not damaging it a bit, but you can see it's just basically kindling it. If you'd burned around it, it would have been gone. You know, wildlife retention, habitat retention, rare plant retention areas, and historical features like this. Vegetation management is increased when you have fire on the landscape. In California, the big one on the coast this is blue blossom ceanothus. And this is what it looks like a couple or 3 years after a broadcast burn. It's like a cancer, and it spreads, and this will kill your seedlings if it's not dealt with. It will just shade them out within just a few years and starve them for moisture, and then you'll have some stump sprouts. You can see some stump sprouts from the redwood coming through, but it's bad news. The fire germinates the seed bank that is already in the soil and prepares a seed bed for invasive plants like jubata grass and alder and coyote brush and everything else that gets in there. I found that it increases my vegetation management costs. It almost triples it if I put fire on the landscape in that country. And it increases the amount of pesticide we use, which is a big deal because we're Forest Stewardship Council certified, and we're trying to reduce the amount of pesticides we use. Escapes and liability. This is not one of my escapes. That's up in Wyoming. But you get the idea. And this is, I'm not responsible for this either, but you can see the liability. If you burn, you're going to have escapes. It's inevitable. The more you burn, the greater the risk because you push the windows, you push the weather into risky periods. And the individual and the individual that lights the fire and the landowner are liable. CAL FIRE will help with your firefighting. If they find no negligence, they won't come after you for cost recovery if you did everything by the book and followed their permits. The liability for something like this is a civil case. So CAL FIRE really can't help you in a civil court if you burn down somebody's house. And being the guy that's out there with the match, throwing it in the slash and lighting it on fire, me and my company are liable for something like that. So it's really something that has to be considered. PG&E is being sued for billions of dollars in California just for accidental fires now. This area around the houses and the wildland interface is where fuels reduction is needed the most, unfortunately. It's the hardest to burn. This is mastication. We messed around with this a little bit a few years ago. You can see this is a masticator. It's a Fecon head on an excavator. And he's going in and grinding down these piles. There's a town about a half a mile over the hill there and a half a mile in front of this picture. And there was no way somebody wasn't going to eat that smoke if we let those piles on fire. So we brought this masticator in order to knock down some of the fire hazard. And these areas in the front where the lighter colored grindings are is what we accomplished with it. These guys can work, they can work for most of the summer when the ground's dry. So you have a large window of opportunity. It's not limited day to day by the weather. It creates a less dangerous firefighting condition in case you do have a fire out here, and that's the goal that we had in mind. The fire guys from Humboldt State and Hahn came out along with the battalion chiefs from CAL FIRE, and they were pretty happy with the way this came out as far as fire hazard. But we couldn't plant trees into this stuff. It was still a foot or two deep with ground up wood. Sometimes we're running 50 to 100 tons per acre of slash on the ground when we're done, and it's really hard to plant through something like that even if it's ground up. And you still have a risk from this head on this machine striking rocks and starting fires in the summer. We need to experiment with that more. Of course, you can always leave the slash distributed. This is basically unpiled slash. It's cheap. It provides some shade and browse protection for the seedlings. But it leaves you large clear-cut areas of continuous flashy fuels that are out in the sun and the wind. And it breaks down faster than if it's in large piles. It breaks down into the soil because it's closer contact with the soil. But it interferes with all your other programs, planting, spraying, if it's around even into the PCT stage. And of course, if it catches fire, your seedlings aren't going to survive a fire in this kind of conditions. Which brings us to biomass. This is a biomass unit that was completed probably a year before I took this picture. You can see it starting to get some greens in it. But it consistently reduces the fuel load. You don't have the differences in aspect and moistures that interfere with the broadcast burn. And of course, even piles, you'll have differences in how piles will burn. The ones in the shade won't burn up. The ones in the sun will burn too good and cause spot fires if it's too dry. You have a large window of opportunity. We can do this project for about half the year. It's easy to schedule a contractor because they can come in and keep their guys working all season, day to day. It improves your access for planting, spraying, and thinning, and it gives you real well-distributed crop tree spacing. We can plant on we can space our trees, and this unit would have been 12 foot, and you don't have big patches of slash that you can't put anything in, or big piles of slash that will end up being dead ground. And there's little risk from fire. We never had one of these operations catch fire. And it reduces your veg management costs because in our country, we're not germinating that blue blossom ceanothus. So it also reduces pesticide use. This is before, and this is after, and striking difference. We have slash that's on our ground is recoverable for biomass for about 5 years, is about as old as I've taken it in. After that, it starts rotting down pretty quick on the coast. We have about 1,600 acres a year that are available for processing, about 48,000 dry tons that are accessible a year with the current configuration that we've been using, equipment configurations, and within the operating area we've been working on. I think with some creativity, we could expand that quite a bit easily. On my area, we could get it up to 2,000 acres, and then we could probably double that if the prices got good for the fuel. This is the productivity we got over the 4 years that we ran full speed. Approximately, average roughly 30,000 dry tons a year, and somewhere around 1,000 acres a year with this one biomass side we had going. We worked 20 loads a day, 20 chip band loads, so that's 25 tons, 26 tons a load, 375 dry tons a day, about 100 days per year. It doesn't count weekends and holidays and moving days. We're curtailed in the winter due to weather and the habitat conservation plans that we have. We can't even haul on our rock roads during the rain because any sediment that comes up from the roadbed, we're required. It gets into the ditches and the streams, so they get shut down. Transportation is a big cost factor. Now, these numbers are probably not exactly relevant. This research is a little old, probably 7, 8 years old. But the green zone, we could operate anything in that area into these particular power plants. And then the yellow zone about doubled our transportation cost, and the orange zone tripled it. We were successful working in the green zone here, and then into the yellow zone here, and then down into here. But we did subsidize those haul costs to the contractor to make it work. Fuels management is a cost to the company anyway, and this is a lot better way of doing it and a lot less risky. So we were happy to subsidize the contractor to help him get this project going. Basically, the process is you go out in the harvested unit with the loader, put it into a pre-hauled vehicle. It's hauled by that vehicle to a centralized landing and into the grinder. And the grinder grinds directly into a trailer with the primary haul vehicle, which is then taken to a trailer landing and dropped off a short distance from the grinder landing. And then the secondary haul vehicle picks that up and hauls it to the biomass facility. Now, there's some key things that make this work that we found. The grinder is the most expensive and most important machine out there. It's the one making the money. As long as that grinder's spitting out hog fuel, it's like dollar bills coming out of the machine. But if that thing goes down because it's waiting on something else in this process, you're not making money. So this is a little bit different project, a different picture of the logistics. You've got the pre-haul vehicles out here in the unit being loaded. They come in, they can work off-road as long as the ground's fairly decent. These guys can drive even without a trail. They can drive over stumps and everything. Haul it into the grinder landing, into the chip trailers. Then they're brought over to the transfer site and dumped off. This is kind of a schematic of how we run multiple units into each grinder landing. This is really critical to set it up. So we'll work we'll work in this vicinity for a season, and we'll have 3, 4, or 5 years worth of old units backed up in this area, so we can set up on a grinder landing and run 4 or 5 clear cuts into one grinder landing, and that reduces the amount of time he has to spend moving the machinery around from landing to landing. And then the next year, we'll go over here to the next watershed and work that one out. So it's that's a real key point, is having multiple units into each grinder landing. You can't just chase your loggers around behind them. We found that we could not, with this configuration, chase our loggers around from unit to unit as they went. California requires permits. Every place requires permits. This is a California timber harvest plan, and it's pretty onerous. It's like 300 pages thick. But the thing is, we have THP exemptions too. We have fire safe exemptions now that you can operate under with certain restrictions. We've developed BMPs for our habitat conservation plans that we comply with. But the point of this is that your road systems, your yarding systems, your mitigations, everything's pre-engineered in this permit. And that saves you a lot of money. If you had to go out, and all of this engineering is paid for by the harvest revenue. If you had to go out into an area and develop all these mitigations and permits and everything just based on the biofuels, it'd raise the cost of those biofuels ridiculously, I'm afraid. Never tried it. Going into areas where we're operating multiple clear cuts that were done over different years, the roads have often been abandoned or pulled. Sometimes you just have a few chunks of wood that you need to get out of the way. Other times you have stream crossings that have been pulled. Roads have been blocked in various ways. Sometimes they're completely ripped and abandoned and planted. So you need to balance the amount of fuel that you have behind these kind of things, these obstacles, with the amount of work it is to rebuild this crossing and then pull it out again. If you had 2 or 3 weeks worth of work back there, it'd be worth it. If you had a half a day's worth of work back there, I'm sure it wouldn't. But you could go through and move these chunks out of the road and go in there and just pick up one big pile, and it would be profitable. To do all this, you need a whole bunch of peripheral equipment. We found that we can't be asking our biomass contractor to wait on a company grader or a contract excavator to come and fix his roads. So he's got excavators, tractors, graders, water trucks, fire trucks, fuel trucks, service trucks, pickup trucks. It's a whole logging company. It's not just a guy with a grinder and a few haul trucks. And keeping everything flowing so he's not waiting around is really key to making this kind of a process work. The gathering machine is simply an excavator, but he has a customized brush rake on it. I'm sure if you've been around any kind of brush raking operations, you've seen these, but they open up 180 degrees, a lot further than a logging grapple, and they have teeth on them. We found it was important to have several of these machines so that when this guy completes his unit that he's working on here, he hops off the machine, gets in his pickup truck, and goes to the next unit. So the grinder's not waiting for this guy to walk this machine or low bed it to the next unit. That is real critical to keeping this operation move smoothly and profitably. Also with multiple loaders, you can run, if your pre-haul is a longer distance, say out to a mile from your grinder landing, then you can run 2 loaders and keep more trucks, more pre-haul trucks running to make up for the delayed haul. This is one of the pre-haul trucks. This is the only picture I had on it. It's an off-highway dump truck, and it's got skidder tires instead of road tires. It's got these built-up sides, and you can see there's brackets here that are hinged, so he can fold these down and put this on a low bed and haul it on the highway. And it's got a tailgate to take longer pieces, but the tailgate's also hinged, so that when he dumps, the tailgate won't hit the ground and break off. And we'd use 1 to 3 trucks depending on how far from the landing we're working. You could run 1 truck and keep the grinder going if you're just working right close to your landing. Otherwise, you need more to keep the production up. Grinder. This is a grinder landing. Peterson Pacific grinder. The trucks, the pre-haul trucks dump right here, and this guy loads them in, and they grind right into the truck. It's key to the production. Everything else is working for the grinder. The primary haul goes into these chip vans directly from the grinder, and our roads are steep, they're tight, and they have variable road surfaces, everything from roly-poly gravel to slippery dirt. And we brought in these trucks out of the southeast. They're all-wheel drive Oshkosh trucks, fixed them up, and they can handle any of our roads. The only thing that hangs them up is humps in the road that catches this possum belly on there. They're dumped here in a staging area, and we'll produce 20 loads in a day, sometimes more, sometimes a little less. But if we run 20 loads into the chip dump in a 10-hour shift, those trucks are going to be sitting there waiting to get dumped for most of the day. So we contract with highway trucks, and we run these chips in over 24 hours, just kind of meter them in even into the weekends until they're all empty. And that way we don't plug up the chip dumps, and it runs a lot smoother. Then the highway trucks bring these trailers back and park them pointed the other way, so the trucks can, the all-wheel drive trucks can take them back to the landing. And to clean this up, we end up with a little bit of compaction. We found that we were trying to keep everything under 10% footprint. We kept it under 5% with little difficulty. We had less than 5% compaction footprint in our units. A lot of these units are piled and then planted, and we go back in afterwards. We found that we could leave enough, we could work around the planted seedlings well enough that we didn't reduce our stocking below the state requirements. Anyway, we'd still come back in and we'd abandon any of these things. We'd rip these tracks or cut them off with water bars so they wouldn't channel water. A lot of times we'd take the grapple and just tear up holes in it to make planting a little easier into these old roads, old trails. And then we'd come back and we'd replant these and the footprints where the piles had existed previously, just as a good practice. We didn't have to do that most of the time, but we want to grow trees, so we do it anyway. I think the most important thing of all this that for people that are in the biomass products end of it is there's a lot of fuel out there on the landscape, and the projects need to be scaled up and combined so massive amounts of biomass can be brought in. A project that's going to take, you know, a load a week or 10 loads a month is not going to get a whole lot of attention. This is a power plant up in Fairhaven, and you can see the chip piles bigger than the power plant, and that's, you know, that's not even a season's worth. But combining something like biochar or pellet technology, torrefication, with the power plant so you can take large amounts of this material is what's really going to help the foresters in California clean up the ground. And that's the main thing I'd like to leave you with. Go big, make it work. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. We've got a minute for questions, so go ahead.
How many hours a day does your grinder work?
About 10.
About 10.
Yeah.
Get in the back, yeah. In the blue, go ahead.
How would your operation compare to something like a slash bundler operation?
We tried a slash bundler, and for the cost of the machine, we found it wasn't fast enough. Does a really good job, though. You know, I'm sure there's applications where it would be good, but for us, it didn't work. And it does good work, though.
I think we had a question up front here.
Yeah, of those 10 hours of that grinder working, how many hours does it go down? I mean, they're notorious
They were pretty successful with it. You know, they'd shut it down for lunch and check, you know, make sure it's greased and fueled and all. It was a brand new grinder when they started. They didn't have much problem with it.
Okay, one more. Oh, go ahead.
What's the throughput on the grinder?
As far as the production level, well, about 20 loads a day in 10 hours, so 26 tons in a half hour.
And we'll have a session at 10:35 if you want to ask him more questions, but let's give Mike a hand. Thank you. And now I have Hans Hupan from Northern Arizona University with production of quality feedstock from forest residues, sorting, and screening. So thanks. And I will just stand up at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Hanso Pan. I was with Humboldt State University up until December 2017, and then I moved to the Northern Arizona University. So it's been there in Arizona about a year. But I still have a very, very strong homesick of Humboldt State. And as I see Mike, your presentation, a lot of pictures on the screen is kind of really touching my homesick. I was there in Humboldt for 11 years. So I grew raising all my kids, and they are completing their high school and college. So I have really good memories, lots of memories over there in Humboldt. For Mike Alcorn, personally, I'm thinking he's not just my friend, he's my hero. He's my real hero. Because since I joined Humboldt State, my research has been focusing on the utilization of the biomass. And so Mike and I on the same page about utilization of the biomass. In any case, we tried. And he's been really, really supportive of the not just my own research project, but also on the Waste to Wisdom project. He's been a really institutional to implement the Waste to Wisdom project. So I'd like to thank Mike again at this opportunity for his help and support and the Green Diamond Research Company. It's been very, very helpful. He's also when I was teaching the operations class, he's also giving us a lot of big tours, the tours to my students. So students get a big the benefits of observing the real operation of the biomass operation on site. So that's been a very, very helpful for teaching and the research. Thank you, Mike, again. My talk here today, by the way, I want to thank you, Debbie and Nate, for giving me 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Man, that's good because I appreciate the opportunity because I've been sharing this my Waste to Wisdom project for many different places, but I found that with the 20 minutes, it's kind of a little bit tight about what I'm trying to say. So with this 45 minutes, I think I can get into a little more detail about what I want to say with my presentation. And so it's mainly, my talk will be focusing on the production of the quality feedstock from forest residues. Now, the big picture about the Waste to Wisdom project was to utilize the forest residues for production of the bioenergy and the bio-based products. That's kind of give a big picture about Waste to Wisdom projects is all about. This project was funded by Department of Energy at an amount of the $5.8 million and completed officially about a year ago. So what you want to hear from me today is kind of a final outcomes about the Waste to Wisdom, focusing on just feedstock side. Okay, when we're talking about forest residues in the Waste to Wisdom project, it include logging slash and forest thinnings. So based on the billion ton report published in 2016, there are about 103 million tons of the forest residues available sustainably if market willing to pay about $60 per pound dry ton. So apparently there are lots of forest residues out there are sustainably available. Now, if we look at a little more closely about the logging slash, it basically is a pile of everything except the solar. So the slash pile is basically a mix of limbs, branches, and tops, and chunks, and everything. Something doesn't qualify to produce a solar. And now it's not just a mix of everything, but also sometimes this slash often contaminated with dirt and the rock as well. So when we're trying to convert the logging slash into some of the feedstock for production of bioenergy and biowaste product, we often use the grinder, as you saw from Mike's presentation. So here's the inside of the grinder. So you see the hammer. You see the hammer is on a drum here, and that the drum is rotating at high speed. As material coming in, this hammer is hit the material against this what we call anvil, which is a solid metal plate on the back there, and hitting the material against this anvil, and then continue hitting until the material goes through this screen we call grades. So the small enough, once the material becomes small enough to go through this hole, and then going through under the belt, and then goes out to the chip van. Now, so the size of the hog fill is oftentimes determined by the size of the hole in the screen. It's somewhere around the common size of the screen, and the grinder is about 4 inch, 4 by 4. So that is the size that they commonly used for the grinding. Now, because the material is basically hammered using the smashed with the hammers, and there is a limitations in the controlling the size of the feedstock. It producing a wide range of the feedstock, as large as the bigger than the 3 inch in length, and down to the very fine fill. So it's a very broad range of the feedstock being produced from this grinding process. Now, looking at the small diameter tree side and tops, small trees and tops, this material is often produced from timber operations. It's a non-merchantable small diameter trees and tops, and also some fuel reduction thinning, forest restoration treatment produce a small diameter wood like this. And when you're trying to reduce this size of the whole tree into the feedstock, we often use the chipper. So this is the machine. This is the disc chipper, converting the whole tree and tops, small diameter whole tree and tops into the feedstock. So what you see, however, some of the long sticks from branch, because of whole tree chipping, some the long sticks mixed with the wood chips. Now, in a chipper, there are mainly 2 different kinds of chippers being used. One is a disc chipper, and the other one is a drum chipper. So disc chipper is doing really good job to convert from stem wood into the wood chips. It produces really nice, clean chips, a regular size, more uniform size of chips, and especially with less fuel consumption compared to the drum chipper. So one of the issue with the disc chipper, however, is to produce a long stick, as you saw here. So so this kind of the uneven size material comes out of the disc chipper. Now, drum chipper, however, really does a good job to either put chipping whole trees into more uniform size feedstocks. And some issues with the drum chipper, however, it burns more fuels, and it produces a little more fine stuff compared to disc chipper. So there are some the advantage and disadvantage for each different chipping machine. Both the disc chipper and the drum chipper, they use knives instead of a hammer. So which means what? The material need to be clean with no contamination with the dirt and the rocks. Otherwise, if it is contaminated with the dirt and the rock, then these knives, it's going to be easily dull or even damaged. It's going to be a very expensive component in the chipping operation. This picture shows about stem wood chips and whole tree chips. Now, what I've highlighted here in this slide is in this picture here is the wood chips is a lot more chunkier. You see that compared to the hog fill, and more uniform in size, right? And another thing I would like to point out, this one the wood chips will have a higher bulk density compared to hog fill, which helped reduce the transportation cost, right? So, so we trying to produce this kind of the wood chips, if possible, from forest residues compared to the slash. Now, I think the reason I brought I know some of you, many of you may be familiar with the chipping and grinding process, but I'd like to put everybody on the same page about what I'm trying to say now. So with understanding some basic idea, understanding about the chipping and grinding and the hog fill versus the wood chips, now I'd like to relate that information to the scope of the Waste to Wisdom project. So if we look at the big picture about the Waste to Wisdom project, it basically it's trying to utilize the forest residues to produce biochar, briquettes, and the torrefied wood chips. That's kind of a big picture about what we're trying to do with the Waste to Wisdom project. This kind of the goal involved with the two main things I would like to say here. That is we need to produce the quality feedstock from forest residues. That's the one step. And second step, our team, we also have a biomass energy conversion technology development teams, and they also trying to convert the wood chips into those three different products in the mobile setting. So that is the one thing we tried. And so that give you the little bit of the Waste to Wisdom project. One of the background about this Waste to Wisdom project is to convert this waste, the raw material, the wood chips, into some kind of a pre-processed energy or bio-based products at the landing or near the forest, so that we can increase the value of this material. Instead of selling the raw material, we can process the high-value material. Plus, by hauling this pre-processed material, we can effectively increase transportation efficiency by 60 to 90% more. That's what we found at the end. So that's the idea behind it. Now, when we're trying to convert, however, convert the raw material into those kind of products, we learned very clearly from the beginning of the project that from the conversion technology, biomass conversion technology research team, saying that, hey, if we want to do that, this biomass conversion technology require a very specific feedstock requirements, specifications. Okay, so for example, here as gasification producing biochar, it can take a material up to 4 inch, but no smaller than 1/10 inch, 1/10 of an inch the material, and the moisture content need to be less than 25%. Torrefaction process producing torrefied wood chips, even the smaller material they prefer, no bigger than 1 inch. Otherwise, your productivity it becomes very reduced significantly if the size grows bigger, and the quality of the material of the torrefied wood chips is not that great either. So they really like very fine size material for torrefaction process, and material moisture can go up to the 30%. Briquetting process, they really like a smaller material. The smaller material, finer material they have, they can make a better, more durable briquettes they can make. Okay, moisture content is also very key. It has to be ideally 8% or less of the moisture content for briquetting system. Imagine that. Can you squeeze water? Can you squeeze the water? No, right? So you really need the dry material for a briquetting process. So we learned that very clearly from the beginning of the project that if we really want to convert those material into those kind of products, high-value products near the forest, then you really need to come up with the high-quality feedstock. That was the kind of a task assigned to us. So to accomplish that objective, we suggest modifying our current practice of the handling the forest residues. So current practice is looking at pushing all the slash material into one slash side, right? Except that another pile is solo. That's the current practice. So what we're suggesting the sorting that to the tops and the limbs and the tops and the small diameter trees separate out from the slash pile and delimb all the way to the tip of the tree, and separating the stem wood components as a separate pile from the slash pile. So now we have the saw log, processed top, and the slash pile. So now this remember chipping versus grinding? So we can now chip this guy, and while the slash pile can still be ground. So we got now that the processed top. So here's a picture. It is showing during our experiment at the Green Diamond Research Company again. We have the processed top here, piled here, and this is, by the way, a machine is called a processor, processing the trees into the log, and then creating the processed top pile and unprocessed top pile and the slash pile. This slash pile including only mainly limbs and branches and chunks, not much stem wood now either. Okay, so we have now back there the Jim Dooley. He's the one now is saying that to us. Okay, that is the limbs and chunks of that one we can bale them. Because it's all very the flexible, the small diameter branches, you can really nicely bale them and then hold it out to the energy plant. That's what Jim Dooley looked at in our team. So now I'd like to show I have a video clip briefly showing some of the information about the. Can you? Okay. So here's the processor, and the processing the trees, and then now this processor is dropping the unprocessed top. That is the stem wood component. This is still small enough. It's not big enough to qualify saw log. So put it into the processed top pile there, and then the processor at the landing now is picking up more stuff. So now what I see here is picking up some small chunk, but since there is no limbs and branches, just push it away into the processed top pile. So this machine is at the landing is basically processing the whole tree into the saw log, and then many different kinds of saw log. So the large log, small log, and then for also different species. So now it's delimbing whole the branches out of these big trees, and bucking into the saw log. And again, now you see that the chunks being produced. So there's a chunks in the slash pile, and bucking the larger log. That's a Douglas fir tree, and put it into the saw log pile there. And then you still have a smaller saw log component. So you again top that off, and then put it into the different length of the log pile there. So that's what so this processor can handle effectively is not only the processing of tree, but also and the sorting for different species. So this is the small diameter redwood tree, and it's just creating the one section of the saw log, and then the other one is going to pushed into the unprocessed tops. So that give you ideas about how we produced about processed top and unprocessed top, and the limbs and the branches and chunks here slash, and then saw log here. So with that, so we got the 4 different category of the stem wood components: processed conifer, unprocessed conifer, and processed hardwood and unprocessed hardwood. Plus we also have a pile of slash too. So you process process this tops and small diameter stem wood into the feedstock, using a chipper, and then slash was ground as a hog fill. And here is the outcome. I would like to show a big picture. The one thing I like to say here that about 95% of chips has a size that's less than 2 inch minus. Okay, more than 95%. And they are very concentrate into the size category. While this ground material, more than 55% of the material has a size over 2 inches. So, and as we talked about before, there's quite wide range of the size distribution there. I am going to get into, as you have a handout, I am going to looking at detail about the size distribution, but at least for now, just give you some idea about what we found. And then here's a bulk density. So what we found, this chipping material has a bulk density more than twice of the slash. So when you're talking about the transportation cost, that information can be very helpful to understand. So we used 3 different chipping machines to process the stem wood into the feedstock, the regular chipper and the micro chipper and the sawdust machine. And here's the horsepower. The chipper has a smaller horsepower compared to a grinder. Grinder, you looked at the Mike Alcon show, there's about 1,070 horsepower, so over 1,000 horsepower. And the chipper is a little bit less. And then the sawdust machine is very small, it's a 400 horsepower. And here's hourly productivity based on delay-free productive machine hour. So that's kind of, you give you an idea about how much you can produce. This micro chipper and the regular chipper is almost equivalent to the as a grinder in productivity, hourly productivity. And because of the sawdust chipper machine is a chip that's a smaller horsepower, it produces about half of the other 2 machines. Now, I just want to give you a heads up. I updated this information. If we look at your handout, page 31, I found that my old information was something, the ton per gallon, that kind of thing. So this, which is not more commonly what we discuss. So I converted it into the gallon per ton. Gallon per ton. So how many gallons produced per ton? So now the looking number like this. And so what I can tell you, the grinder, what we saw during our study, it consumed around 35 to 40 gallons per hour. And this disc chipper, it burns about 18 to 20 gallons per hour. And this micro chipper, it burns about 20 to 25 gallons per hour. And a sawdust machine burns around 7 to 8 gallons per hour. So those kind of the fuel consumption you're looking at the cost of this, now it's so cheap with the sawdust because sawdust machine was about $170,000 machine. Compared to micro chipper and the disc chipper, regular chipper, you're looking at about $500,000 or even more. So this is the cost you're looking at. However, this is only for chipper. So you need to have another loader working with the chipper, feeding the material into the chipping machine. So that adds another couple, $2 or $3 more to the chipping total chipping cost. So just give you an idea. So with those 3 machines, we produced wood chips, microchips, and the sawdust machine. Again, I'd like to say that here is the loose material is a lot chunkier and a lot more uniform in size. And this material is a lot smaller, the sawdust here. So we were able to convert directly from from stem wood into the sawdust. Now, this one actually opens up quite different story about torrefactions, the feedstock, good ideal feedstock for torrefaction. So we learned that, and also we're thinking about this sawdust used as animal bedding. So we can sell this the sawdust machine, sawdust now we can use animal bedding too. So this once we separate the stem wood component from slash pile actually we can produce all different kinds of feedstock the way we want. That match up with the biomass conversion technologies. So now, since we know this one, so now let's look at further about the size distribution of this feedstock. So here's the graph show the cumulative size distribution by percent mass. So y-axis here, percent passing through a different screen size on here on x-axis. So on a weight basis, now if we look at that, about 1/10 of the size of material represents about 20%. At the 1 inch or less, about 45%. And you look at the 3 inch or less total cumulative, about 80%. So what we see here in this graph for grinding material has a really wide range of the size of the feedstock. So if the certain technology require very small range of the certain category of the feedstock, this can be problematic. So now let's put the same chart. On the same chart, we're going to put the chipping machine, graph here, and that's which is a green color here. And what we see is less than 1 inch, 1/10 of an inch is looking about 10%, only 10%. And then the other one is if you put the 1 inch minus, you're looking at about 95%. So the 85% of chipping material fall into the category of the size distribution between 1/10 and the 1/10 and the 1 inch. It's quite uniform in size. So you can really produce more uniform material with the chipping operation. And for the microchipper, which is a black line there, it's followed very much the same pattern. Very much the same pattern. It just a shift to the left to show the more smaller. Same for the sawdust machine. It just produce more uniform material compared to if you don't mind, I would like to say one more time that if we really want to produce high quality feedstock, I think this sorting idea is really great to think about. Another thing I would like to point out, when you separate the tops and the small diameter separate from slash pile, you open up another economic return opportunity by selling those processed top as a dowel product. Dowel. You can make a dowel the product out of it. So it's the people in Northern California, they're willing to pay about $50 per bone dry ton for that the tree top processed top. That's another. You open up another opportunity for economic return. I think Mike Alcorn pointed out several times that once you utilize that slash material for any economic reason, if you do that, then you can effectively load the amount that need to be burned on the site. So it really works well for that. Now, we already mentioned that chipping produces more uniform material. Well, there's still oversized stuff in there too, as you saw some long stick in that mixed with the wood chips. So if we really want to further screen them out to really narrow in the uniform feedstock, we can use some screening machine. So we tested 2 screening machines. One is a deck screen. The other one is the star screen. This star screen and deck screen both produce 3 sorts. One is the oversized and accept size and undersized. Okay, 3 different categories. Oversized over 2 inch. Accept is 3/8 through the 2 inch. Anything under 3/8 we call the under. Okay, so this deck screen machine are the 2 layers. The first layer is about 2 inch, the 2 by 2 inch, and the second, the layer at the bottom, that is about 3/8. So when the material drop from the hopper onto the this top layer of the screen, and then is shaking it, and then keep traveling. Anything over, it goes all the way to the oversized pile, and then the oxide material going through that the first screen and drop into the second screen, and then all the oxide material in this category continue traveling to the other pile, and then anything smaller than 3/8 falling into the under that, and then moving to the undersized pile. So that's a deck screen. For the star screen, they use a disc. They use the disc look like a star. That's why they call star screen. And this is a relatively new technology. And this screen, basically, they arranged in a row like this, in a row like that, and they rotate it. Okay, they rotate, and then as material, it's kind of a tossing. As it rotate, material coming in, it's kind of a tossing, and then fly and then drop it going through the material. Anything smaller than between the crack between the disc. Now, the top layer, their disc, it rotates slowly, allow more bigger material to go through. And the one is the below layer that rotates very fast. So it allows only smaller stuff going through that the small, gaps. So that's how it works with this star screen system. Again, it produces 3 different sorts of the over, accept, and undersize. So we looked at this one, tested this 2 machines. What I can tell you, the deck screen wood chips is much less screening productivity compared to star for wood chips, and same for hog field. So star screen shows much higher productivity compared to deck screen. And now also, if you look at the wood chip versus the hog field, wood chip produce a lot more screening productivity compared to hog field screening productivity. And if you look at the accuracy of the screen, screening, it's about the same between the deck screen and the star screen for hog field, but you see the slightly more better performance with the star screen with the chips. Then question becomes, okay, why don't we just use star screen? Forget about the deck screen. Well, there is some the disadvantage issues with the star screen. Star screen, if you want to buy, is looking about $500,000. Okay, and but deck screen we tested about $340,000. Okay, so much cheaper. Bigger issue with the star screen is about it's a repair maintenance cost. Repair maintenance cost is much higher with a star screen, and the star screen requires very clean feedstocks to start with. So that is sort of the limitations in there. And we found that the star screen, you're looking at screening cost about $1.60 per ton, and the deck screen, you're looking at about $2.50 per ton for screening cost. With the deck screen, we also noticed some diving problem with the spears. So like a long spears is coming dropping from the hopper, going into the first screen right here. If this is a 2 inch by 2 inch, it's large enough, the spears can go through right here as it's dropping from the hopper. So what we did, we put there's 4 sets of the 2-inch screen in the top layer. So out of 4, we put the first one with a 3/8. Okay, so as we drop it here, there's a minimize the diving problem with the spears. By doing that, we can increase the screening accuracy from 80% to the 84%. So there's a nice increase of the screening accuracy, and then however the screening productivity was not affected by the different setting of the screening. So it was a good lesson for us to learn. Now this is kind of the last topic I want to share with you. that is a moisture content. So as we all said, whenever we talk about biomass, moisture content has been always an issue, right? Transportation, conversion process, a lot of things has a lot to do with the moisture content, right? So one of the ideas what we tried here in the field was trying to reduce the lower moisture content by using natural air at hopefully no cost. That was the idea what we're trying to do. So we came up with the ideas about different slash pile, process pile, basically lining up at the landing, and the teepee, and then the crisscross, crossing 90 degrees each other, and it's just scattered. And then we also tried it with the cover of our slash pile with plastic. And Mike Alcorn was one of the others you don't see here, but he was the one who's helping us to trying to cover the material as well. Now, except this guy, this covered, uncovered, most of the stuff, what we tried to do was basically, our basic idea was to allow more air flow between the material. That is the key idea what we applied. Based on our literature review, we found that the airflow is one of the key factor effectively dry the material. So that is the idea we had. So see how we can make a different arrangement of the pile so that we can allow more airflow between the between the material. That was the idea. So once I have that one, and then we monitored of the moisture content change in the biomass for a year. And so now you're looking at this gray area. That is what we call relative moisture, relative humidity. So it's kind of constant throughout the year, pretty much, except some the winter months you got high moisture relative humidity. And then here's the moisture content. So we start monitoring the biomass moisture content in biomass the 1 month after tree failure. So it will start with about 30 to 40% moisture content, and then keep monitoring. We slice the cookies. Using chainsaw, we slice the cookies and take the sample to the lab, and we measure the moisture content, doing that for an entire year. And by the July next year from where tree was failed, we look at the moisture content is all less than 20%. And the sun moisture content was about almost 15%. So there was a little bit dry. If you look at the relative humidity, it was in Humboldt County, there was a quite dry summer. However, we were able to lower moisture content in the biomass less than 20%. So we thought that was kind of interesting idea to do that. And so I think that's very much what I want to say about moisture content. But one thing I'd like to point out though, when we do with the dry material like this, and then trying to do chipping with the microchipper, we actually spray a lot of water. Because what? It's burning, too hot. It's creating smoke from chipping process. So the chipping actually for the productivity wise, the wetter the better for chipper. Easier for chipper if the material is wet. But the drier is harder. But the kind of a dilemma we have, we are trying to dry the material, but it's harder on the chipper. So we're dealing with some kind of challenges like that. So anyway, so some key message I'd like to share with you at the end of the presentation here. Sorting and processing the tops and small diameter wood really allows you to use a chipper, and which we can use a different chipping machine to produce high quality, more uniform, high bulk density material from forest residues. That's something very clear to us. And then we can also different screening machine to even produce more uniform material. And last one is that the moisture content we can effectively lower in the biomass on site by allowing more airflow between the material. So that's pretty much, I think, what I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we have time for plenty of questions.
Yes.
On the
the bulk density with the ground material is much lower. So now, if the material is dry, then the chipping or the chip fan is very much a volume limited. But if it's very wet, over 40%, and then the chipping container, the container in the chip fan is oftentimes less than 4, because they already maxed out with the weight limit. Did I say the other way around?
You said the green was lighter.
The green is heavier, so you have become the weight limited, and when you're trying to haul them out from the site. And then the drier material and the hog film of drier material, it becomes more the volume limited. You cannot pack them in because of the limited space, but still less than 25 ton of the payload limit.
Yeah, more what I was getting at, for this test, you pull the slide on the ground, there's chip material and bulk density. So the only ground material was slush, right?
Correct.
And all chip material was stem.
Stem wood.
So what if you ground stems? Would there still be such a difference in that bulk density?
That is correct.
There still would be.
That's still the much lower of that stem wood grinding material compared to chip material. That is correct. Yeah, so we've seen that some the people grinding, because they have only the grinding stem wood, small diameter and chip wood. We've seen that before. And because they do that, they're doing that because that's the only machine they have. But they need to ground them up, and they get them out of the way. So they've done that before, and that the bulk density was lower with all the grinding material compared to the chipped material. Yes.
So companies like, thanks for a nice presentation. Very well done.
Thank you.
Companies that you've worked with, like Green Diamond and so on, what's their reaction to this additional processing? Is it favorable? Are they interested in it? Are the biomass plants interested in it? What was the reaction?
Let's ask Mike Alcorn. What do you think?
We're not an end product user, so anything that can be developed to increase the amount of biomass that we can process and remove is of value. But we're just concerned with cleaning up our landscape, not with the product.
So the response also I got from other people, they are very in favor about the idea we're suggesting. However, this idea may be limited to the certain area like Idaho and Montana, where they processed their tree already all the way down to 2.5 inch. Then you do not have that opportunity. But in Humboldt, there the small end diameter for sawlog was 6 inch or 8 inch.
We're going down to 3 on Douglas fir now.
Oh, but previously about 6 inch. So when you get the 6 inch, you still have quite a chunk of the stem wood. That portion is because that area where they're doing like that, it has a lot more ideas with our approach. Yes.
Yeah, you might have noticed that processor was cutting off the butt, taking the big end off the log and throwing it in the pile. That's because we have a lot of bears and they strip the butts of those trees, so we have a rocker section of the bottom of the trees at the base and we chop them up. That's where our chunks come from.
Any more questions? All right, let's give him, oh, one more.
So Han, the idea of sorting the piles, has that caught on with like Forest Service or Bureau of Land Management? Are other agencies, besides industry, are agencies using, being wise about sorting the materials so that they have different piles to go with the product?
Good question, Debbie. So I've been working with the Forest Service a lot of different places, Arizona, the California, and Idaho, Montana. With the Forest Service folks, it's basically market driven. If there is a market, Forest Service, their contractor working with the Forest Service, they are willing to do it if there's a market. But if there's no market, that's so it. So I think the market is the really key factor. If you really adapt to this approach, then you have to have a market. You have to have a good use of the material. Otherwise, nobody will be doing that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And now we have Jim Dooley with Forest Concepts and Value-Added Products and Markets. And Richard just reminded me to ask you all to silence your phones too. Thanks.
Does it work? Left, right. Good morning, everybody, both here in person and on the web through streaming. I'd like to, as I start, I'd like to add a little bit to Han's answer to Debbie's question about the adoption of Waste to Wisdom. I was also part of the Waste to Wisdom project, as Han suggested. But in our company, we've found resistance both on some Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service contractors, and almost universally in British Columbia among BC logging companies. And it has to do with the logging contract and the payment scheme. If, I pay for merchantable wood, and if I set those poles in the pile, mixed into the pile, it's all non-merchantable stuff. If I set those poles aside, all of a sudden I've got to pay the same fee for that as I paid for those nice 14-inch saw logs. And the contracts aren't set up to accommodate that. In British Columbia, you've got forest practice rules that very similarly greatly penalize the logging contractor for pulling out round wood from the slash pile. So if they do recover biomass, it is much easier under the contracting systems that are in place now with the government agencies to just grind it all, unfortunately. We've been working with a company in British Columbia on Vancouver Island for 2.5 years now on a major biomass project. And the number one issue is this falling within the contracting with the public landowner agencies. So hopefully that helps. Those of you that are on the policy side, if we can fix that, I think it'll encourage more of what Waste to Wisdom is doing. My talk is building on what Mike said, Han said. So I've got very few slides that duplicate what they had at the front of mine. And what Debbie asked me to talk about was the question, what could you do with this? This talk is an update to a presentation I did at Smallwood 2002. I've personally been involved in this space since the mid-1990s. When we formed Forest Concepts in 1998, it was specifically to create markets and business economic activity for rural communities around small diameter non-merchantable biomass. And who was involved in Smallwood other than Tom Miles here in the second row back in the Sullivan, early days of Sullivan in the 1998-2002 era? A couple. Smallwood was created out of the National Fire Plan to create economic incentive and reduce the public cost of wildfire protection through market utilization of the material. So every dollar I'm willing to pay as a user of wood reduces by $1 the presumed cost to the public for doing wildfire protection. So that was the incentive that got a lot of people into it. We were funded by the National Fire Plan 1998 to about 2002, specifically to create non-code uses for small diameter timber and other forest biomass. And so that was a really fun, creative period for us in Forest Concepts. And so as I bring that to today's context, that's really what this talks about. So give you a second to look at this slide. We are raking the forest. We've been raking the forest since the National Fire Plan came out. You were asking for where's the joke? We are raking the forest. The day after this became front page news of our current president's comment. I posted this slide on Twitter and on the web. But it really sets this whole talk. In 1998, we were raking the forest. We were creating piles. Those piles were required to be cut to 40 inches or less, and that material is put in the little haystacks. This was in February off of Tonto National Forest website. Was really proud that they had burned more than 1,000 acres of piles already in FY19. If you go to NCWeb, you'll see that we have burned darn near 1 million acres of piles already in FY19. All of that material was gathered, not by rakes, but by human hand rakes, cut into short lengths to prevent fire spread and make sure the piles burn and create these little slash piles. Mike talked about the resistance of private landowners slash pile. We are burning millions of acres of slash piles that is hand collected. We already paid to collect that material. Unfortunately, these piles create a lot of smoke. They take a huge amount of labor, just as Mike said on private land. Doing these kinds of burns also is very labor and cost expensive. You've got to do all the things because these do escape. And as the incentive to replace pile burning with collection was led to a project we had that Han alluded to. It started in 2005, funded by USDA. They said we need to reduce pile burning, and the initial incentive projects we're involved in were over in the Metolius watershed, Central Oregon, because all of that pile burning put smoke into Sun River, Bend, Redmond, in that area. This picture is from a project in the Metolius, which was a shaded fuel break. And it was, if you can get that out of the woods and into town, we can get it to power plants, we can get it to other utilizations. So the alternative to that was baling. With Waste to Wisdom, we updated that. Third time we've updated the design for forest applications. So a little bit about Forest Concepts. We're a technology company. More and more, we're moving into being equipment, industrial equipment builder, and a feedstock producer. So we have a design process we call appreciative design that I developed as part of my PhD dissertation work a while ago. But appreciative design brings together science, biology, and stakeholders. We work from feedstock collection at field and forest all the way to the throated reactor or the point of end use. And our core technology expertise is really in biology and engineering and the interface of that, and then social systems. Forest Concepts' place in the bioeconomy is that we're in the feedstock space. There's hundreds of companies wanting to produce biofuels, bio-based products, absorbents, and so on. Most assume feedstock's going to show up. If you're in the biofuel space, there's this shit moment when they discover that Sigma Chemical doesn't supply forest biomass or ground corn stover. And they graduate from elemental cellulose to real biomass. Fortunately, they call us. But some have succeeded. Many are on track to move to commercial scale. We track that in real time through sales of feedstocks. Organizations that we sold 5 kilogram to, roughly that size box, 5 years ago. 2 years ago, we sold 2 or 3 super sacks a month to. Now we're selling 2 or 3 truckloads a month to. So we're seeing it move to commercial scale. That will continue to happen. It keeps us moving. There are failures. There's going to continue to be failures. Some of those are spectacular in the media. Most of those are quiet. But it is moving forward. The one thing they all need is feedstock, and that's where everybody in this room comes together. Feedstock for the bioeconomy is is a huge opportunity. And we'll be moving to where the feedstock that Mike Alcorn and other timberland owners produce today are logs and chips. Predominantly, the feedstocks of the future will be some different formats that are specific to some of these other applications. The scope of our company goes from baling equipment around wood transport, and last week, those of you that were on the California Sweat Woody Biomass conference call or at the meeting in Sacramento saw a specific talk I gave on collecting fuel reduction, infrastructure pruning, thinnings with around wood and baler transport. I've only got like 1 or 2 slides in this talk. Industrial process equipment, we invented with DOE, U.S. Department of Energy support, a system called a crumbler that turns wood chips and other hog fuel into precision feedstocks. We've got some examples over here. We produced the final feedstock used by NERA from logging slash that turned into aviation fuel that flew in the Alaska Airlines flight from Seattle to Washington, D.C. We developed the final specifications and processing for that material. And a sample of that's over here on the table. Biomass drying, energy, a bunch of material stuff. Some of you who are particularly in the agencies have purchased, spec'd, or used our wood straw material. It's now produced by licensees in Washington and Colorado. We hope to have a licensee soon in Southern California and another in the Midwest. And our R&D group has works with people all over, agencies as well as private companies. So you already heard from Mike about the biomass utilization of the slash. There's 2 limits on that in our world that we see. Hopefully I didn't turn that off. I'm good. Okay, so it has to be, under most regulations, it has to be non-merchantable timber, and as that little exchange said, was 6 inches. The definition of merchantability is very geographic. It's also very temporal. 6-inch top 2 years ago, all of a sudden there's a wood chip market or a pellet fuel market or something, and it moves to a 2-inch top. In the Bitterroot Valley in Montana, it used to be 2-inch because Murphy Stone pulp mill took virtually everything they could get through the door, and Roseburg was taking it to their particle board plant. A few of you may have been involved in this in 2007 or so when the market for small particle and the Bitterroot hit the cover page of Wall Street Journal when sawdust went from minus $35 a ton to plus $100 a ton. And when every cabinet maker could sell their sawdust for $100 a ton, it was a really good time to buy a new pickup truck in Montana. You wanted to be in the car dealership business. That was very short term, but it just shows how volatile the specs are as well as the market willingness to pay is. So non-merchantable is highly variable. That creates a huge amount of risk. You think I'm going to get a 20-year contract for all the roundwood coming off of his land, and you think it's all going to be 6-inch minus. Man, if I was Vaughan Brothers or somebody, I'd put a small log mill in because that's a beautiful small log stuff. But he's not going to give you a 20-year contract because 2 years later it's going to be a 2-inch top is all he's going to give you. So being in the conversion side, you're at the mercy of the variability, temporal variability of these specs. Second is that we can't use the biomass that needs to be returned because Debbie's being onerous and says we need to support the soil carbon, we need to support the bugs and the bunnies, and we need the riparian quarters, we need everything else. And that's important. We have to protect the resource for the next generations. So that leaves the rest. And really, Han and Mike showed us what the rest looks like. And our objective collectively is what can we do for jobs, economic development, economic good with the rest of that material. So that's really what the rest of my talk's about. We believe strongly in what we call the enclave approach. Some of you call it the wood yard, surrounded by supporting businesses. Biomass depot is a U.S. Department of Energy term, where you bring everything to a central point, you sort it out. Junkyard for wood, first time I heard that was from Sierra Pacific. But the junkyard for wood in an entrepreneurial term, not a prejudicial term, but the junkyard takes the debris from society and turns it into useful materials. Community Biomass Center is a favored term of a lot of public agencies. And An really didn't talk about that, but the Waste to Wisdom use this academic. If you don't have 40 characters in your name, it doesn't count. I can't even say it. Centralized Biomass Feedstock Operations Site. Did I get that right? Did I get it right? I learned. But, you know, to us, no matter what you do, at every point that you touch this non-merchantable material, you have to add value to it. Sorting adds value. It only adds value to create as many piles as you can deal with, even if that ultimate branches and tops, delimb tops and the branches, if you put those in a way that it contains the footprint, and after everything else is gone, that has really limited Mike's cost of burning that remaining pile, if that is the solution. Or if he just has to put it in end dumps and haul it off the site, it reduced his cost. So add value can be revenue or reduce cost. Second is that you need to minimize the value normalized transportation distance. Economists in the group can help you understand what that means, but it's really, I can haul something that's worth $100 a ton a lot farther than I can haul some of those somebody's only willing to pay me $20 a ton for. That led to the centralized processing. The Waste to Wisdom was based on maximizing the upgrade with the minimum capital at the community, which was within 5 to 7 miles was the goal. At facilities that were scaled at 50,000 tons a year to 100,000 tons a year. The projects we're working on now up in British Columbia are all 75 to 100,000 bone dry tons a year of biomass requirement, which seems to be about the scale that you can make the economics work. And so minimize the distance. If you touch it, add value. The baler, Han just talked, our only official role in the Waste to Wisdom project was baling that final material to reduce the cost of getting it off the site. And again, the picture at the top, you can take material that's produced by fuel reduction, vegetation management crews, and you can take that and bale it. Our prototype baler has a slashing saw on it. So you can take anything that's less than 2 feet in diameter and 4 feet long. If it's longer than that, we can cut it into small enough chunks. You can put a stump in the middle of that if you pack enough branches around it. But that bale is everything that the crew drug out of that shaded fuel break in the background there. And they just built windrow along the road. We worked with a logging contractor out of Sweet Home, Oregon, who then ground that material and went to a biomass power plant. But it was part of a demo project. In the Auburn, Washington area, where we're located, this is the back of our facility. We're in the Seattle metro area. But we often bale material for the city of Auburn from their road maintenance and their parks and their infrastructure prunings. We'll bale that. It's just like baled cardboard at the back of Safeway or Walmart. Looks just like recycling bales, except it's a little green and fuzzy. And so we had a deal with Grays Harbor Paper when their cogen plant was running. They shipped 5 53-foot dry vans of recycled paper a day to Seattle for distribution and reloading for export. And their trucks all went back 85 miles home empty. When we started baling this material for the city of Auburn, they were purchasing green power from the same power plant. And the mayor thought this was pretty cool because we would accumulate truckloads of baled biomass that they were having to pay to grind and take to a compost facility. And when we collected a truckload at our facility, we would call the dispatcher at Grays Harbor Cogen. Within an hour or two, one of their empty trucks would pick up that load and go home. His only cost was a few dollars of incremental fuel cost. And the 20 minutes he spent in our yard taking one of his mandatory driver breaks while we loaded his truck. They discovered that they could tip these in their existing chip dump and just push them, load them into their big tub grinder without breaking the bales. So for them, it was almost a no-cost fuel. To the city, it reduced their disposal cost. And it gave the mayor something to say. The green power we're buying this week came from our own biomass 2 weeks ago. That was pretty cool. So even though this material is something Mike's got to get rid of, if you can do it in a way that has this value added, like a power purchase agreement, green power, you can get, I hate to use the term, but you can get subsidies along the way that help reduce that cost to an acceptable cost. We created under Waste Wisdom a second version of our baler. Our focus was on urban, suburban, wildland, urban interface stuff to support hand crew projects. So it was a baler that looked just like a chipper. Could be towed by the same tree service trucks that tow chippers today. But if instead of chipping it, if you baled it, you preserve value. And then under Waste to Wisdom, we work with Peterson, which is why that machine's blue, is their colors. But we work with Peterson to use components they already use on their track grinders to design a track mobile teleoperated system. By using existing manufacturer, a maximum of existing components, you could make the cost and time to put this into production from 10 years down to just a year or two. The second piece that Waste to Wisdom didn't use, but we worked a lot with the Forest Service in Idaho on, was roundwood hauling. So the first time we were separating the brush from the roundwood was in 2000, 2002. This is in Cascade, Idaho, on the Cascade Ranger District. Again, was fuel breaks around the resorts, and we were pulling everything from 2 to 6 inches out of there, cutting it to a 60-inch length, and then turning it into a log erosion control material called flow check. But that also went into fencing and other to some of the post and pole companies in that area. But if you can pull out this small diameter roundwood, again, in the enclave post and pole collection of businesses, there's a potential market for that. So instead of grinding, if you can take out those materials separately, as we've already heard twice today, it has value. Market opportunities, I'm only going to give a piece of the list. We've published a few papers dating back to 2000. If you contact me, I can give you what we've published. But there's a number of products. Those of you in California and particularly the Sierras, TSS Consultants. Anybody here from TSS? Okay. But TSS out of Sacramento has done biomass utilization feasibility studies throughout the Sierras. The North Fork feasibility study has a 5-page list of things you can do with forest biomass. So that links in the PowerPoint that's distributed with this. So if you go to that, you can get the TSS report. And again, if you want our own published stuff, it's out. But posts and poles continues to be a good opportunity. Those can be turned into rustic furniture, landscape features, fencing. I'll come back to fencing here in a little bit and some of the other things we've done. Biopower, again, biopower, closing that loop to where you can use the biomass from a region into, particularly in California with the EPIC program and the 3 megawatt and smaller biomass power. It's all about how do I collect that material and I get it to support 3 megawatts. Think about this. A megawatt of biomass power is roughly an oven dry ton per hour of feedstock. So that's roughly 2 truckloads a day of fuel to keep a 3 megawatt power plant running. Somehow you got to get that stuff. The math isn't quite that simple. Tom will correct me, right? It's not quite that simple, but if you just say, a 1 megawatt plant uses 2 truckloads a day of fuel. A 3 megawatt under the EPIC program uses 4, 5, 6 truckloads a day of fuel. It's got to be the spec that whoever built the boiler needs. If it's a gasifier, if it's Phoenix, everybody that's building these has a different fuel spec. Build and screen products. Han talks a little bit about the range of materials we can make just by milling and screening. Mulch, erosion control material, horticultural mixes. The mulch market, again, is highly variable. It can range, but it can pay, from $30 to $80 or $90 a ton, green ton for materials. Industrial fiber feedstocks, an awful lot of what our company is doing today, since the biofuel industry hasn't taken off, is in the industrial fiber feedstock arena. We made feedstocks for a company that's coming out with an all organic kitty litter, plastics, what have you. Biofuels. Biofuels will continue to develop as the economics and public policy support. And then, this is a biochar meeting, right? Advertised as a biochar meeting. Biochar. Technical biochars, bulk commodity biochars. Our company's interest is in the technical biochars. We've got a couple of examples over here. We're working with Washington State University and Washington Department of Transportation on bio-based filters for parking lot runoff, street runoff, ferry terminal runoff. Adsorbents to absorb the heavy metals. Water filtration and bioswales. But pretty much anywhere where you currently use sand and other industrial filters, you can build bio-based filters. So a few opportunities. I'll go through some specific use cases that we have been and are involved with. We own a small diameter centerless lathe. We can make veneer from anything that's longer than a piece of firewood. So if it's at least 12 to 14 inches long and at least 4 to 5 inches in diameter, we can turn it into veneer. We made beautiful veneer from Eastern Oregon juniper. But with a centerless lathe, you can think about all kinds of things. Some of the veneers we made have been laminated into chairs and, boutique furniture kinds of things, because you can make really small stuff. You're not locked in to other veneer. One of our wood straw licensees, erosion control material licensees in Colorado, now has their own lathes. They produce all their own veneer today where they used to purchase it. So with small diameter logs and a small centerless lathe, you can set these kinds of facilities up for less than $250,000 worth of capital equipment. You can make veneer from 2.5 millimeters to 5 millimeters thick. You process green logs so they don't have to be dried ahead of time. And you end up with a really small core, 1.5 to 2 inch core. And ultimately, it's the solid equivalent of market pulp. So you can think about merchantable logs, roundwood, post and pole material, wood chips, and now the potential for industrial veneer, because you can haul that on flatbed trucks, on tarps. You can haul it long distances because you always hit payload before you hit volume on highway legal transportation in the United States. So even if you're going to chip that into some other fiber for medium density fiberboard or some other industrial material, it's a relatively easy, low cost thing to produce. So I always start with that, because if I built a plant today, I'd take all the roundwood out of those slash piles and I'd turn it into this veneer. We start with chips or veneer. This picture on the right started as life as veneer, but we also take chips and we produce precision feedstocks. And again, we've got some examples over there. Most of our customers want a feedstock that's in the sawdust size. I worked for Weyerhaeuser for 18 years. I never thought I'd make sawdust as a product. We do that every day in our company today. We take perfectly good veneer and we take perfectly good wood chips and we turn them into sawdust, like materials, but it's not quite sawdust. Making precision particles, we buy those chips for $75 a green ton. We turn it into that sells for anywhere from $300 to $1,000 a green ton. So again, the value is the willingness to pay on the part of the buyer and what they're using it for. Crumbles is our trade name. Those of you that are in academic institutions, just about everybody in the United States that works on biofuel today, if it's woody-based or corn stover-based, buys their feedstock from us, since Sigma Chemical doesn't make these kinds of feedstocks. But Crumbles is a precision particle size distribution. Hans showed some particle size distribution curves. We can generate any distribution. We produce routinely for Idaho National Lab. They send us the curve, and then we produce a material to match the curve, because their modeling says, if I have this particle size distribution curve, I'm going to get the maximum yield. We produce material to match that curve. That's value added. Not say, this is what we got, you figure out what your yield might be. So switchgrass, animal bedding, Hans talked about bedding. It's amazing what the retail value of hamster bedding and that kind of stuff is. Reptile bedding, each of those, if you go to Petco or PetSmart, you will see the range of particle features that are optimized for the biology of the critters. And it's those critters and creatures, are a huge opportunity. And if you can sell that locally, there's a retail opportunity for you. So, crumbling system, we produce for absorbents, biochemical feedstocks, solid biofuels, on occasion animal bedding producers, liquid biofuel feedstocks, and obligatory for today's meeting, biochar feedstocks. The roundwood also has an opportunity. Our company actually started making habitat materials, because after a wildfire, one of the things they discovered was that after the wildfire, particularly in eastern Washington, all the red-tailed hawks left, all the spotted owls left. Why'd they leave? It was because the habitat for the Douglas squirrel disappeared. So the Douglas squirrel population dove. That's what that little, looks like a chipmunk. That's actually a Douglas squirrel. In the middle of this picture, for those on the video, that's a Douglas squirrel. Douglas squirrel requires a log that's anywhere from 16 to 24 inches in diameter. That log gives them a runway above the snow in the winter in most of the arid climates. As that log rots from the ends, it's like a Brer Rabbit log, but it gives them a place to hide from the spotted owls and red-tailed hawks and the other predators. And so we developed a way to make small hollow logs out of small diameter timber. We trained Forest Service crews and actually commercially had crews doing this in eastern Washington, Idaho, Oregon, and Upper Peninsula, Michigan. They called them critter condos. We sold these retail in Central Oregon for watchable wildlife, chipmunks, quail. But basically, it's a structural habitat that you lose in a wildfire. In-stream habitat's the same thing, but your biology of interest is fish, particularly juvenile fish, and your ecological benefit is bank protection, hydrologic control. So putting logs, large old growth logs back in streams was a big deal in the late 90s, early 2000s, before the federal government quit funding that kind of work. But Elwood logs was a way to make large old growth logs out of small diameter timber and put them in streams with hand crews, just pictures of that. So here you can see one of our guys courageously walking out on one of our logs. But large diameter logs that were flown in with helicopters, and then our logs that were used to assemble on site and then work in to get the right critter, fish, and hydrologic functionality. So you can design those in the city of Seattle, bank protection to replace riprap. Same thing, filled with gravel and some potting soil. And then within 2 seasons, it just blends into the landscape. But it hardened that bank. Set of deflector logs, this was a habitat setback, so they're trying to re-meander this stream. So you put a set of logs in, and again, these logs are filled with gravel, so they won't move on their own. And trying to redirect that stream without having to go in with bulldozers and trackhoes and destroy that beautiful riparian forest. Re-meander the stream with nature over the next 6 or 10 seasons. Wildlife friendly fence, BLM, National Fire Plan, funded us in 2000, 2001 to take the latest wildlife science on how ungulates and other large animals make fence that would keep the cows out of the wetlands and the springs, but let the deer and the elk get through. We worked with the wildlife biologist to come up with a design that also used what everybody in the interior knows as buck and rail fence. This fence here has no nails in it. It's 100% wood, so it's pegged. When we talk to the resource advisory committees, this is near Hyatt Lake, just east of Ashland, Medford, in Oregon. But after a barbed wire fence gets burned up in a wildfire, you end up with roughly a ton of fence posts and barbed wire per mile. And that costs a fortune to recover, and it can't be reused. And a typical wooden fence has about 800 pounds per mile of bolts and nails and metal in it. So again, after a fire, if it does burn up, you've got a lot of metal debris that's going to be there for the next millennia. So part of our design criteria was an all-wood peg design. So this is all pegged together. And this fence in the right condition would be there 100 years from now, just as you see in Montana and Nevada and places in the arid climates, 100-year-old buck and rail fence. But this fence is easily crossed by large mammals, but calves can't get under it and cows can't get through it. But the perverse thing was that part of the justification was Dale Bosworth was chief of the Forest Service, and in a meeting we had with him on this, even though it was a BLM-funded project, he made this comment that if barbed wire was invented today, bring this up to today, if barbed wire was invented today and you said, I just invented this really cool stuff, it keeps the cows out and it keeps the people from coming onto my land, because if they get too close to it, they're going to get cut. They're going to get torn up. It's designed to injure you as its mode of operation. It's not a barrier, it's a mode of injuring you to cause pain. you would never get this authorized for use today. Yet, we continue to build more than 3,000 miles a year of barbed wire fence on public lands in the United States. We developed this. We spent 2.5 years developing this. BLM spent a fair amount of money supporting us and our post and pole partners to develop this. We installed the demo. We got it approved for construction as part of the Siskiyou National Monument. And the cautionary statement was, after all of the investment was made, again, contracting rules, contract officers who were stewards of the people's money, were unable to approve purchase and deployment of this on federal lands because it cost more than 3 times the cost of barbed wire. The agency director said, but the barbed wire and the fence posts are coming from China. This is material that creates jobs in the southern Siskiyous, northern Siskiyous. None of that was acceptable within the contracting rules at the time. This project was never commercialized. So we can develop stuff, we can bring it to market, but in some cases, we can't get through the commercial side. So that's a major risk. Any of these businesses we try to develop, we've got to understand the market. We have to invest more. Our failing was that we didn't know enough to ask the right questions, and our project sponsors at the district level thought this is a no-brainer. The Clinton administration that created the monument thought it was a no-brainer. We could not get through the process to actually commercially do this. This would have used about 500,000 tons of small diameter timber from wildfire projects just in the interior west, or places where these fences would last 100 years. Could not be implemented. So, moving to the topic of the day, moving closer to biochar. Picture of this little cylinder is over on the table for those of you that are here, for those of you that are on the web. Here's a sand filter. Normally you think about water filters, sand filters. They have a coarse layer. They have an intermediate layer that absorbs material. They often have a filter layer. In this case, we have biochar. And then a really fine sand layer at the top that just collects the debris and the particulate matter out of the water. We've been developing this, are still developing this with Washington State University and Washington Department of Transportation as an alternative to sand filters. Currently, the sand filter material is all mineral. It's sand, it's pea gravel. It's additives for absorbing and adsorbing various things. When it's spent at the end of life, all of that is very laboriously collected out of the filter, hauled to a hazardous waste landfill about 400 miles away. The idea is that if we can optimize both the species and the particle size for each of the layers and use an activated or this is semi-activated biochar produced by Manuel Garcia Perez at Washington State University, we can create technically optimal filters, water filters, for all kinds of uses, not just parking lot runoff and ship builds. But at the end of life, I've got a material that has a very small amount of heavy metals in it, a fair amount of hydrocarbons in it, and a lot of biomass in it. And the plan here is to take this at the end of life, blend it with fuel at biomass power plants, because it'd be blended at less than 0.5%. And blended at a level that stays within the air and ash quality permits, and use this as a fuel rather than a hazardous waste. So this is an ongoing project led by Washington State University. We do all the material processing for that. We have the ability to measure flow through, airflow resistance, water flow resistance. But other applications for these same kinds of optimized materials is with biochars is a replacement for mine minerals, a lot of interest in horticultural soil producers. Replace the scoria, perlite, styrofoam in potting soils with organic materials you can create biochar particles that have the same morphology, water filtration. One of the interesting areas today is what's called dopant treated. So I can, right now, if you're in biomass power plants, sometimes you'll add things that you actually have to inject at the power plant to change the ash melting temperature. You're changing ash characteristics, you're changing flame characteristics. We can treat that onto the biomass before it goes to our dryer, and so we can actually coat. We've coated with fertilizers. You think about a horticultural product, we've used it as carrier for pesticides instead of ground corn cobs. So you can infuse biomass feedstocks with fertilizers, mycorrhizing, pesticides, whatever. So just about anything you make out of corn cobs today, you can make out of hybrid poplar and other biomass materials. So the idea is examples. So what I've tried to do today is just go through some examples of things you could do to get you thinking. There's lots of market opportunities. The caution statement is that the raw materials are the characteristics of those. I won't use the term quality, but the characteristics of the raw materials continuously change. They change, particularly if you're using byproducts, co-products from private land or forest operations. Public policy constraints on the supply side, on what you can remove, what you can't remove, what the cost of that is. And we continue to be surprised that if we want roundwood from a slash pile, typically it'll cost us $80 to $100 a green ton. If I want the branches from the pile, I can haul them away. But if I take the whole slash pile in a roll-off container, I can get the whole slash pile for free. Perverse. Eventually, hopefully, we'll work through those. If this is going to move, if the industry is going to grow, and then you have to be able to produce products that the market has a willingness to pay that covers all the costs involved and over a long enough time. Our work has been supported in the biomass utilization area. We've received over $7 million since 2000 from Department of Energy and USDA. U.S. Department of Energy on biomaterials, biofuels, bioeconomy-based work. U.S. Department of Agriculture primarily on the collection, sorting, transport, cleaning, end of work. Grant numbers are there if you're interested. But the agencies have supported this kind of work. There's a few of us in the private sector who continue to do this. And someday we hope that the product side of this is enough to really make all of us in the room sustainable and profitable. So thank you. Our website is forestconcepts.com. You can contact me. We've got videos of a lot of these operations we can send you. Videos mostly aren't on the front side of our website, but I can send you links to those. We have lots of publications on our website. So with that, we'll open to questions. We're way early, but that was the goal. Mike and Hans stayed exactly on time, and I was supposed to be the guy that was compressed. But like Han, today was wonderful because I had more time. Like Han had a little more time. Typically, got to do this whole thing in 20 minutes. Thanks to Debbie and Nate for making the invitation. Questions?
Yeah, let's take a few questions for Jim to start.
Tom, and then we'll come to Nate. Yeah,
Yeah,
I will.
and repeat the question,
So
please.
you showed the example of the small veneer operation.
Yep.
And you may know 70 years ago, a plywood plant in Coos Bay, Oregon was repurposed to make furniture, the famous Eames chair, which is a laminated veneer chair. Is that kind of thing possible today? And what's the sort of minimum scale of your veneer operation?
The question was, what's the minimum, the end question, what's the minimum scale of a veneer operation? The minimum scale depends upon whether you have a targeted end use. If you're making furniture, the second part of the question, can you make it at the scale that you can make custom laminated furniture? The answer to that is absolutely yes. We have made veneer that has been laminated. We're currently working with a small business in Montana, I won't say which town, that's making laminated wood snowboards and looking at, they're combining really high-tech materials like carbon fiber, but they want that rustic wood historic look. Their snowboards sell for $1,000 a piece, so the willingness to pay for appearance grade veneer, structural veneer, is high, and they can buy a truckload of veneer from a veneer mill and sort through almost all of that to get the few pieces they need. But I think the scale could be as small as supporting a boutique organization, operation. So we've got, you saw we were pulling our veneer by hand because we produce veneer for everybody. We'll produce a strip of veneer that's 150 feet long, and then it's rolled up. So it's actually shipped as a roll, like a Egyptian scroll. The user then can cut it to whatever length they want. And juniper starts with white just inside the cambium layer, and then you get this 20-foot piece of veneer that we call transition veneer that's leopard spotted. It's some red, some white. It's incredible looking stuff. We break that out. And then you get the heartwood that's red. That was produced for Oklahoma State University. They ship juniper, eastern red cedar. Okay, for those in the east, and eastern red cedar out here, it's western juniper, same species. So the heartwood can have up to 6% ash, but it's very durable. That white wood is just an incredible wood for making into all kinds of things. So they made both a biofuel, but their problem with the biofuel lab was that the wood products people were, and the art department and the architectural department were stealing all their veneer. Because there's, so selling that at Michael's and Joann's as an art material for $100,000 a ton means you can afford to buy a $10,000 or $20,000 light. So it depends upon your operation. At our licensee that's making wood straw, they're making a couple of truckloads a day of veneer. They have some off-take markets for some of their veneer. And they cry every time they turn clear veneer into an erosion control material because they just haven't developed the market for that yet. But somebody probably is willing to pay a pretty nice price to keep that from going into the erosion control line. So it's a market development, but it can be from very small scale. Yeah, Nate.
You mentioned some of the procurement and contracting challenges that you bumped into with fencing, and I'm wondering if you can give us an update on wood straw for burnt area recovery. Where does that stand now? And
Okay.
and just update and maybe anything we can do to help.
Yeah. Nate asked about procurement and issues with federal contracting on wood straw, which is material we've had commercially available since 2005. We developed all that under contract to the Forest Service to be inherently weed-free. Again, I give a lot of credit to Chief Dale Bowsworth. To me, he was a really visionary in his era. But after the fires in the Bitterroot in 1998, the firestorm of 2000, he said, and the amount of money they were spending on invasive weed control after bringing in erosion control materials that had weed seeds. He said, one, it only makes sense to use wood in the woods. Why are we building barbed wire fences when our post and pole plants are sitting idle that build fences? Why are we bringing in rice straw from California and cheatgrass-based straw from Colorado when we've got forests that we could turn into erosion control material. We, fortunately, got the contract to develop the erosion control alternative to ag straw. So wood straw, if you see bales of it going down the highway, you see it on a DOT project in Washington or Oregon. You can't tell from 60 miles an hour on the freeway that what you're driving by is wood-based, not ag-based. It looks acts and quacks, except that it's 100% wood, it lasts 4 years and stuff. So that's the background for those of you that don't know wood straw. And the federal agencies have been a sort of a schizophrenic customer for it. State agencies, counties, private contractors have been more sustainable contractors. But ag residues are subsidized in most cases, and they're cheap. And so in the federal agencies, BLM is our biggest customer. Forest Service is an occasional customer. But contracting almost always gives wood-based materials as an or agricultural materials. They give no preference. We are bio-preferred, but all the ag materials are bio-preferred. So there's no real preference systems. It comes down to the specifier and writing the justification. I need the material. I've got a long history of invasive species. It's a justification-based criteria. But that market still goes pretty well. BLM is very good at requiring infrastructure contractors that are building pipelines, oil drilling pads. Think about an oil well or a fracking well. When they're developing that, they disturb 7 acres of land. When it's finished, they have roughly a third of an acre around the well site, and the rest of that has to be restored. Much of the solar stuff in Southern California, in the Mojave Desert, they require wood straw as part of the remediation because it's wind stable. They're not worried about the weeds as much there as they are stability and restoring the vegetation. So it's a matter of writing the justification. So there's contract officers that support it. There's forest supervisors that support it. And it comes down to people. And that if the people are sufficiently committed to utilizing these, I think there's ways to do it.
One last question in the back.
Have you had any issues with the bales combusting?
Good question. The question was, do bales, and I'll extend that to any of these materials, have a problem with combustion, like hay? So the short answer is no. Even when we baled Christmas trees for waste management, allied waste connections in January. In general, the woody materials don't have a problem with combustion because there's more airflow through the materials and there's very little nitrogen. So you think about wood as a carbon nitrogen ratio of 400, 450 to 1. Those grass clippings, Timothy hay, have a carbon nitrogen ratio that's 50, 70, 80. So you've got more nitrogen available to the microorganisms. That heat is generated by microorganisms. So we've never experienced it. We've had bales heat up to 110, 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the middle of the summer when they were freshly baled with green needles, and then they'll cool back down. So it's a minimal risk. It's a potential risk. I think the bigger risk is the risk that the cellulosic biofuel people with corn stover experienced in the Midwest is that the bale stacks tend to attract lightning, and they tend to attract arsonists. And the combination of those has led to a number of spectacular fires in the Midwest with corn stover bale yards. About equally divided between lightning-initiated fires and arson fires. Grant, hi.
Thank you, Jim.
Good to see you.
Hey, a question on your sand column filter you have over there on the table with the fine sacrificial layer on the top. Maybe we can go back to that slide if you
it to you to ask. How is the biochar produced to be activated? I don't know particularly. I know only a little bit. I do have a copy of their most recent report to Washington DOT with me. So if you see me at break, where was that? Right there. Okay, so here there's a biochar layer. This biochar was produced in a what I'll call a medium temperature fast pyrolysis reactor. If I remember right, it was 450 degrees C. And then it was semi-activated at 600 to 650 C. I don't know what treatments it had, but that will be in the paper I have. And I can provide download links to that to anybody that requests it.
All right, let's give a final
ahead.
hand, and then we'll have all the other speakers come up. Han and Mike. Yeah, and we'll
We're
just
still early
open
for
it up
break.
for a
She's
little bit more of a
trying to fill-
panel discussion.
Yep.
Yeah, since we have some time still before the break. Now's your chance.
So the grower, the gatherer, the maker stuff.
I have a question.
Oh.
You showed a slide, and we don't have to go back to it, but it showed sometimes you have a high production capacity piece of equipment that is also pretty expensive. And then you can have a low production capacity equipment that maybe is half the cost on a per ton output basis. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit about the trade-offs there. I mean, initially, when you see a slide like that, you think, oh, it's cheaper to use the small equipment to make it, but that equipment would have to stay on site twice as long to make the same amount. So, and maybe Mike has something to say about this too. But can you talk a little bit about equipment selection when, what's the ideal for that smaller production capacity versus larger, and what the trade-off is there?
That's a very good question, Nate. It is. The question was if we have a high capacity, which produces the net total cost is actually dollar per ton. The dollar per ton is so low. But it's very expensive to buy the machine. Now, the cost of the buying is very cheap, but it's your dollar per ton cost is high. So, how do you balance out? How do you choose which system to be used if you you have a situation like that? Well, I would say that's a very good question. At the bottom line, if you look at the industrial operation, I think that probably to go with the bigger machine and the more that's sort of a scale of operation. If we have require large volume, then which also has the results in the low cost because of such a industrial operation is a massive production operation, then go with the big machine. Now, if the operation of scale is a small, because there's not much volume available, then smaller scale would work. Even though the final cost is probably slightly higher than that. So I think finding the right equipment depends on the amount of the biomass available out there, how much markets available out there, and it just need to balance out between the market and the cost and the capacity and the amount of the work that need to be done. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, a little bit. The large scale is used on a landscape level to treat hundreds of acres across a watershed. We've also done smaller operations with smaller, more expensive machines or more costly chips on a neighborhood level, and then even down to the scale of hiring hand crews and towable wood chippers to move into somebody's backyard where it's just, it's just in their direct vicinity of their house that we didn't want to leave a fire hazard. So yeah, you do scale it depending on what the job is.
If you want to run a carbonizer at a processor landing, if you've got material that you don't have a biomass market for, if you run it 24 hours a day, I mean, once you're hot, a carbonizer doesn't want to cool down and stop. Are there limitations at the landing sites, processor or grinder sites that would prevent you from running 24 hours a day?
Personally, I wouldn't run anything that's heating things up in the woods, a carbonizer, or anything that like a torrefier, anything like that. I'd have an industrial site for that. Once you move that into the woods, you have to have somebody there with fire equipment on site, 24 hours a day, and just the risks are too high. And I think you'd probably run into some permitting issues as well.
The
Yeah, the carbonizer guys around here in the hallway, and just completed a series of demos in the Northwest. So I think there'll be an opportunity for that. That's coming up next. So that's the plug. Ask that question again in half an hour.
I'm also hesitant right now to use masticators because of the issue of sparks off the blades on those things, and you know, it's something that needs to be worked on and looked at. I don't know if it can be done or not, but my first reaction is, you know, putting something with fire and heat out in the forest in the middle of a bunch of slash is scary to me, especially in the summer. I'm trying to get away from lighting off slash files.
All right, in the back there.
That's one of my questions, like from a silviculture standpoint, you know, in Washington here, we still do a lot of pile hunting, and we don't have the small wood problems that you have in Northern California and such. But at what point does the environmental concerns of just burning it in place versus chipping or hauling it somewhere, where does that point become it's better just to burn it versus to use the diesel to haul it, chip it?
From my experience of the research, I'm talking with the practitioners, it's a primarily driven by the market. If there is a market, then people try to do whatever it takes because it will pay it off. It'll be paid off by market. So people are going to do, and if there is a market, there's a very strong biomass operation going on in the around that area. If there is no market, and then even if the environmentally they try to do that, there is a financial limitation to support the mechanical remove the biomass out of the forest. So to me, it's a market is really determines the action that can be taken.
Part of my question would be, which is doing more harm? Does that make sense? I mean, which does more harm? Burning it in place or hauling it?
Okay.
Specific place, even though it's making an end product.
Okay. Oh, Maureen. We have Maureen Putman right here. She's the life cycle expert. And but what I can make a long story short. So Maureen was again our team of the Waste Wisdom. She looked at. If I say it wrong, then making me correction here. So to make a long story short, the mechanical removal of biomass and utilization and burning the biomass in the boiler, central power station, is far superior as far as environmental performance compared to pile burn. That's no question about it. It's been documented in the several papers. Not just the Maureen and his whole group did with the LC life cycle analysis, but a lot of other people, other teams clearly agreed that the environmental performance with utilization of the biomass is far better than open pile burn. Especially open pile burn, we have a lot of issue with inefficient burn, generating a lot of methane. And a lot more smokes related to the inefficient burn. So it's no comparable there.
Okay, let's thank our speakers for the morning session, for the early morning session. And then we'll have an exhibitor showcase, which Nate will introduce.
My name's Tom Walter. I'm with ROI. We are the people that have developed the carbonator that you see out in the hallway here. As many of you know, we just finished the West Coast demonstration tour. We stopped at 4 locations in Oregon, 1 location in California, and then we now have units that are being distributed throughout Oregon and California. We have 2 out here right now, and we probably have 5 or 6 more coming within about the next 6 to 8 weeks. In answer to the earlier question that Tom asked, because he was very involved in our tour, you know, obviously there's going to have to be common sense when somebody uses a carbonator. There is burning that's going on, but at the same time, what I would say is, you know, whether you use a masticator or a grinder, how many grinders burn up every year sitting in the forest? So, you know, you are going to have to take certain precautions, okay? You're going to have fire protection equipment, especially during certain times of the year, and I think that there's going to be times of the year that you don't use a carbonator in the woods, okay? But at the same time, we just developed what we call our ember screen. We just rolled it out in Connecticut, our first opportunity. It was highly successful. We were doing C&D where we were trying to create embers. And I would say that the ember screen probably knocked down somewhere around 95% of the embers, even though we were trying to create embers. If the carbonator is operated properly and that box is filled and the operator is conscientious, your embers are negligible. But again, there's still going to be people out there that are going to say, look, we aren't willing to take the risk. You know, my feeling is part of our process is that there's going to be quenching that's done in the process. But now, you know, we're working down in the largest old growth redwood forest in Northern California. We're actually sitting on old redwood bark that we're producing. We have yet to have a fire. But what we're doing is we're taking and have additional water through sprinkler systems that we're wetting the ground downwind from the actual carbonator, and we've been highly successful. So like I said, that's not an issue. So to go back to our technology, we've taken the concept of an air burner, has an over-air envelope that prevents particulate emissions. It's highly clean as far as burning goes. We also have under air. We like to take bulk biomass. We can, with the 500 that you'll see outside here, or the brochure for, we can handle up to about 15 tons of input. Moisture content really doesn't matter to our process. The box is actually operating somewhere in that 2,500 degree Fahrenheit range. So moisture is driven off very, very quickly. So the process consists of driving off moisture, driving off the volatile organic compounds. That's what keeps our process going once the process is started in the morning. And the volatile organic compounds are our actual fuel. What's left over is carbon. That carbon begins to break down, falls on a grate. As the carbon continues to break down, falls through the grate into a series of augers where it's quenched. There's water injected into the auger troughs. We quench that material. In certain applications, we'll go out to what we call our char conveyor or quenching conveyor, where that material is further quenched. So that's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
There'll be plenty of time to talk
Sure.
to Tom, and but we can take a question or two now if you have it, and if not, please get a chance to chat with Tom at the break.
If anybody wants to see, I've got some videos on my phone of the ember screen in operation. Like I said, we just introduced it back in Connecticut at a C&D operation, and it was highly successful. Yes?
So since moisture content is not an issue, and you could perform these operations during the winter months, especially here in the Northwest, with fires every year exceptionally low.
Absolutely.
Normal wet season.
The key to that is we need some dry material to get the process started, okay? Once we get the process started, once the walls of that box are at 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, there's no amount of moisture that's going to stop that process from happening. Yes?
How many of these machines do you have up running?
Right now, there's about 5 of what we call the 350. They're smaller. They're more of a C&D type application unit. We have, right now, there are 4 of the 500s, and as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, I think there are 6 more coming out. One's going to Texas, and then either 4 or 5 are coming to the western United States. Yes?
About what's the conversion rate
Good.
for tons of wood to cubic yards of char?
That's an excellent question. So we look at 2 things with the carbonator, okay? We're looking at volume reduction, okay? And we're looking at producing a value-added product. So depending upon the feedstock, we're probably somewhere in the 5 to 6% conversion rate. I would say an average of 5.5% would be a good number if somebody was looking to sell biochar and do an economic analysis on what you could potentially produce. Realize it's nowhere near what a pyrolysis or gasification technology will give you, and yet when you look at the fact that we don't have to grind our material or process it, we're taking bulk biomass from the woods. We can take our machine up into the woods, and Casey's here from Lakeview, and when we did the demonstration, Casey was very involved in the demonstration. He's with ODF. When we did the demonstration in Lakeview, what were the winds in Lakeview? What were 50 miles an hour maybe? 30? It was a wild ride being up in that man lift, let me tell you.
Okay, great. Well,
Thank you.
thank you, and thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. So we're going to hear from Jim. We have another exhibitor showcase right before lunch. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Please meet and mingle, get something to eat. Thank you all for those of you joining us online. Thanks for being here. And please send us some feedback if you need anything. But we're going to take a break here. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. We're going to be back promptly. Please be ready to go at 10:50. 10:50, and we have another exhibitor showcase right before lunch. And if you're here with a company or an organization and you would like to have a few minutes to speak, we have some other time for exhibitor showcase later today. So please make yourself known to us, and we'll carve out a few minutes for that. And again, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Be back at 10:50, please. We'll start promptly at 10:50 to keep things on schedule. And then we'll have 2 presentations, another exhibitor showcase, and then lunch. So thanks for being here. Please take your seats out there. The next speaker is really good. You don't want to miss it. Still can be. Most of them were out there. They wouldn't even hear it anyway. Is that okay? Hello? Hello? I'm a loud guy. What's that, mid-chest? Okay.
If you could take your seats, please. We're about to get started. Okay, great. And now we have Nate Anderson from the Rocky Mountain Research Station, who will be talking about biochar as a forest industry co-product. And I'll just stand up for 5 minutes like usual.
Okay. Yeah,
for
thank you.
questions, yeah.
Again, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I've already had some really excellent conversations, and I think the diversity of organizations and interests represented in this room really speaks a lot to this issue of biomass and bioenergy and biofuels and biochar and all the different facets of this. I'm going to zoom out a little bit from what we heard earlier today and talk in more of kind of a holistic supply chain perspective, but focus very much on economics and financial analysis. The next couple of talks are focused on economics and financial analysis. And I'm going to focus on this question: is there space for new products in traditional solid wood product manufacturing operations? And I think the answer to this is yes, or I probably wouldn't be on the agenda. We're going to explore this question. I'm going to talk a little bit about what this supply chain problem is from a forest biomass standpoint. And we've already heard a lot about this morning, so I won't dwell on it. But I do want to give you a little bit more of a big picture view of this. And then I want to talk about some research that we've done at small scale, medium scale, larger scales in terms of financial and economic analysis. And then a little bit about value-added operations, just a little taste of some of the value-added operations we're thinking about. My purpose today is not to dive into the gory details of the finances of any particular company or any particular operation. If you want more information about that, I can talk to you about specific types of operations and details. A lot of those details are published. I can point you in the right direction. Today is really just to give you a flavor for it. I don't have much time, but this kind of small, medium, large scale economics and value added. I'll have some summary comments and then leave plenty of time for discussion. Before I do that, I want to make it very clear that the research that I'm going to talk about today, focused on economics, has really been a group effort. It's been a really nice public-private partnership between academic researchers and agency researchers and private industry and private partners and some NGOs. A lot of people have been involved in the particular studies that I'm going to talk about, and a lot of different private companies and advisors on the techno-economic analysis. And this is just a small piece of what we have been doing at the Rocky Mountain Research Station that kind of cuts across forest operations and engineering, product development and conversion technology development, and then the sustainability and economics piece. That's really the three pillars for, I work for the Rocky Mountain Research Station of the U.S. Forest Service. That's really the three pillars of our bioenergy, biofuels, bioproduct strategy, is the biomass production aspect, the conversion technology aspect, and then the sustainability and economics and decision tools. The work that I'm going to talk about today has been supported by our industry partners through in-kind contributions of their time and effort. And as many of you in industry know, when you get that call from a researcher like me, you probably take a deep breath. Here we go. But we're really thankful for that. But we also want to thank the USDA for their investments in this type of research across the board, across the supply chain. U.S. Department of Agriculture, the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, and the Forest Service through different channels, different opportunities. And also the Department of Energy has been pretty instrumental as well. So thanks to our partners on this. So what's the supply chain problem from a forest industry standpoint? This is Happy Valley. This is where we'd like to be. This is the story we like to tell. We're doing management on the landscape. Some of that might be fuels treatments. It might be timber harvest, commercial timber harvest. It might be landscape ecological restoration. And we can produce products like saw logs and pulpwood and posts and poles, and we end up with these forest residues. A lot of those residues can go into cogeneration systems to produce heat and power for mill and other manufacturing operations. The mill might produce some waste byproduct, wood waste that goes into this energy cycle, and then also produces some residues that go into things like pulp and paper and panels and maybe some other products. So this is Happy Valley, and actually this supply chain accounts for a pretty big chunk of renewable energy in the United States. It's a really nice story for the industry. In some places, we have lost our capacity to do this, largely through the loss of large cogen systems going offline or large facilities closing. So we end up in a situation where we want to get some management activities done on the ground, but we don't have a whole lot of outlets for the residues. It makes it more difficult to do treatment, especially things like fuel treatment that generate a lot of biomass. And then we end up in a situation where we're replacing renewable cogeneration, heat and power for industrial processes with fossil fuels. Mills sometimes struggle with some of their lower value residues, what to do with those, and this is sad. And someone already mentioned this example of this. This is not hypothetical. This is Smurfit Stone in Frenchtown, Montana. When this plant went down in 2010, we lost over 1 million tons of capacity a year for pulpwood and hog fuel, and that was a big deal. It was a big deal for land managers. It was a big deal for the jobs that were lost, and it was a big deal, for biomass on the landscape. And to give you an idea of the scale of this, when we're thinking about installing gasification systems, this was equivalent to about 70 of these medium-sized institutional gasification systems. So what's the solution? Well, a lot of people have proposed these new bioproducts, biofuels, bioenergy supply chains as kind of getting us back to Happy Valley, right? We need to fill something in this void where we can take these residues, logging residues, treatment residues on the landscape, sometimes mill residues, and plug them into some process that has valuable end-use products coming out the other end. And then kind of restore maybe some renewable heat and power supply and some market products that can take this place of this. Can I have a time check? It's showing I have 24 minutes, and I thought I only had 20 to begin with. So Debbie, maybe you can check the schedule. I just don't want to cut into KK's time.
Oh, you're okay.
Okay, all right. And we know that this supply chain, in addition to its economic benefits, has some carbon benefits that have been discussed today in terms of smoke and emissions, but potentially if we can get biochar in the ground and we're using sustainable, I'll say that word again, sustainable agricultural and forest residues for these processes, we can potentially realize some carbon benefits as well. Especially in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So I want to talk about a project that we did with Pueblo Wood Products and Biochar Solutions Incorporated, looking at potentially deploying one of their modular systems. This was a system that was built in 2010 with some modifications in 2011. So it was an older model. Those of you familiar with this system, this is an older model of this system. But we worked with Pueblo Wood Products, observed this system deployed at their facility in Pueblo, processing mill residues from both standing dead timber and green timber. We used the Biochar Solutions Incorporated modular unit to process those residues, and it was making biochar for soil amendment alongside this lumber operation at Pueblo Wood Products. To get an idea of the economics of this, we used industrial engineering methods where we just stayed on site for 5 weeks and basically wrote down and recorded everything that was going on. Anytime there was a breakdown or delay, what the production was going on, what the workday looked like. We took a lot of shift level data, a lot of samples, a lot of production data, and we used all that data collected in that field over that 5-week period, 25 working days, to conduct a financial analysis of the system just using what we observed. So it was not, you know, anything outside that window really. And how we quantified the financial performance of this operation was by using a metric called net present value. Many of you are familiar with that, but if you're not familiar with that, I'll just let you know that net present value kind of distills over this 10-year project period, distills all the costs and revenues over that period into one single metric for the project. And when we think about net present value, we incorporate a minimum profit threshold in that calculation. So we assume you want to make some profit out of this, and we might use 7 or 7.5%. We might use a higher or lower profit threshold, but it's included. So when we say net present value equals 0, that's okay. That's good, because it already includes our profit threshold. So higher net present value over 0, it's even better than you needed to get the project funded or get the project kind of in your performance zone. And if it's less, that's a bad thing. So this is what we did. And again, I don't have time and don't want to go into the gory details of this, but there's plenty of published information on this if you'd like. But I'll just let you know that, you know, at the end of this study, we looked at a projected 10-year loss of $170,000. And you're thinking, oh, that's not very good. It actually, for us, we were operating under some really difficult conditions in the field, in the open, in rain and snow. And when we saw this, it was kind of paired with our analysis of some of the industrial operations that were going on and how they could be improved. And I want to delve in this on this particular project. When we think of all the outcomes that we observed in the field, this is not hypothetical. This is, you know, this zone is what we observed in the field on this unit operating over this month or over these 5 weeks. We can see average performance here across all the observed shifts. And what we're thinking about is how are we going to move that to this net present value NPV equals 0 line, again, including the profit. In this case, it was a 7% discount rate, which we can talk about later if you want. But what I'm trying to get across here is what would move conversion rate and productivity into this zone where we can talk about NPV equals 0. And this is well within the technical improvements and the operational improvements that we explored on this project. So this was actually a really nice outcome for us in terms of getting real data, empirical data, to drive a financial analysis of this type. And I would encourage a lot of you, if you have data of this type, if you're an industry person, you've probably already run a financial analysis, but this isn't that difficult to carry out. One of the things that is really important to realize is among the variables that we examined, biochar price was a pretty important determinant of the financial outcome of the system, which is not surprising. You want a high product for the product that you are producing and getting to market. Keep that in mind as I move on to larger scale operations. So the next phase of this was medium and large scale operations using a little bit different method that I'll explain in a minute, but we still focus on treatment residues processed from logging residues and some mill residues. And in the next phase of this research, we wanted to compare a lot of different types of operations and a lot of different types of end products. So we looked at thermal applications for institutional heating, power plants at the kind of 10, 11, 12 megawatt scale, operations that can produce both biofuel and biochar together, biochar-only operations, pellet and biochar together. And to collect all the information we needed for this, we looked at existing operations, things that were actually operating, not kind of a hypothetical scenario. And we looked at single product output systems and multi-product output systems across heat, power, biochar, pellets, biofuels. And I don't have time to go into all the details of each individual analysis, but I want to share the methodology here, some kind of themes here in the methodology. We use what's called a techno-economic analysis. You've probably heard this term. It really involves a detailed technical specification of a particular pathway combined with financial analysis. And so you combine those two things together, really detailed engineering with a technical, with a financial analysis, and that's what this techno-economic analysis is. And we want to include engineering inputs, but also economic variables, capital and operating costs. These are long lists of variables, production data from these systems. And we think in this particular way, there are different ways to go about this, but in this particular case, we're looking at those variables as really distributions rather than I am going to get this price for 20 years over the project period for my biochar. We're going to look at biochar prices. Whoa, well, sometimes you might get a high price, sometimes you get a low price. It's set by the market. Now, if you have an offtake agreement for 20 years at a set or indexed price, price is probably not going to be a critical variable to you, but good luck with that. So we treat these as kind of floating variables, and so what you end up getting is this distribution of outcomes that are possible. Sometimes this operation over 20 years is going to have high costs and low revenues, and you're screwed. And sometimes you're going to get lucky as prices in the market dictate. Maybe you have high revenues and lower costs, and you're going to make out pretty well over the project period. So it's a distribution. And then we look at this. I'll show you some bar graphs here, these horizontal bars, some time with, basically the individual variables, how they affect this NPV outcome. So let's look at a few of these and just look at, we can see here biochar and biofuel produced together, this co-product scenario. This looked pretty good in this particular case. If you want to know the details about what's driving this, I can share everything with you. A lot of it's already in print, in peer-reviewed journals. And then we see biochar and pellets. Everything to the right is profitable outcomes. That's, again, over NPV equals 0. We can see a heat scenario here, where we have some outcomes that are below 0 and some that are higher than NPV equals 0. And then this power scenario, in this particular case, at the 11 megawatt scale. And then we can look at individual variables. I want you to take a take-home message here. We see biochar price per ton, pellet price per ton, electricity price per ton, value of thermal energy, MMBTU in these cases. We can see feedstock prices in here featured prominently. The larger the size of that bar, the more impact it has on your NPV outputs. Let's take another look. Here's some others. So we have auger co-production. We can add in RINs, so any sort of credit that you might get for liquid fuel or renewable energy, we can add that in. This is the auger co-production of biofuel and biochar with no RINs credits. We can add RIN credits, and we see a little bit of a shift in the profitability. Not probably, in this case, as much as you might expect, because on a mass balance basis, this particular operation produces a lot more biochar than biofuel. So that's driving that. And then we can look at it an auger system versus a hearth system. Again, looking at this net present value. Biochar price in some of the figures that I just showed you features prominently. Biofuel price with RINs credits. Biochar price here. So one of the things that we see is the price for the products that you produce is important in determining your financial outcome. And those of you in business, you don't need a PhD to figure that out, right? But this was pretty exciting for us to figure out. But we kind of take it to the next level. We're going to explore that now. How can we get a higher price for our products? How can we get a better price? I already mentioned offtake agreements or index pricing. But one of the things we looked at is looking at taking those same feedstocks, kind of mill and logging residues, from the same chars that we're producing out of these systems. And we use 3 different conversion systems here. And making activated carbon out of these biochar precursors. Those 3 different biochar precursors activated in an industrial rotary calciner manufactured by Raymond Bartlett Snow. We use just steam, and we use just steam because a lot of the forest industry out there may have steam on site for process heat and power and other things. So steam is not scary. Building a building a wastewater treatment plant for a chemical activation process is scary to some of these medium and smaller scale operations. So steam is nice in that regard. It's a little less scary from a waste management standpoint. This is the temperature, 927 C, and we did 2 trials, 45 minutes and 65 minutes. So I don't have time to share the details. Happy to do that offline here if you're interested. But all 3 of these chars activated really well, and activated from this is the BET surface area of the char alone after 45 minutes and after 60 minutes. And you can see the orange and yellow dot. That's commercially available activated carbon that we analyzed, a third-party lab analyzed. I didn't have any dog in that fight. Made from coconut shell and coal. So it's within the range really nicely of surface area from these commercial activated carbons. And those of you familiar with photos like this, you'd love to see this, right? Look at this smooth, this char was horrible, horrible. You love to see this smooth char turn into this pockmarked, high surface area char. This is nice. That's what the steam did to this stuff. Burn-off rate, for those of you who know about activation, was about 40% in this particular case. And so as far as performance, we see the iodine number in this zone. A nice improvement in iodine number of performance. And again, it's kind of sandwiched between coconut shell activated carbon and coal activated carbon. So take-home messages here as I finish up. With these systems, we've looked at a lot of them in the field under field conditions, from bio-oil, biochar pyrolysis systems that were mobile to more modular systems, gasification systems, and those sorts of things. And we can see a pretty big range in productivity and conversion rate when we see them operating in the field. Tightening that up is important. So getting better productivity and conversion out of these systems, having them operate at their manufacturing spec, not all over the map, is important. Appropriate scale and system balance. If you're going to integrate these machines into existing forest industry operations, and we talked about this with bio mass production and scale, we want to see these systems kind of well matched for the situation. If you produce 50 tons of mill residues a day and your system processes 1/2 ton, you haven't really solved the supply chain problem that you might be struggling with. So we need to think about balance and system balance. Better quality feedstocks, we hit that pretty hard, and I want you to know that cascades downstream in the manufacturing supply chain to your end products in terms of moisture content, ash content, better quality feedstocks. And we know some systems are very flexible with feedstocks and others are not. Crash and burn with heterogeneous feedstocks. So feedstock quality is an important thing. Multi-product supply chains can kind of hedge, especially if you can tinker with the outputs and output distribution, output ratios, can kind of hedge against different pricing aspects, and certainly higher and more stable prices for outputs. Trying to find some value rather than just flaring gas, trying to find some value for heat and gas coming off these systems rather than just treating it as a waste. Biochar product and market development. We're going to hear more about that throughout the day, so that would be nice. And high fuel prices. If you are making gasoline or some liquid fuel product to compete with fossil fuel, high prices are actually going to be good for you, right? Even though it might be an input into your manufacturing process. You want higher prices for the products you sell. And public policy can influence that through different economic mechanisms that help incentivize either renewable energy or lower carbon products or lower carbon fuels. So here are some of the citations for economics and manufacturing related papers. You can get these online or in your notes there. Here are some for products and life cycle assessment. Some really interesting work on these products, and it's really an expanding field to have all these new products coming online and trying to get a handle on what the environmental impacts of their supply chains are. And I will leave it at that. I have a few minutes for questions, and please feel free to corner me at lunch or at a break, and I can share more details with you. So thanks very much.
We have time for maybe one question. Okay, great.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at something that says 3. That's why I wanted to confirm with you.
All right, you can ask him questions later.
No, that's okay. I don't know. what
Next,
our
we'll have
schedule is,
Kamalakanta Sahu from the Forest Products Lab, USDA Forest Service at where is that? Madison, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Nate, and everyone. Yeah, it's a nice presentation, and I also thank all our presenter who has given very nice overview of how can you use the forest residues to make different products. And today's presentation of mine is mostly related to biochar. And recently there's a lot of interest in biochar, and it has been also proposed that the biochar is one of the most economical way to capture carbon and store to mitigate climate, as well as there is the wide application of biochar, like you can use for mostly for agriculture and maybe some of the wastewater treatment and as a soil reclaimer and many more things. But to producing the biochar in the large scale, like a large scale facility in thousands and maybe 1,000 to 100,000, 200,000 tons, there's a lot of cost is coming from the collecting the residues, like logistic cost is more than 50%. And to cut down those logistic costs and make it more economical, we have look at the portable systems. And this research is about to producing biochar using portable system. We have compared different type of portable system and how and it's their economic feasibilities. Okay, before going to my presentation, I just want to talk about the research organization which I belongs to. I'm a postdoc actually at Forest Product Laboratory. It is in Madison, Wisconsin, and since this is a part of U.S. Forest Service research lab from 1910, which is located in Madison, Wisconsin, and we produce a lot of research on the wood products and its commercialization with collaboration with the academics and research labs and government agency to promote healthy forest and to promote also the forest-based economy. We do a lot of research on different products, but my group focus is to do the life cycle assessment and techno-economic analysis of different forest products, and looking after the bottlenecks and scope of improvements to reduce cost as well as the reduce the environmental impacts. Also, we do some supply chain modeling, simulation, optimization of the forest-based products. Yes, there is a lot of interest in biochar. From last several years, there is the also production and demand for the biochar increased. There are a lot of activities is happening throughout the world, but most of those companies or maybe manufacturers are concentrated in North America or European countries. It has been also estimated that the current biochar market will reach about $3 billion by 2025 with an annual growth rate of around 13%. And I think it also estimated the growth, the production of the biochar also will triple by 2025. And there are a lot of policies also now it supports biochar production. And the prices is a very wide range. Like, it can go maybe from thousands to maybe 4,000 tons. So we have a lot of resources, more than around 100 million tons. So one way is to just burn it, but it incur cost, as well as there are a lot of air quality, so sometimes it's also create wildfires. So one way is to use those resources to make different type of products. And today we are going to talk about how to make biochar from those. And to make those products, we require high quality biomass. And to produce in the large plant is never coming up till date also because there are a lot of risk of investment, uncertainty related to resource availability and reliability. So in the waste to wisdom project, we have tested different portable systems to make biochar. So the objective of this study was to analyze the economic feasibility of making biochar using portable systems near the forest setup, and also compare with the in-town locations, like to compare those two systems. We have used the MSP, minimum selling price, as indicators. Normally, I think Nate has given the NPV values, but the price is so varies. If you put some number and find the NPV, it looks like it's not an appropriate way to show the, especially industry, okay, this is the NPV will go. But we found out, okay, what is the minimum selling price you want to sell to a customer to make profit? And also to analyze different critical indicators which affect the financial feasibility of those systems and suggest some improvements. So normally we can, these are the two systems. One is organ kiln, like Wilson, she is the pioneer of this system. Then air curtain burner. You can take those systems to the forest near the pile and just use those biomass and produce biochar. Or you can use BASI system, which requires some processing, like you can make grounded biomass or maybe wood chips or maybe grounded biomass. This is the supply chain, you could say system, supply chain of the BASI portable system. Like you take this biomass, you sort it to different pulp blocks, segregate forest waste into pulp blocks, then transport to the processing site, or you can just grind those biomass and transport to the processing site. Then use those type of BSS system and to produce biochar. But the location of the BSS system you can put either in the near to the forest, so you have to just transport few miles away to the biomass, then process the biomass, produce biochar here, or you can transport those biomass from those individual parcel to maybe in-town facilities, because mostly if you see as a businessman, you want to sell this biochar to the maybe population near to the town. And to run this BSI system, you need power, like electricity. So electricity you can use diesel generator or maybe power pellet, which is a gasifier waste generator. You use wood to produce syngas and then produce the electricity. Or if it is location is in town, then you can just use grid electricity or any of those three. And it's requires also propane to start the firing process, as well as sometimes you need especially for the BSS system, it produces clean emission, like it burn all these volatile material coming from out the for burning of the biomass. Then you can package those and transport those biochar to the consumers located in town. So this is a system boundary for the BSS system. For organ kiln, you can take this kiln to the pile, near the pile, then sort it into the small diameter residues, and because the organ kiln cannot process more than larger diameter stems, then you use propane, and also you need to collect those biomass, so you need some type of skidder to bring those biomass to the near to the kiln, and then try to burn it. And once you either at the end of the day or maybe once the kiln is full, you just put the water and douse the fire and take out the biochar. For the air curtain burner, any length of the biomass can be put into that system and you can make biochar. It also required the diesel to run that system, as well as propane to start the firing of the system, and you put water to douse the fire and take out the biochar. So there's a system boundary for the air curtain burner. So these are the inputs. These are the experimental results. We have tested different type of feedstocks with BSI system, then this type of feedstock is used for all these three systems. And these are the throughput of each system, and these are the biochar. These are the actual data we have used. For this analysis, we didn't assume any grants or maybe any subsidies from the government. We assume the forest resources at the no cost. But for the BSI system, we need to chip it or grind it, so that cost is included. Due to some of the fire restriction, we assume these three systems will run 100 days and 8 hours in a day. But for the BSI system, it can, normally the feedstock moisture content should be less than 25% especially for the BSI system. But we have improved that system with some type of drying mechanism so that you can use any moisture content biomass, because the large quantity of the heat in the biochar BSI machine is wastes the heat, so we can reuse that heat to dry the feedstock. In that case, you can run throughout the year and 24/7. For the base case, we assume that 2 BSI unit, because the cost of equipment is very high, and like the number of employees required to run the system is not efficient for a single BSI system. So we assume 2 BSI systems at the production site, and there will be 12 organelle kiln can be managed by 6 people, and two people for the skidder to bring the biomass for the organelle kiln, and 1 air cooled burner for the processing site. These are comparison. These are the life of the project. These are the normal assumption, like we need to have a 15% return on investment capital, 2% inflation, 6% loan interest, and we assume that 40% of the total cost is, we took it as a loan and rest is as a equity. So this is the cost of the BSI system at one side, okay? This is the total cost of the organelle kiln, like 12 kiln at one side. And this is the cost of the total system for the air cooled burner. These are the normal operational cost. We also assume the relocation cost of this system, repair and maintenance, consumables like propane and diesel required for the system. For the BSI system, as we compared the cost, the MSP between the in-forest location and the in-town location, we also assume that there is a cost of packaging and finished good transportation of the biochar from in-forest to the in-town locations. We assume we need for running the 2 systems, we need 1 technician and 2 on non-skilled labor. For organ kiln, we need 6 people to run 12 kiln, and two people for bringing those biomass with a skidder to the kiln. And we assume that 3 people required for running the air burner, but maybe this may be changed, okay? These are our assumption. So this is a cost. So most of the cost is coming from as a capital investment and operational cost. Rest is very few. And if you see the MSP, this is the annualized cost. This is the MSP. Okay, So these are the different biomass. It is a different throughputs, and these are all grounded biomass. These are chipped like small and medium clean, and these are the annualized cost for operating each system with diesel genset, with gasifier genset at the in-forest locations. These are the MSP you got it. So the minimum MSP was getting can be achieved through grounded biomass, and if it chips, then it is about the small clean chips. This figure actually compared the different the MSP, the operational the total annualized cost as well as the MSP between different locations. Like if you're using diesel genset with BSI ground biomass, these are the total annualized cost, and these are MSPs between in town and this 2 hours and 4 hours, the distance from forest location to the in town location. You deliver those biochar to the in town. This is the annualized cost and MSP. If you are putting grid at the in town location, this is the MSP. And if we're using chips, small clean chips, and produce biochar with a different source of power, these are the annualized cost MSP. So it's find out like the grounded biomass is getting, it is economically more suitable than the chips. This compare the different the cost share of different systems. You can see that 40% is about labor and around 40% is the capital, capital investment cost. But for the organic, there are a lot of cost is from labor, around 70%. Similarly, for the air curtain burner, okay, there is the capital asset and the labor are the most significant cost input for making biochar. And if you see the MSP, and this assume the 100 days per year of working. So producing, if you sell that product in $3,000, you can make profit of around 15%. And if you, these are the MSP, so comes out to be a air curtain burner is more, economically feasible system than other two. Okay, like we improved that BSI system with a drying setup so that you can work 300 days per year, as well as they have included, they did a technical improvement where the yield of the biochar improved around 21%. Like initially around 14% now increased to 17 or 18%. And if you run for 300 days, these are the MSPs. You can get it before finance and tax and before tax or after tax. This is the minimum feedstock break-even deliver feedstock cost. And these are the medium-term and short-term and short-term and medium-term, at least break-even operating value of the product. You should at least sell those products with this MSPs. We did a sensitivity analysis. Like if you change the yield of biochar from 10 to 25%, this is the MSP, it varies. Similarly, this is the number of biochar unit. You put more biochar unit, the cost can reduce. The MSP will reduce. The operating hours, if you run from 16, like 8 to 20, increase from 8 to 24, there is a decrease in the MSPs. This is for the, like if economic life will improve from 10 to maybe 15 years, that's the change. This is the throughput of the system. This is the capital cost increase and decrease. So finally, if you start with the base cost about $1,250, and you make those improvements and try to reduce the MSP about half of it. So we found out portable system at the near forest setup is a potential option to produce biochar. The estimated price varies around about $1,000 to $1,400 per metric ton. Major cost components are capital investment, labor. Biochar MSP can be reduced by half with efficient portable system with lowering their cost. And in the future, if you include the different government incentives and credits, maybe the MSP can reduce further. These are the people who help us to do this research. Thank you. Any questions?
Time for a couple of questions. Yeah, in the back.
So it seems like when we're talking about what the market is for biochar, either we're talking about remediation or we're talking about agriculture. And with agriculture, in our analysis where we looked at what crops is valuable in, if biochar rises above $500 a ton at the wholesale price, you're limited to maybe 4 or 5 crops in the entire Pacific Northwest. So is agriculture, looking at these numbers and looking at the economic sensitivity that they did, is agriculture just out of the picture for biochar?
No, I think we can reduce the cost. These are, the cost, the MSP we estimated based on the experimental results. And through the, like, I've given there is a significant improvement in yield by some technical improvement based system. So once there will be mass production, there is more interest, more demand, people will put more emphasis to improve the system, to increase the yield. I think I did a thorough analysis for other systems we can make it less than $200 per ton. Dry ton delivered to the customers, like who is maybe hundreds miles away. So these are the includes packaging, transportation, everything. So it is possible to make under $200. Like ROI system also is, it looks like is a very economical way to make biochar.
Any more questions? Okay, go ahead.
How does the air curtain burner do for making biochar? Does it warp when you quench the char?
Repeat the question.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
How does the air curtain burner work for making biochar? Does the machine warp when you quench char, or?
I think they just, I'm not sure how they make it, but they put the, okay, you want to say?
So this analysis was based on before the ROI machine, and it was based on an air curtain burner that was operating in the Ashland watershed. And it was just a standard burner, and they just lifted it up and dumped the char out the bottom, and opened it up and then quenched it with water.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let's give him a hand.
Thank you.
And then we'll have the exhibitor showcase and then a quick announcement from Richard.
We'll have one more chance for exhibitors. Oh, thank you. One more chance for exhibitors to just give us a little snippet about what they do and what their operations are. And again, if you'd like this opportunity in the afternoon, please let me know. We have a couple people on the docket. Is Jim, you want to come up now? Jim's going to speak to us for 5 minutes, and then we'll hear from Sean from Pyramid Fire Pits, one over here, and then after lunch, we're going to hear from Tom Miles. If you want to be added to the agenda in the afternoon, please come see me.
Hi, my name is Jim Brown. I'm with the Carr Group of Companies. We have a pyrolysis operation in Chehalis, Washington. The person that started this had the very first biodiesel plant in the United States, and most all the ones that are currently running are using his technology. He's also been awarded certificates from President Clinton and the California State Governor for emissions work. That's the main reason he got into this, because he thought there's got to be a better way to make charcoal than to pollute the air. It's great that we want to fix the soil, but most charcoal around the world is made with very dirty air. Our system, we put 3 tons per hour of sawmill residuals in, and we get a ton of char, a little over a ton of char, a ton of gas, and a ton of wood vinegar. We're not trying to make a petroleum compatible product, because there's a lot of issues with that. But because we can get more of the volatiles out of the char, we have superior char, and because we can get more volatiles out of the liquid, we end up with wood vinegar. Any of you that follow biochar about weekly, there's some new use for biochar, and it's the same thing with wood vinegar. Everything from pesticides to fungicides to cleaning products. People are actually ingesting that also. I'd be very careful before I'd ever do that. And I'd really want to know where it's coming from and who's making it. I personally have been around biomass for 20-some years. I designed and built 3 pellet plants. I helped design and build this pyrolysis plant. I've purchased biomass in 3 different wood baskets. I've been to Waste of Wisdom reviews, just a lot of experience in biomass. some of the different things that we've put through our machine very successfully are agave, bagasse, chicken litter. We did a study with Oregon State University on slash. They came up with, I believe it was either 36 or 38% recovery. So when you look at these other operations and they're getting 10 or 15, this is just a superior way to make biochar, if I'll beat my drum a little bit. I appreciate the offer to speak. I wasn't prepared very well for this, but price of biochar, that was just brought up again here for a moment. You see this $1,500, $2,000 a ton. I'd like to see anybody that's getting that other than in very small packaging. I can't imagine anybody purchasing that. There was a question about, is ag doing this? We've had great results with citrus orchards, hay, tomatoes, but the biggest interest right now is cannabis. We've had people report anywhere from 50 to 80% increase in yield. Doesn't take long to get an ROI out of that. Speaking of ROIs, our plant will show a 3-year or less return on investment based on, we sell ours by the yard because we don't want people thinking that we're just watering down our char to get more weight out of it. So we always sell it by the yard because we do quench it. Our material goes out at somewhere between 30 and 50% moisture.
We have one more speaker before we go to lunch, and if you'd like to hear more about him and his operations and his company, please catch him at lunch or catch him at one of the breaks. And before we go to lunch, let's hear from Sean from Pyramid Fire Pits.
I got a question.
Oh, yeah.
Like him, I wasn't prepared to do the speech, so could I take the lunchtime to get something hammered out?
Sure, and let me
That'd be great.
clarify what the session is really just an opportunity. So we're trying not to put people on the spot, but there are some people who have signed up as to showcase equipment or their organization. If you have an NGO, we're going to hear from the International Biochar Initiative after lunch. So it's really, it's not to put anybody in the spot. We just want to have the opportunity to showcase some of the sponsors and some of the people who have exhibits here. So it can, it's, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. One more quick statement. Just like bullet points for biochar that people don't know. It sequesters both water and nutrients. Studies show anywhere from 30 to 50% less of each can be used. There's studies out there that show that 40% of commercial fertilizers aren't available to the plant when the plant needs it. Well, where is it? Well, it's up in the air, it's in surface water, and it's in drinking water. It's a bulking agent. It is preferred habitat for beneficial microbes. Personally, I think that's its biggest asset. It's just like a big hotel. They love it, they move in, and they stay there. The other thing it does, because of this environment, it increases the cation exchange, which is the ability of a plant to absorb nutrients. There's studies going on right now that preliminarily are showing that plants produce fruits and vegetables that have more nutritious value to them when grown in biochar.
I didn't pay Jim to say this, but it was a
recording that you can access at any time, and it will be up there for who knows how long. Forever. And then, third, if you need Society of American Foresters CFE credits, I have a sign-up sheet, and we just put it out at the end of the day. It will be out on the desk. Okay. So, with that, we'll conclude for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
We've got some nice mood lighting, but I don't want to see anybody going to sleep. Welcome back to those folks online. We had some audio challenges with the online feed, but we're hopefully going to solve that problem with a little bit more mic action. So we'll do the Phil Donahue with some of the questions, and please, speakers and people asking questions, please speak up so we can hear you. We have a few speakers now, and a really nice lineup for the afternoon, all over the place in terms of topics, exciting speakers, many people you will know from probably your own work. Our first speaker right now is Debbie Page Dumrose, and if you have spent any time in the biochar world, especially with regards to soil, you already know Debbie, and we're really glad to have her here, and she's going to be talking about building soil organic matter with biochar. So thanks, Debbie.
Thanks, Nate. And again, thanks to all of you for coming, and thanks to the live streaming people who are listening in, I hope still, because like you never know, right? It is on. I took it off mute. Is that better? That's not better? I'll turn you up. All right, thanks. So I'm going to talk about building organic matter and the importance of soil this afternoon. So I'll look around and make sure that you guys aren't falling asleep. First, I want to thank my co-author, Cass Dumrose, who is the National Nursery Specialist for the Forest Service and has worked a lot with using biochar in forest nurseries. A little about me. I've worked in soil and soil productivity for my entire career and hadn't really started working on biochar till about 2007 when the ARRA grants came out from the Obama administration, and worked with Nate and Jim Archuleta to try and get some mobile pyrolysis units working in Oregon to see if we could spark some interest about how to use biochar, bio-oil, and in-woods processing. It was a slow go, and so we're hoping that workshops like this will help us pick up the pace of using biochar.
Can I interrupt you with a different mic?
And I'll
Sorry.
hold that thought.
Hold that thought.
Understand?
I don't know why you're not. Much louder. Yes.
Wow.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, sounded like there was just a thunderstorm in here. So I've worked in site productivity, sustainability for a long time. We've looked at, can these biochar operations be sustainable? And yeah, the answer is yes, of course they can. And so today we're going to talk a lot about what's going on here with this biochar cycle. Carbon sequestration, increased productivity of soil, and kind of the ins and outs of what's going on. And as Nate mentioned, you can't do any of this work without a lot of collaborators who are willing to let you come and throw biochar around on their soil and hope for the best. But there's been a lot of collaborators along the way. So first I want to talk about, what's the big deal with soil, right? Why is it so important? What could go wrong with some land applications of biochar? What's right? And then talk about forest sector opportunities for using biochar. This is it. This is the big summary for my talk, right? To fix the climate, we have to fix the soil. To fix restoration, we have to fix the soil. To fix crop production, we have to fix the soil. There's been decades of intensive agriculture, deforestation, excessive trafficking, compaction, invasive species. So all of those things are contributing to the fact that our soils are not very healthy. And so the fix is, soils are the natural way to sequester carbon below ground. And I found this fact was pretty fun. Soils store about 3,000 billion metric tons of carbon, which is double the amount stored above ground. So, think about that as we talk about soil and how important soil is in the big ecosystem frame. And what we're trying to do is not have one of these again. Right? Those dust storms back in the 30s were horrendous. And they really showed how if we can't take care of the soil, then we can't grow crops, forests, and the things that forests provide. So here's some more fun facts. The mineral soil is only about 5% organic matter. But that 5% organic matter is really key to providing a lot of ecosystem services like clean water, clean air. More than 50% of soil organic matter has been lost from not just agriculture, but in forests as well, from harvesting, fires. And so, we got to think about, well, how can we restore that organic matter that's been lost? And because we've lost that organic matter, we don't have the cation exchange capacity we used to have. Nutrients are being leached through the soil into groundwater, end up in streams. That affects stream vegetation and stream fish. And the loss of organic matter is correlated with nutrient depletion, particularly in tropical soils. So areas that get a lot of rainfall, like the southeastern United States. And overall, we've lost productivity. And maybe, because a lot of us work in forests, oftentimes we don't see that loss in productivity in a rotation, but it's happening. And you can see a steady decline in a lot of areas because we don't have as much organic matter in the soil any longer. So organic matter is the bottom of this big pyramid. Because it supplies food for soil biology, it modifies pH, it helps with infiltration and water holding capacity. So if you think about areas that have less organic matter, then when we get big storms that we see more often now, we get more runoff and we lose even more soil. And so the goal with building organic matter is that we build soils that are more resilient to these flash events. And then this big triangle on the bottom builds soil function, so we can cycle nutrients better, we can regulate the water flow, support plants, support structures. And then up on here are the ecosystem services. It's healthy ecosystems, it's greater productivity, it's less sediment, less dust. Those are the ecosystem services that, when we talk about markets and life cycle analyses, sometimes we don't put enough value on those ecosystem services that the soil provides. So it's drought resiliency. It's all about organic matter. But you could change this. It could be nutrient resiliency. It's all about organic matter. Could be soil resiliency. It's all about organic matter, right? So the responses to those organic matter additions, though, vary by soil type. And we're going to talk a little bit more about soil type. But texture is important. How much organic matter is already in the soil is important. All of those drive the responses that you see to additional organic matter being put into your soil. And the thing about biochar is that it's pretty recalcitrant, and so it stays in the ecosystem for a long time. Usually cover crops that are applied for agriculture are easily accessible by microbes, and so they'll eat away and chew at it. But it doesn't often build that recalcitrant soil carbon pool that will stay around for a long, long time. And that's one of the benefits of biochar, right, is that it'll stay in the soil for a long time. And all of these, whether it's the labile form of organic matter or the recalcitrant form, both build soil organic matter and help with water, nutrient resiliency, soil resiliency, all of those things. So this is a fun fact. This is from the NRCS. Every 1% increase in soil organic matter results in about, you can be metric or you can be English system, 25,000 gallons per acre of water. A 1% increase in organic matter, 25,000 gallons of water. It's phenomenal, right? And so if you think about, wow, maybe some of my soils could actually benefit from this. How do I build that in? So, this is one easy way, is to just start figuring out how do you build organic matter. And maybe biochar is one way that you could build organic matter within your mineral soil to start holding more water. So I'm not going to say very much about biochar and forest ecosystems because there's going to be an excellent talk later this afternoon by Tom DeLuca, who's going to talk about how do you build charcoal in forest ecosystems. But I've often gotten questions about why would you use biochar in the forest, because that's not natural. But we have wildfires, right? And so there's always been a component of charcoal within forest ecosystems. And fire suppression activities have limited the amount of charcoal that actually has been put into forest soils. And so, building soil or charcoal is probably a good thing if we're adding biochar or fires, I guess. But there's a lot of restoration thinnings that decrease the likelihood of large fires occurring and adding more charcoal. So maybe biochar is one of the answers for how do you build charcoal. And I worked for a long time with mycorrhiza in my early career, and one of the things that we found was that those mycorrhiza were always associated with charcoal, old charcoal in the soil. And so building that charcoal component is just another way that you could build some more resilience in forest ecosystems. And I wanted to say, one of the things that got me started in biochar work was that we're burning up slash piles and we're not getting any benefit from them. And I have some work on the flathead in 50-year-old burn scars that have nothing but invasive species in them. And so I don't know if Jim's going to talk about building better slash piles, but there's a paper out on building better slash piles. So oftentimes there's not markets for the wood, but maybe a better slash pile might be a different way to think about putting charcoal back into the soil. But what could go wrong, right? There's a couple things might go wrong. Sometimes our sites are so limited in nutrients that the biochar sucks up those nutrients, and depending on the soil and the kind of biochar, those nutrients could be unavailable for plant growth. And so you see a decline in plant productivity, or your plants turn yellow. That's a possibility. You also end up with a kind of a dilution effect of the limited availability of nutrients that you already have in the system. Early on, we had problems with oils contaminating our biochar, and so then we were putting that out on soil, and once you put it out, you can't take it back. And so we had some problems with contaminated sites with oil that was on biochar that was kind of an unintentional consequence. Not all biochar is equal. Not all biochar is useful. And one of them is the wrong pH, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a minute. You kind of have to think about, where are you putting your biochar? What's happened to your biochar? What does it look like? At the very least, what's the pH? And can you better match the pH to your soil? Or if you have an end result in mind about what you want that site to be restored to, can biochar help you get to that restoration objective? And one of the other things that we've noticed, because in forestry, we don't really want to spend the time or the money to get a designer biochar in place. Biochar is hydrophobic, and so if you're putting a biochar out that's repelling water, that's not going to help you very much. So you have to think about, should I compost that biochar with something else before I put it out? Or will it move into the soil fast enough that it'll naturally become wetted down and be mixed in with the mineral soil and, or mixed through the forest floor? So those are some questions that you can answer. We have some data about how fast it moves in, depending on soil texture, how thick your forest floor is. And we talk more about that too. But there's plenty of things to think about that could go wrong. But there's some things that go right. But first, let's talk about pH. So Nate helped with this. These are some raw materials that were processed by the exact same piece of equipment, exactly the same way. And we end up with some differences here. I just wanted to point out this pH. So here's some cedar that was processed, and the biochar pH was about 8.7, which is pretty high. And here's some madrone, and pH was 4.9. Most everything else is about 7.5 to 8. But that's the kind of thing that you want to keep in mind if you're going to put this out on a site, because like I said, once you put it out there, there's no taking it back. So pH is really critical to think about when you start putting biochar out. But on the positive side, if there ever came a time when you were interested in carbon credits, biochar would be a great way to sequester carbon below ground. And it's, depending on the site and the soil, it could be from 100 to thousands of years. But you also think, well, wood also is carbon, right? But one of the problems with leaving wood on the site, and we saw, Mike had talked about masticating wood, and unless that wood is mixed in with the mineral soil, oftentimes it just sits on the soil surface. It acts like a mulch for 4 or 5 years, and then a lot of that carbon just goes off as CO2, and you don't see a big pool of carbon move into the soil like you do when you add biochar. Oftentimes, biochar will reduce nitrogen fertilization requirements. It reduces irrigation requirements. It can reduce methane production, so if you're interested in greenhouse gases, that's a big bonus. Certainly improves water holding capacity, and can increase symbiotic nitrogen fixation, so plants that create nitrogen do that better when there's biochar in the soil. I had gotten a story from a feedlot owner down in southern Idaho, and he said he had put biochar in socks underneath his feedlot, and then he took that biochar, spread it out on his pasture. He did not have to irrigate, and he did not have to add nitrogen, and his forage was more productive. And so, it's stories like that that make you think, well, holy cow, we could really do, some really good business with biochar and putting it in soil. So, but it was matching site and soil together. So I want to talk, just a few minutes about a few studies that we've had in forestry. This was an early operation when we really had no idea what we were doing. Putting biochar out with 5-gallon buckets and dust masks, and it was pretty dirty work. So one of the first things we noticed, though, was that the understory really loves to have biochar put out on a site. And this site was in Oregon. This was on when Jim was on the Umpqua National Forest. We put this biochar out, and we were all saying, "Wow, this is really hydrophobic. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do?" And it rained that night. And by morning, the light rate of biochar had already moved into the forest floor, and was getting ready to start moving into the mineral soil. Probably the next rain. The heavy rate was too heavy. We really tried to overload the system, and we did. And so knowing the rate that you want to apply is probably pretty important as well. I don't know, I haven't been back for a couple years, but even when we went back after 5 years, there was still a layer of biochar on the soil surface that hadn't moved in. It was pretty thick. Don't do that. Just ask me, I can tell you all kinds of things not to do. So some forestry responses to biochar. We put in this pretty big study on the Bitterroot National Forest, replicated it 4 times, had 7 treatments with masticated wood and fertilizer and 2 levels of biochar and fertilizer with the biochar. And you can see no significant differences. This is what the data looked like after 6 years. Height growth, diameter growth, we didn't see it showing up in the trees. And the biochar had moved through the forest floor and was about probably 6 to 8 inches down in the mineral soil already. And we still didn't see any tree results. So, you kind of think, what's going on? Well, what's going on is that we did increase water holding capacity by about 4 to 5%, and we were keeping water in the soil profile a month longer than we normally would have. And so we were keeping available water there. Understory looked better. It wasn't curing out as fast when we had biochar on the plots as compared to those that didn't. So sometimes we just can't do this. Sometimes we have to do this and look down. And here's the change in moisture content. So this 10 tons per acre of biochar got a boost. This is August, so we still had 25% moisture content in the soil underneath that with that treatment. So we thought that was phenomenal. But it's not the big trees. So we thought, well, it must be small seedlings. That's where the answer is. So we did another study. We had 2 sources of biochar. One was from Cool Planet. One was just some that Nate had made. We had a big super sack of it. And we thought, well, we could use it to enhance nursery production and nursery properties, reduce fertilizers and water leaching and sequester carbon at outplanting. We thought that was a great idea. As you're planting the tree, you're also sequestering carbon, right? Above ground and below ground. We increased mycorrhiza, and we found that we could put up to 25% biochar in the media, so you can reduce the amount of sphagnum moss that you use or vermiculite that you use, and not, you have to kind of adjust the cultural practices in the greenhouse, but you could still produce high quality seedlings for outplanting. And so we did a study actually grew the trees in Idaho, but we planted them down in Alabama. It was longleaf and shortleaf pine. They were working on some restoration work down there. Again, we had 4 replicates, we had 6 treatments, we had 15 trees per treatment. We went all out. Here we are, laying out the plots, and nothing happened. After a while, we'd think, oh, God. come on, something's going on. Really, there's nothing going on with the trees. It's all about what's going on underneath. And, you know, when you plant the tree, you know, the carbon's there, but it's not available to the general understory. So, you know, we didn't really see any understory response on these sites, but, you know, no matter where the biochar came from, we were seeing about the same answer. This is the long leaf, the short leaf answer is the same. There's really no difference. So that makes you think about, you know, what are other opportunities? Well, so one is hard rock mines in the western United States. There's 160,000 abandoned mine sites in the western United States. Most of those are in national forest lands. Most of those are rocks with no vegetation, and so right there is an immediate loss of productivity of a lot of ground that could have trees growing on it. And so on those sites, Jim made me use biosolids, wood chips and biochar. You know, we were trying to build a soil profile on top of rocks and see if we could get native plants to grow. And you know what? You can. And you can if you use a combination of all those things. It's not just biochar, but you have wood chips that act as a mulch, and you have biosolids that are an immediate source of nitrogen and nutrients. And so you have biochar that's holding on to those nutrients that would normally leach through the soil profile. They're held longer, and you can be successful at revegetating some of these sites that have been around for a long time. You could use it on gas and oil pad wells. We talked about that earlier, that those are a prime example of places that need to have restoration work and that have lost a lot of organic matter. You could use it, we talked earlier, Jim Dooley talked about filtering water. It's a great way to capture things coming off those hard rock mines like mercury and lead and you know whatever else comes off those mines. I don't know. We did some work on rangeland restoration. Rangelands are really difficult because there's not a lot of vegetation to begin with, but they are so overgrazed and overused and abused by every form of off-road vehicle you can imagine. And so we've used them to try and restore roads that are illegal roads through rangelands to try and get vegetation to grow back on them. In this case, we had cut down pinyon juniper, turned it into biochar, put the pinyon juniper biochar back out on the sites. The Forest Service, I can say this because I work for the Forest Service, but we really love to put out seed. And seed doesn't really do that well. And so what we need to think about more is, you know, maybe growing plants with biochar and the plugs and planting those plants in places that are really hard to revegetate because just seeding doesn't seem to do very well. But one of the great benefits was that we extended the growing season, so we had better, longer lasting forage in these rangeland plots. And, you know, we sequestered about 10 tons per acre of biochar. So it was you know, win-win, but you have to think about, you know, part of the problem with seeding is that every rodent in the world loves to eat that seed. So oftentimes you're not very successful. So if you can plant and seed at the same time, build some islands to get some seeds out there and get plants established, then you can be better equipped at that. One of the nice things that biochar does is that it limits the spread of invasive species. So we talked about invasive species earlier, and you know, if you're in a place where you have a lot of invasive species, biochar ties up the nitrogen that the non-native plants love. And so the native plants don't really care that much about nitrogen, and they grow better if they have biochar, and the non-native species are limited. They don't, you know, they don't grow very well. We have some data from Montana that shows biochar was really effective at keeping out non-native species when we ameliorated roads. So a lot of benefits. And so I wanted, because everybody's talking about markets, I wanted to talk about my own markets. I think when I retire as a soil scientist, I'm going to build a cocktail bar and put biochar in drinks. This is really a drink. I have the recipe if you want it, and you can get it in Hawaii. It's the black sand cocktail, and they use charcoal in their drinks. So why not? For a long time in Asia, they've used charcoal to aid digestion. So there's another market. A lot of beauty products now, from shampoo to toothpaste, has biochar in it. So you know, if you're looking for a market, I want to put these out here. It's not just, you know, biochar. You can do a lot of things with it. So you know, I want to do the big summary. I still have to say that if you want to fix climate, the restoration, the whatever, you got to fix the soil. And until we can fix the soil to get trees to grow better, and maybe you don't see trees growing better, but one of the things that we're working on right now is that, we've added biochar, we've changed the water dynamics within the soil profile. How does that change tree physiology? And are you creating a forest now that, because of this extra water, is now more drought resistant? It's also more resistant to insects. What's been killing all of the trees in the western United States. It's more resistant to diseases. And so you end up with a healthier overall ecosystem than you did before. And so I think, it's not just tree growth, but I think, building a healthier ecosystem because we're starting from the ground up, I think is, kind of the way that we're going with biochar these days and trying to find those answers. We're finding that we can sequester a lot of carbon, and if that's the goal, then we can certainly do that with biochar. So I think I'll end there and see if there's any questions. I'm from Idaho.
Great. Thanks, Debbie. Any
Yeah.
questions for Debbie?
You were saying that it's hydrophobic,
It is hydrophobic.
so it won't absorb water.
It does after a while, but initially it's hydrophobic, so you have to get it wet first, and then it's no problem. Thanks. Yeah, hydrophobic. Yeah. Yeah. I said biochar is hydrophobic, and it is hydrophobic originally.
I'm not that familiar with southern pines because I live here in Douglas fir country where the dominant species. And I'm also not a forester, but from my experience, personal experience, that when we plant seedlings without biochar, those first couple years are very slow growth. It's that fourth and fifth year do you start to see Douglas fir take off.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, will you see those differences, do you think, in 4 or 5 years, and do you plan to go back and look at that?
We've gone back for 3 years and still have not. So I have year 1 and year 2. Year 3 looks exactly the same. Really not any difference. But yeah, we do plan to go back and track these. The original plots we did on the Umpqua Forest with Jim Archuleta, those we've gone back to after 4 or 5 years. 7 years, we still haven't seen a difference in growth, either in diameter or height growth. But the understory is fabulous. Yeah.
We've got time for one more question.
Isn't that a biochar potato?
It is a biochar potato, yeah.
So I have one quick question and another question. So when you were applying it on rangeland, how did you apply it and how much did you apply?
We applied, yeah. So I was asked how much biochar we applied and how we applied it. So on rangelands. And so how we applied it was still with 5-gallon buckets, but we do, with Nate's help, we do have a biochar spreader. And he had a picture in his presentation that he didn't point out. But it's like a salt spreader that you could pull behind a log forwarder to spread it out. And we used it on forest sites pretty successfully. That's much better than a 5-gallon bucket and dumping it out. But you could use a manure spreader, fertilizer spreader, anything like that, that the particles will fit through. Our optimum rate of application is about 10 tons per acre. We find you could put more on, but we don't see the responses don't match up with adding more biochar. So if you're looking to limit the cost, 5 tons or 10 tons per acre is the best. We see some responses at 5 tons per acre. I think any amount is probably good, but yeah, 10 tons is the optimum rate. Thanks.
And then with water, with increased soil moisture, did you look at plant available water or did you just look at total soil moisture?
We looked at both. Yeah, thanks. She asked, did we look at plant available or total water, and the answer is both. And we've seen increase in both.
Thanks, Kristen. And thanks, Debbie, for your presentation.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So our next speaker, very glad to have him here with us, is Grant Sheevey from Oregon Biochar Solutions and Rogue Biochar. In your agenda, you'll see another name, Sean Ebnett from Phoenix Energy. He's unable to join us today, so but Sean did provide us with his slides for his presentation about Phoenix Energy. So I'd encourage you to, if you're
interested in that company and what they're working on to go ahead and look at your slides. And thanks very much, Grant. And take it away.
I'll take it from here. Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you for your time, and thank you for everybody that's tuning in online and across the world that's viewing this presentation today. Is this not? Switch mics again like we did with Debbie?
Nothing personal.
It's this one.
Tom, do you know a good karaoke song? Preferably a cappella.
On a biochar theme, right?
A biochar theme.
How about now?
Yeah, I got
There we go. Okay, thank you everybody. Sorry about that delay. My name is Grant Sheevy. I'm one of the members of Oregon Biochar Solutions, one of the founding members. We started the company in 2017. We'll get into some history about the biochar history, but I'd like to start with thanking everybody who's tuning in online and across the world today to see this wonderful presentation and all the opportunities that await us in biochar. So let's get into a little bit of history about Biomass 1 LP. Biomass 1 LP was built in 1985, and it originally was under a long-term power purchase agreement. And in 1989, 2 electrostatic precipitators were built to replace the existing wet scrubber technology that was horribly inefficient in comparison to the 99.86% particulate capture that the current electrostatic precipitators are reducing from emissions. Biomass 1 is known as one of the most efficient wood-fired power plants in the United States of America. We're currently over 30% efficiency on our power generation. So 30 megawatts of power generation, that is our turbine building right there. Our power purchase agreement is sold through Pacific Corp under a long-term power purchase agreement. We're on our second power purchase agreement currently right now, and that contract will expire in the year 2026. Now, with the benefits of adding biochar into this power generation facility, it drastically increases the economic values and the profitability of this power plant when we're going to go to renew that power purchase agreement in 2026. There's been over $50 million invested in this plant to make it operate reliably and to continue on. I would just like to say that there's over 65 full-time employees. They're all livable wage jobs. And why is there so many employees at this one specific power plant when our main focus has always been just to generate electricity? Now, Biomass 1 is very vertically integrated into the local community. We really are just a service to the local community. We're one of the only free public drop-off facilities in the Rogue Valley for woody biomass, which is green waste, and also C&D materials. We have multiple people that operate trucks that do the roll-off bin service. And that's basically, we essentially created our own tipping fees. We charge for the bin to be dropped off, and woody biomass is loaded into those bins, and it comes to us at no charge other than the trucking cost to get it there. We also have a full landscape division, so when the landscapers come in to drop off that free drop-off, they can then get reloaded with any aggregate products, bark, or custom soil blends. And we actually have one that they came up with. It's called Cheech and Char, and if you go to Biomass 1, that is our cannabis. It's a wonderful thing. We have large volumes of that soil actually going out to local cannabis and hemp growers currently in copious volumes, Cheech and Char. And we also have one that's called Spicoli Special and Gnarly Marley. And I didn't come up with the names on those. That was the landscape division. So we also have a full line of our own trucks, our own hog fuel haulers that we haul with. And we have a full truck shop maintenance fleet, and all the management, and also the biochar guys. And that's myself and a group of other individuals, including Carl Strahl, which I'll bring up shortly for the questions and answers. And then the management. But really the heart and soul of what we do is feedstock procurement. We generally source all of our fuel within 100 miles of the power plant, and we utilize backhauls. Now, we do source fuel from farther out, such as the Portland area, Prineville location. We have a couple grinding operations over there for the expansion of the Facebook and Apple jobs. So we bring in feedstock all the way from Prineville, and that's still profitable for us. So Rogue Biochar was founded in 2017 by a group of us at Biomass One, and I would really like to thank Han Supan for really getting me involved in biochar in the Waste to Wisdom research. When we looked at biochar at Biomass One, we didn't see a market for it at the time. We really saw the potential that it held in the future, and we're going to continue on. So next slide. So it takes about 1.1 bone-dry tons of woody biomass to generate roughly 1 megawatt hour. And I'd like to thank the USBI and Douglas Gate and the Lexicon of Sustainability for helping us generate some of these slides that you're seeing here today. So what you're seeing here is one of the 3 turbine generators inside in the turbine building. Each turbine is a 14-stage turbine, a steam condensing turbine, and which spins at 3,600 RPMs to generate roughly about 16 megawatts of energy each. We do have a backup turbine generator for redundancy. If one of these systems goes down, we have a backup generator. But originally when Biomass One was built, it was a cogeneration facility. Now, that steam was sold to local dry kiln facilities, but in the 90s, late 90s, we lost those steam cells. So they added in a second turbine generator to have a total of 3. So whenever we have any issues, we can continue to operate reliably and put power to the grid. So back to the feedstock procurement. The bulk of our fuels coming in is about 80% organic fuels from forest biomass, which mainly consists of tops and limbs of trees from local logging operations. A lot of stewardship logging in the Rogue Valley, so we go in and reduce those fire fuels, top piles that are otherwise going to be left to decompose or potentially cause long-term effects from increased fire hazards. We also source quite a bit of material from the timber industry byproducts up and down Interstate 5 in the form of sawdust, bark, pole peelings, and chip overs, and those are also all considered organic. But really, one of the interesting things that we are doing, and I get asked this question frequently, is how do we help the state of California with their biomass crisis, with the agriculture byproducts? So we source woody biomass in the form of ag waste, walnut and nutshells from almond hullers and walnut processors to the tune of about 5 loads a day at any given time. Now, how that works is the demand in California for bark products, for beauty bark, is so high that we can effectively backhaul that material back to Oregon, where that truck driver can go home every night, sleep in his own bed. It works very well for us. And we source all of that ag byproducts through a company called Agri-Marketing, which I've talked to some of you about, which I'm also now the new sales and marketing manager for. So the wood yard, again, talking about the free public drop-off, all of that is run through a reprocessor. In the late 90s, Biomass One invested almost $3 million in a wood processor. It's a hog, essentially a wood hog like we saw Han Supan's. It's very similar to that, but it's stationary. It's run off electricity. All of that material goes across the street, and so therefore we can fully segregate any non-organic fuels from the organic feedstock pile. And I'd like to point out here, this is one of our 2 feedstock piles. This is the main feedstock pile. This is where it all starts for biochar for us. Full segregation. We have a list of about 18 different fuel suppliers that we have a chain of custody. Every single load that comes into our facility gets run across our scales, and it's weighed in, and then it's radioed over to the loader operator, and they fully segregate that fuel. So when we produce biochar, we know the Rogue Biochar, the OIM CDFA certified organic product, is from a known source, and we have a chain of custody on it. So here's an example of one of the grinding operations. We already seen some of these in some of the other previous slides from Han and a few others. This is Timberland Logging out of Ashland, Oregon. They operate this Peterson horizontal grinder. They can do roughly, as same numbers Han generated, about 20 loads a day. This is an example of some of the almond shells that we source out of Central Valley, California. This material is coming out of Tracy, California, out of Agri-Marketing's yard where the bark is stored. That same truck then, like I said, goes and gets reloaded and goes right back to the power plant. No turnaround time, no deadheading. This is our wood yard. We have 3 more bark tub grinders that go in and source woody biomass from agriculture waste, which is, in our valley, we have a huge explosion of the hemp and cannabis industry. So what are they doing? They're removing pear orchards that are aging. So we can take our tub grinders in, remove the pear orchards, and then thus are getting replanted with industrial hemp, which then we turn around and take that material that's ground in those pear orchards, convert that to renewable energy and biochar, which goes right back to the field to grow the hemp. We sell quite a bit in the local Rogue Valley to the industrial hemp growers and in Colorado as well. So here's one of the examples of, we have 2 Deltac Coyote boilers. They're vibrating grate stoker-fed boilers. Each one of them produces 175,000 pounds an hour of dry steam, which goes through a distribution header, which gets split and runs each one of the 15 megawatt generators. Now, one of the ideal scenarios we looked at was making the investment to start a biochar company is rather high. With this equipment that we have redesigned and on the back end of the boilers, we have the flexibility to make biochar on demand, or we can stop production. So it gives us the latitude to continue on without any adverse effects on power generation. So let's talk a little bit about what is this biochar coming out of these 2 industrial boilers. So currently in our current configuration, we can produce up to 50,000 cubic yards annually, and we have the ability to produce far more than that with other additional equipment and modifications. But currently, the way the market is right now, we're not selling all the biochar that we have. So we would like to just keep it the way it is now. The operating temperatures operate consistently at 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, this is one of the attributes that makes the Rogue biochar what it's known for, is product consistency and quality across the board. The reason for that is not that we want to operate at 1600 degrees Fahrenheit, it's the demands of the turbine generators and the emissions. So we cannot exceed emissions. We have continuous emission monitoring equipment on our electrostatic precipitators that is reported to DEQ hourly. So it's a very high surface area carbon material. Some of you here in the room have tested it. I see a lot of people here, researchers that are utilizing the biochar currently in some research trials. So out of the last 8 lab data sets we pulled at nominal operating conditions, we got an average surface area correlation through butane activity, CO2, and nitrogen absorption testing of about 540 square meters per gram. So it's a very low ash content material as well. So when that biochar comes out of our system, it's fully screened with a 14 mesh screen system to remove the majority or all ash. And it's never commingled with the fly ash to begin with. That screening process is just for particle size distribution and removal of some fine ash material. Average carbon content we like to say a minimum of 80. We see it from anywhere from 78% carbon all the way up to 89% carbon, and that testing was done through Manuel Garcia Perez at Washington State University. It's a very recalcitrant form of carbon, very low HC ratio. We're generally around a 0.25. It's a consistent particle size based on the screening technology that we do have. So one of the wonderful opportunities that we have been engaged in is stormwater filtration. Using this carbon material, it has a very high affinity for heavy metals and other contaminants as well. And a lot of the biochar that we do produce is sold into industrial applications. It's used right here in this area through multiple different companies that are promoting that product for stormwater filtration. So here's some recent images that I just received from Humboldt State University. This image here is rather unique, and there's going to be some further investigation on what are some of these particles here that we're seeing. That's an unknown at this time. So it's a very unique pore size distribution. And as you can see, we drive off all the VOCs out of the carbon material. It's a very pure form of carbon. So let's talk about some of the producing biochar in high volumes and some of the associated challenges. Number one, how do you handle this material cost effectively? Well, what we do is we take it out of the screening system. It's run through a quenching auger to quench all fire, and it goes directly into these super sacks right here. But one of the issues that we faced is during our seasonal shutdown, our power plant goes offline for approximately 2 months out of the year. The reason for that, it's scheduled into our power purchase agreement with PacifiCorp because there's an added value in that. When the water in the hydro dams is at the highest levels, we can go offline and then they can run all the water through the turbines and make more renewable energy from water. We go down and do the maintenance, come back up and operate reliably for 10 months out of the year. So another one of the challenges is logistics, and I love to show this picture of the full truckload of biochar. That's 128 cubic yards of biochar in that B-train configured truck. And it's a challenge to handle tote bags, no matter how you look at it. Nobody likes tote bags, and I just heard from Kelpie on the way up here, if you do not tie your tote bags in transportation, they may or may not open, and you're gonna be filtering stormwater along I-5. So we're gonna task Kelpie with driving up and down I-5 with tote bags. Thank you, Kelpie. So what you're seeing here is roughly about 1,200 to 1,400 cubic yards. Each one of those is 2 cubic yard tote bags, and they're double stacked ready for shipment. But having enough inventory room to be able to store that much inventory. And that's the problem that we are faced with, is that when the biochar is in high demand, that's when our power plant is not operating. So we have to build inventory in preparation for that. So at our current state right now, we have about 3,500 cubic yards on the ground, ready for trucking. But really the biggest challenge in biochar is, where are the markets? Where are the markets at? So industrial turf, here's an example of turf rescue product being applied in Arizona, and this is one of my favorite. This is right here in Portland, Oregon. It's a filter vessel was implemented at a recycling center. They saw a huge spike in E. coli in their stormwater. So we added in 17% rogue biochar, and the rest is a sand filter. It's been in operation now for 1.5 years, and it's still almost a non-detect on E. coli. So fantastic results we're finding on that as well. So one of the most interesting things, my favorite, is what we just heard from Debbie about the reforestation seedlings. One of the first trials that we ever conducted through the help of a few individuals to set up reforestation seedling, we added in 25% rogue biochar. That trial went very, very well for them, and they replaced vermiculite with that. Green Diamond Resource Company is one of our biggest clients in that arena now. They finally took their first full truckload. The nursery manager said, when I use 25% of this rogue biochar, the product works too well. He's in the business of growing trees, only roots, not the biomass above ground. So what he found was that the root growth is so explosive, and the redwood is such an aggressive form of a root, that it actually started boring into the housing of the styrofoam plugs, and he can't pull the trees out. So it's a wonderful story for the product. So he actually had to cut it back to 15%. Now he's going to see what the results are, and I'm going to be sending Debbie some of those trees at her request. So what about the future of the bioenergy community? Where do we go? So the Renewable Fuel Coalition was formed by the Biomass Power Association, American Biogas Council, and what we're finding is that 22.6 kilowatt hours of electricity produced from biomass is equivalent to 1 gallon of renewable fuel. Now, renewable fuel producers for years, since 2007, have been able to access RIN credits. So the EPA is now being sued by the RFS Coalition to include biomass into that, and that could be a game changer for our industry. It could be up to 1.5 to 4 cents a kilowatt hour. That could definitely up the ability for U.S. Forest Service to be able to procure more fuel, because there's now a market for it. You don't need a very good power purchase agreement to operate a power plant. So that's my presentation. I tried to stretch it out as much as I could now that Sean wasn't here, so I appreciate your time, and just wanted to say that Biomass One and Rogue Biochar are very proud supporters of the BPA, the International Biochar Initiative, and the USBI. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
We have time for one question before our next speaker comes up. Any burning question? Yeah.
So you mentioned the power purchase agreement comes up in 2026.
Right.
What do you guys get a kilowatt hour now, and what do you guys think you might get in 2026?
Well, currently our power purchase agreement is not at a very high rate. We have enough ability to source fuels at the right cost. We can make it work. I would like to share with you what that number is. If you wanted to contact me at a later date or catch me in the hallway, I'd be willing to discuss that. Now in the future, I would like to see that, and our owners and management would like to see that probably over 10 cents to 12 cents, somewhere in that range, maybe even more. because with the RFS coalition, with the E-RIN credits, it could be up to worth about $100 a megawatt hour increase.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, well, Jim Archuleta is getting mic'd up. Jim Archuleta is our next speaker, and when I first started working for the Forest Service, I came out from Syracuse, New York to start work in Missoula, Montana, and actually start work on the ground in Oregon. And I don't think I had ever heard the word biochar before Debbie and this man here indoctrinated me. And so we're really glad to have Jim Archuleta here. He's been operating, as many of you know, in this space for a very long time, and he's been doing it in a very aggressive, practitioner-oriented way. So he's going to share some things with us today, and glad to have you, Jim. Thanks.
Thanks, and I really appreciate you guys showing up. Boy, there's a lot of faces out there. Well, and just like Nate had said, I started off as a soil scientist with the outfit, and kind of did a little bit of side snake oil salesman, as my wife likes to call it, with biochar, and now I've actually jumped out of that and I've gone full snake oil salesman. So I'm now the regional biomass coordinator for Oregon and Washington. So when we're starting to think about what feedstocks that we want to start utilizing for this material, let's kind of look at the available material. So since we're in the Portland area, there may be some coffee grinds available. And what we want to think about is, let's say, the carbon to nitrogen ratio of that material. So when you, just off the internet, you know, this is 25 to 1, 25 carbons to 1 nitrogen. So the reason I bring this up is because the more carbon you have in your feedstock, the more charcoal you're going to end up with after the conversion. So in the forest, we tend to have a lot of fresh weeds, so there's an opportunity there with about 20 to 1 output. If you're on the farm and you're producing corn stalks, about 60 to 1. Okay, it's starting to get respectable. Straw or hay. A lot of people are doing that in China. That's the predominant source of biochar is actually straw. It's about 90 to 1. However, when we look at woody biomass, we have a considerable jump. And that's what we're interested in. And thank God the Forest Service has a little bit of wood on hand. So as we start now thinking about the forest, let's think about some of the management issues. When we talk about the, let me see, which one is that? Okay. So when we talk about the acreage, just in the Pacific Northwest, Oregon and Washington, we have approximately 24.5 million acres under federal management under the Forest Service. So of that, we have congressional reserves and other areas where we do passive management, where you're just kind of keeping the fire out. Then there's late serial reserve, which can have anywhere from passive to active management, which means that we may not do anything, or we may actually have a treatment where we could go in there and try to enhance the late serial reserve for the northern spotted owl or other indicator species. Then we also have administratively withdrawn areas. We can go in there and actively manage them. Riparian reserves, passive and active management. However, in riparian reserves, you have to actually have either a negative environmental effect or a beneficial environmental effect to do an active management treatment. So now when we get to what's called matrix lands, so of this 24 million, we have about 3.9 million that we have the least restrictive management opportunities. Ends up being about, well, not a lot. So just something to consider as we're thinking about where we're going to pull this material from. And I guess here's another little tidbit if we're going to be throwing tidbits out. In 2017,
half of the Forest Service discretionary funding, or half of its whole budget, was spent on wildfire suppression. Now, those of you who are in business, what would happen to your company if half of it just evaporated that year? It's not a very sustainable operation. And that's one of the reasons why the Forest Service is actually interested in this, doing this kind of work. Because it's not the big 24-inch diameter stuff that's causing the wildfire, the exploding wildfires. It tends to be the 100-hour fuels or less, or the 3-inch diameter material that somebody had talked about previously. So that was the first problem that we may want to consider on the landscape. Here's another one. So in the Columbia Basin, right now we have about 4 million acres of dry land farming that's taking place right now. So if we were to start looking at what Ratan Lau and some other folks are actually talking about with some landscape or some farm and agriculture management, some of these ag lands have lost approximately 50% of their inherent soil organic matter. Now, when we listen or are reminded of what Debbie was talking about as it relates to soil organic matter, that's going to influence moisture holding capacity and infiltration. So these are things that we want to consider, especially if we're thinking about this 25,000 gallons of water per acre. And if we take this information and this information and kind of back calculate, potentially some of these acres have lost 1 million gallons of water capacity. That's a lot. Now, Dr. Machado, who I've been working with out of Oregon State, actually has been doing some biochar applications, and we also funded some folks a little bit of grant money, and they've done some more applications this past week. But at a 5 tons to the acre application, they saw wow, I misspelled wheat. Go figure, huh? But they saw an increase in wheat yield, approximately 30%. It was anywhere from 26 to 33%, so I'm just throwing 30 up there. He also saw an increased benefit in pH to the soil, which in Eastern Oregon is a kind of a significant thing. They're actually, for the first time, having to consider potentially liming for the entirety of operations there for over 100 and some years. So this is a significant thing to them. They want to be able to try and get in front of this. So the potential here is that dryland farming could definitely benefit from this new or a return of its water and soil capacity. So that gives us 2 big problems. And when we're standing on the edge of a farm field, or we're standing on the edge of the forest, we may not be able to see a solution because we're not standing in the right place. So if we stand back at, let's say, at the ridge or at the river, we can see both of these problems are in context with each other. We haven't really taken that into account before, at least in my mind. So problem number 1 is we have this fuel load issue that's related to wildfire risk, and the forest can actually provide a ready feedstock for a source of charcoal. Secondly, we have this situation where the farms downslope are losing soil organic matter and its capacity for water and nutrient holding. Potentially we can apply this charcoal that we use from forest wildfire or forest risk reduction to feed that inherent soil, or to feed the loss of inherent soil organic matter. That potentially is our solution by taking these 2 problems and ending up with one common solution. Did I say I was marketing?
because this is really something that I think we need to start focusing on at a little or a larger scale. There hasn't been a lot of focus at this scale, and maybe some of the folks who are doing the life cycle analysis are going to start taking this into account, or already have, but never had, seen it or thought about it in these particular terms. So the other part of this solution is, let's say, let me find a couple. Yeah, so if we have, let's say, for example, and we're thinking about the landscape application of doing this work, and Howard Boyd, throw your hand up, Howard, he's at an energy site, he's at a fixed site, and his use radius is 3 chairs outside of him. And Dan McCullough is at the other site, throw your hand up, Dan, and he's got the same use radius. Well, there's about 7 chairs between them where we're not getting any utilization. And that's an issue from a landscape manager's perspective. So when we start thinking about that, how can we close that gap to get a greater utilization? We could start looking at essentially the forest to farms concept that I was just talking about, where we're taking material from the forest and applying it on the farm, giving us a higher opportunity to utilize that material. And we could have mill owners and loggers and maybe down the road forest fuel managers who make up that 7-chair gap. They could also be manufacturing this material. And while I did say this, I think it's the opportunity with the fuels managers that are going to give us that opportunity to give us the contiguous coverage. And this is the Forest Service and air burner version of the ROI opportunity at a smaller scale. What this offers is an air curtain burner at a smaller scale, can take in a piece of material approximately 12 foot long, has the same kind of outputs or the same kind of process, different outputs because it's at a different scale than the ROI unit. But it's something to think about. And we're currently in a cooperative research and development agreement with ABI right now to try and get this unit up and running. Hopefully we'll have it up and running. We're thinking about fall. We're hoping for fall. And I also would like to point out that there is other equipment. There is the ROI units and Oregon kilns that are also potentially filling the gap that we were talking about. So when you have the stationary sites and that gap between them, these folks can potentially help fill in that gap too. Oh, and just as the ROI unit has the essentially throughput processing, as it was mentioned earlier by Kelpie, air burners previously was only able to do batch systems or batch conversions. This is going to, the Forest Service CRADA is actually taking it to where it's going to be a throughput system. So you drop it in through the air curtain, and out the other end, charcoal is going to come out just like the ROI unit. And we anticipate these to be able to be pulled in by a 1-ton truck and have a skid steer to feed it, or your 20-person hand crew, whatever. We'll see. So here's the other set of photos that Debbie didn't show you from the Umpqua. So we actually did do some
other applications where we were trying to increase forage for big game. And you can see here a photo April 1st on the Umpqua National Forest. April 1st, of course, it snows on Fool's Day. But it gave us a real good example of how the plots laid in and how they looked. And we did this actually on a sandy pumice soil. So then I also have an example of no-till forest biochar treatments. So there was some mention about the hydrophobicity. You know, it doesn't have to be a problem. It can be your benefit. It could be utilized to your benefit. So when you see somebody like Kristen here putting out that's a good photo, isn't it? So this is Kristen McElligott, who's now, I believe, in Alabama, down there working on soils and forestry. So this is a 20 ton to the acre application, I believe, in light rain, and that was the next day, literally the next day. You can see a little bit of accumulations right there, but it had just already hydrated and followed the water into the soil. So depending upon how you apply this material, its particle size, the infiltration of the soil, there's a whole series of things to consider. You could potentially use hydrophobicity to your benefit and do this application without tillage. And this actually is the result that we got from the snowstorm. So this was done at a place called Fish Creek Desert. And I mentioned that the photo previously was April 1st. This was August the 10th, same year. We didn't plant any grass, we didn't plant any seeds, we just put the char out and kind of watched what happened. So what I want to point out is this grass plant and this grass plant are essentially the same species. However, when you look at this one, the stalk and the seed head is considerably coarser than this one. This one is actually dried and cured to the root collar. Now, I imagine there's a few fuels managers out there, maybe. Just think about it. So now we've actually increased the live fuel moisture in this material, in this vegetation, making it less burnable. So there's a forage enhancement for big game. There's potentially a wildland fuels risk reduction. And we've also taken down material that also reduce the wildland fire risk to make the char to create this condition. Overall, the implications for us is that we're going to increase the soil organic matter, giving us a greater increase in soil water potential. Once again, pointing out the NRCS claim that they have on the internet and various other sites. It just gives us something to shoot for. For wildlife and range, having this late season forage opportunity increases the habitat opportunities. Our wildlife biologist, that was actually the reason that I got into biochar. I fought to try and not do it for about 3 months, but he was pretty persistent, and he was right. But what he recognizes is the opportunity of having this material available for cow-calf pairs, getting better nutrient availability and better survivability into the winter. Timber. While we may not necessarily, timber and actually wildlife. So, and I point this out because potentially we could reduce the risk for burning up an area that's actually considered for in the timber matrix. And at the same time, we could increase the opportunity and forage and enhancement opportunities in our late soil reserve, which is set aside for wildlife and other species. And while this wasn't necessarily proven, they're not done growing yet. We only got 200 years to go. Yeah. And this also gives us an opportunity on the farm. So by increasing soil moisture, potentially, we're reducing the risk of crop failure. Something to consider if somebody's insuring a crop or two. So I just kind of threw this in here. This is also from that site. And one of the interesting things about it is we took these cores and ran a combination of just water through it, and that's the sediment that came out, and running charcoal in solution through it, and this is what came out. And ultimately what I did here was dry this material down and send the samples to Debbie so that she could weigh them in her lab and tell me how much charcoal we ended up with, and she didn't find a measurable difference between them. So apparently 99% of the material that we put through there, we're assuming is still in that upper foot or within the rooting zone of the planting material, so it didn't go below the profile. Just another kind of tidbit and point to bring up. So, oh yeah, well, that was the point that I just brought up. And once again, I should go through this more often. Oh, and then I actually have to give a little credit to Walking Point Farms and Howard Boyd. Throw your hand up again, Howard. So Howard actually paid for folks to coat seed. And these are some of the germination tests that we had done. So when you start looking at the control compared to the biochar coated seeds, you can see there's a little bit of difference in the root growth. So that's also something to consider, and that actually was done by Dr. Machado at OSU. And this is some of the initial work that they've done on the farm field, and that's where they came up with that 5 tons to the acre application based on this curve. So that's my story, and you got any questions?
You have, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. And if you have any questions for Jim, please grab him at the break. We're going to take a break in about 7 minutes. But before we do that, we have a couple folks to hear from in our exhibitor showcase. And so the first is Tom Miles. He's going to talk a little bit about the International Biochar Initiative.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Nate, for a great program. This has been terrific, and thank you all too for a great turnout. My name's Tom Miles. I'm fourth generation wood products in Oregon, and I'd like to see forests and wood products continue for several more generations. I
I'd like to introduce two organizations that just disappeared. One is the International Biochar Initiative. In 2006, a group of soil scientists got together at an international conference in Pennsylvania and created what, at that time, what was called the International Agrichar Initiative, with the idea of using biochar, which was kind of recently rediscovered, for the purpose of carbon sequestration. And the project was funded by Packard Foundation and other foundations for the next few years to come up with a protocol for using biochar for carbon sequestration. And it was initially called the International Agrichar Initiative. And so in 2006, when this happened, I created an internet listserv on the topic of terra preta, or biochar. Folks met in Australia in 2007, and an Australian company had trademarked Agrichar, and so they renamed it biochar with the idea of charcoal for use in the soil. And so we have two organizations. One is the International Biochar Initiative and U.S. Biochar Initiative. International Biochar Initiative was formally organized 2008. It's an international organization. It's a member-supported organization with professional business and organizations. Purely members, we basically live off of membership fees, individual, professional business, and so on. We put out monthly newsletters. We have a number of white papers put together by a science committee. We do webinars, study tours. I have the website, social media, education, and outreach, and you can find us at www.biocharinternational.org. In 2009, we organized the first U.S. or North American biochar conference in Colorado, University of Colorado, and some of you, Debbie and others, made presentations at that conference. We then decided that we needed a U.S.-focused organization, and so we created the U.S. Biochar Initiative. A couple of us on the board, there are about 12 board members. Kelpie Wilson, Kristen Tripp in the room here are on the USBI board, and we have support of people like Grant Sheave, Oregon Biochar Solutions, and others. Really appreciate the kind of support we get from State of Oregon, Marcus Kaufman, a lot of people here in the room. And the idea, we put out more occasional, we do conferences once every couple of years. This organization has been supported with some funding, a little bit of funding from the U.S. Forest Service. So some of the slides that Grant showed were generated by some funding from the Forest Service. They intend to, this is the wood utilization program that Jim Archuleta is involved in. We appreciate that support. We're helping the Forest Service kind of focus and come up with kind of a strategic plan for how we go forward in terms of developing biochar. So that's really all I had. Wanted to introduce myself and the organizations, and if you have any questions, please contact us.
Thanks, Tom. Almost to the break. One more brief presentation. We're going to hear from Sean, and I forgot. Oh, okay. Just Sean, I guess. Sorry, from Pyramid Fire Pits. Thanks. Sorry.
Yeah, so
I lost it. So we'll hear from Pyramid Fire Pits.
Yeah, so we're both named Sean, so it's easy. So you can just remember us here. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we came to be, and then Sean's going to share about why we came here. Find a spot for it. So we're actually, you're looking at the whole company of Pyramid Fire Pits right here. It's Sean and Sean combo. We're from Portland. We actually are running this thing out of our garage right now, but we founded in June 2018. Spent basically June through December in R&D, and then, you know, there was, we've got a website going, so you can check us out, pyramidfirepits.com. And then we decided, well, Sean made the idea that we'd go to the Home and Garden Show, so I'll let you take it from here.
So from there, met Jim Archuleta. He was interested in doing a biomass biochar solution, talking about the three-chair radius, trying to shorten that gap. Well, this was one of his ways that we're thinking about making that happen, is having a pit that is made out of steel. You can pack in, no tools required. You're still able to, that's gonna fall out. together easily, still make your biochar, which I am learning what that was. We both had no idea what biochar was coming to this. But simply 3 pieces, throw it together. And then essentially these holes would be gone. And then you're able to load your materials and debris in there and make biochar. So it's kind of our solution that we're working with to help provide and eliminate flash fuels and things of that nature on a public level. A lot of your guys' ideas are huge and massive and awesome, and it's tons of numbers, and my mind is blown. So I had no idea that was all going on, but it is. And for the normal, myself anyway, and learning, hopefully this helps us not only reduce all the flash fuels and things on a smaller scale and still be able to amend the soils and things.
Yeah, so we can't answer like how much char how well it produces because we don't know. So we're here just learning, but we're happy to meet all you guys. And if you have ideas in which we could potentially customize this, we're pretty small, so we can change pretty quickly. So we're here in Portland. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sean and Sean from Pyramid Fire Pits. Thank you all. Any announcements, Richard? Nope, no announcements. So we'll go right into a break, and please be back in your seats, ready to go at 2:45 for Tom DeLuca's presentation. 2:45. So those of you online, please join us back here after the break at 2:45. Thank you. Please take your seats.
Hey, 30 seconds. We're going to start up again. 30 seconds.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being punctual. And welcome back, everybody joining us online. Our next speaker. Yes, please. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure which one.
That one works, okay.
Our next speaker is Tom DeLuca, who's been involved in this research from a soil scientist perspective for a long time. And in Missoula, Montana, we recently had him join us on the campus of the University of Montana as the new dean of the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. So we're glad to have you in Missoula now.
Yeah.
And so Tom's going to talk about his work and soil carbon with biochar.
Great. I don't
Natural carbon.
I just need the.
Oh, you have that.
The operator is behind schedule here. Do you want a pantomime or anything?
Okay. Right above the green square. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. New. I'll mention it says DeLuca new because I never have my talks prepared a week in advance. I prepare them like the last 3 minutes beforehand. So if you saw me working at my computer, I was probably working on my talk. So some of the slides that are in the booklet that you got today are going to be different than the ones that are on today. So sorry about that, but I really wasn't ready to send it in. And but let me first start off by saying I'm going to shift gears now. We're going to talk a little bit about actually fire on the ground in wildfire and prescribed fire and how much charcoal is generated from that. And can we do a job of getting some of this charcoal back into these soils that using prescribed fire. And I want to acknowledge my co-author here, Si Gao, and who worked with me on the meta-analysis, which I'll present a little while later. And she works with me on biochar and soil biochemical properties of biochar. Okay, we all know fire is a fundamental part of our forest ecosystems. All ecosystems, all biomass has the potential to burn, and it does at one point or another. Even hemlock forests burn at some point, maybe once every 300 or 500 years, but they do burn. But in western Montana or in eastern Oregon, Washington, fire frequencies have been very high in the past, and that maintained lower fuel loading, and that generated charcoal. Over the last 120 years or so, we've been conducting active fire suppression, and that has partially led to change in the ecosystem function with much higher, both structure and function with much higher densities of the forest, but also a completely different biogeochemical cycle as well. But we also have to take into account prior stand management. It's not simply a function of fire suppression. Past management on these forests, low elevation forests throughout Montana, increased stand density, and we can demonstrate that through various studies. It's not simply a matter of fire suppression. And then this has also modified the fire behavior on these forest ecosystems, generally increasing fire severity and the size of the fires that are burning as also a function of changing climate. But today we're going to talk about pyrogenic carbon generation. And so I'm going to call it pyrogenic carbon. That's just a more scientific way of talking about charcoal, because there's no coal in charcoal, right? So we want to get away from that term, and that's why biochar moved away from the term coal as well. They didn't want the relationship between people to make the wrong relationship between coal and charcoal. So carbon storage in these forest ecosystems. Okay, as I said, the fire exclusion has partially led to increased forest density, but importantly, it's also a function of prior harvest. This is from studies that we conducted in wilderness landscapes that are bordering areas that, we also did studies bordering areas that were managed, but this is all in wilderness landscapes for sites that had multiple fires or no fire. So these are stands that had no fire over the past 120 years and stands that had 2 or more fires during that same period. And this is ponderosa pine, Douglas fir, grand fir, and gray, and then total and density on the vertical axis. And you see that the density is just significantly greater in those stands that did not have fire. If we compared this with logged versus unlogged, which I said we had those studies as well, and you'd see that the logged stands, the previously entered stands, actually have the highest density of the, compared to unlogged, unburned, or unlogged and burned. So old growth fire suppressed stands tend to have much, of course they have large trees, and those large trees store a lot more carbon than little trees. And people talk a lot about how fast growing timber generates a lot of carbon, which it does, but these old trees are still putting on carbon way up high as well, and they store a whole lot more carbon. And these fire suppressed second growth stands also have much greater susceptibility to stand replacing fires and high severity, high temperature fires. Thinning those stands can increase the carbon per unit tree, but does not have an effect on increasing the carbon in the whole ecosystem carbon. This just shows with different treatments of reducing the density of the stand from 1,600 trees per acre down to 400, and the increase in the carbon per tree in that from 1, 2, or 4 thinning entries. And so I think I'm going to skip this slide. Well, this is a study that came out in Nature a couple of years ago, just showing that recurrent fire would actually reduce soil carbon, but then they also showed that these needle leaf trees actually had a significant increase in carbon, but the number of stands that they studied for the needle leaf trees was very small, and so this study tends to be a bit misleading. But it got a lot of airtime because it was in Nature, and people are talking about how fire reduces ecosystem carbon. But if you look at this other study by Nave from 2011, which is a meta-analysis, where the big drop is coming in terms of soil carbon is loss of carbon from the O horizon, or the forest floor, as opposed to the mineral soil. Here is the open circles are concentration, the closed circles are total carbon storage, and you can see that across all these 70 different studies, there's no change in mineral soil carbon with fire, as opposed to with forest floor, there's a very significant decrease in the up to averaging about a 50% decrease in forest floor carbon. Okay, this is all background information. We're getting to the pyrogenic carbon. So pyrogenic carbon, or charcoal, is a legacy of every fire event. We are always leaving some behind, and we don't think we are, like when we have a grassland fire. You go and look at it afterwards and you see some white ash, but you really see very little charcoal. And a couple of days after a prairie fire, you can't find it because the surface soils are black and the charcoal just blends in. But when Schemstead did his global survey of charcoal in soils, you'll notice that the soils from Iowa prairie sites, which were agricultural soils now, 40% of the carbon was pyrogenic carbon. So that was a product of millennia or centuries of fires, high frequency, low severity fires, generating that really fine fraction of pyrogenic carbon or charcoal in those systems. And that accumulates carbon over time, and we want to keep that in mind as we go through this talk. So when we have a fire, basically what we get is a fast track to passive carbon. When we have humus form in the soil environment from the slow decomposition of carbon, it's a tortuous, slow process to go from litter, from plant litter, to that black humic material that's really, really stable. Well, charcoal is an instantaneous formation of passive carbon. You bypass all this part of the decomposition cycle, and you just stick passive carbon into the system. The problem is that a bunch of it remains on the surface and doesn't necessarily get mixed into that mineral soil. So we'll come back to that in just a moment. So this is a nice schematic. Here's our fire and the emissions associated with fire. Here's the pre-fire vegetation. The fire consumes a certain amount of this carbon. It goes off in emissions. We then have a certain amount of pyrogenic carbon formed. And you notice what this is showing is that this is a very, very stable material, only decomposing very slowly, as opposed to wood, which would have decomposed in a very short period of time. And then you slowly rebuild that carbon pool associated with the overstory as well. This is a little schematic from Santine from a couple years back. Okay, so is pyrogenic carbon a significant part of ecosystem carbon? And this is a question that's been asked over and over. People have gone and tried to quantify the amount of carbon that is pyrogenic carbon in the ecosystem, both by just looking at how much is in the soil, as well as trying to quantify how much is generated from a fire event, from the amount of biomass burned, and how much of that is converted to pyrogenic carbon. And in this study by Santine et al., in a boreal fire where they had a very closely evaluated the pre-fire biomass and post-fire biomass, they were able to determine that about 4.8 megagrams of pyrogenic carbon were generated per hectare, and at about 27% of the carbon in the ecosystem. And that it would scale up to, if we accounted for all of the charcoal being generated in fires, they were estimating anywhere from 115 to almost 400 teragrams of pyrogenic carbon per year. So quite a significant contribution of a very stable form of carbon to total global ecosystem carbon. The question is, where does that pyrogenic carbon go? And so this same group did this nice example of charcoal movement or pyrogenic carbon movement. Here's this on-site production of their 115 to 400 teragrams of carbon, pyrogenic carbon being generated annually. And they're suggesting that a portion stays on site in the soil, some runs off and is deposited in lakes, which we know because we use it as a means in paleoecology of dating different eras. We can find charcoal from thousands of years ago that are in the lake sediments. It also winds up in marine environments, both via soot emissions and deposition, as well as just runoff. And they quantify where all these components are. And they're suggesting that globally, there's about somewhere around 100 to 200 petagrams of carbon stored in soils, and there's another 400 to 1,400 petagrams of carbon stored in the marine sediments. Just to put this in perspective, annually we burn about 7 to 10 petagrams of carbon as fossil fuels. okay, just to put that value into perspective. In terms of what's the pyrogenic conversion rate versus temperature, and this is interesting because prescribed fire events are generally relatively low temperature, high moisture events compared to wildfire events, which occur during dry conditions and tend to be higher temperature, higher severity events. And, but as we see here from this study, increased temperatures yield a greater mass loss of the biomass being converted to charcoal. So in other words, the lower temperatures, far less conversion of the biomass versus higher temperature, higher percent conversion. And in terms of what this scales up to then in terms of global pyrogenic carbon generation, this is based on this recent study by Wee et al. That suggests they used these global fire emission database and then a terrestrial ecosystem model to determine amounts of fire that were occurring across the landscape. This is the global fire emission database. This is the modeled, and they came up with completely different estimates of total pyrogenic carbon, but they used a Monte Carlo simulation to take this CO2 to pyrogenic carbon ratio and then scale that up to here's how much pyrogenic carbon is being generated on an annual basis. And they came up with about 153 teragrams of pyrogenic carbon per year. So teragram is 10 to the 12th grams, petagram, 10 to the, that's not going to mean anything to you. It's a lot of carbon, okay? And another high impact value here is that they're suggesting that this is about 0.5% of total net ecosystem productivity that goes into pyrogenic carbon. So every year we're producing, with fire, we're producing this significant amount of carbon that's being stored. And people like to point to fires and saying they're generating this enormous amount of emissions, and they contrast it with fossil fuel combustion, and it's just not a fair comparison. Number one, the fossil fuel combustion is carbon that would never burn if we didn't drill it and pump it and burn it, or drill it or mine it and burn it. Whereas this is all recently fixed carbon. The majority of what burns in a forest is needles, twigs, forest floor. Okay, that was just fixed in the last few years, and and that's what's going up. We really have to put those things in context. And a significant chunk of that is being formed into this recalcitrant carbon that then gets stored in the ecosystem. Okay, so how much is stored with fire in the Northern Rockies? So this is just some empiric data that we collected from some different studies, going back to our wilderness study sites, which were a bunch of these clustered sites that had 0, 1, 2, or 3 wildfires in the last 120 years. And we looked at total pyrogenic carbon accumulation. And then also we took this fire surrogate study, which was replicated thin and burn and thin and no burn in a control with no treatment, and looked at pyrogenic carbon generation. And then I'll finish with a meta-analysis of existing studies. And a meta-analysis is simply where we take every paper that we can find published on that topic, and we take the numbers and we crunch them into averages and ranges. Okay, so here we have the pyrogenic carbon in the O horizon from these wildfire events, 0 to 3 fires. This is no fire, and these are the multi-burn sites. You see that we're accumulating a bunch of pyrogenic carbon in the O horizon. So even though the total carbon in the O horizon is decreased because we consume it in the fire, we're leaving behind 500 kilograms of charcoal or pyrogenic carbon per hectare as charcoal. And then this is in the mineral soil. You'll notice I just wore out the battery on your pointer. Yeah, that's it. But you'll notice the mineral soil, there's no difference. That's because number one, it takes a while for the charcoal to get into the mineral soil. It has to be mixed in, and it's protected from fires on a year-to-year basis. You have to have a really high severity fire for the carbon to be consumed from the mineral soil.
Okay, so here's a new one.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, I've got to hurry up because I'm down to 2 minutes here. So here's our restoration harvest with the thinning and burning, and burn without thinning. And we have here the kilograms per hectare of pyrogenic carbon. And we see that the only significant effect is the thin and burn. And this is in the O horizon. And again, in this case, we had 2,500 kilos of pyrogenic carbon in the O horizon. And here in the mineral soil, no significant differences. If we look at the percent conversion, this is as pyrogenic carbon in this prescribed fire with thin and burn. We had an 8% conversion of the fuel consumed, and 3% in the prescribed fire and burn alone. So if we look at this as a relationship, with greater fuel consumption, we had greater charcoal production, but this is really, this is just for these prescribed fires. If we did this with wildfires, the figure would look quite a bit different. We just have to keep moving along here. Let's see. Charcoal generation here from our meta-analysis of it's actually a total of 14 papers, 36 sites total. Here, megagrams of pyrogenic carbon per hectare. And we see that the prescribed fires are generating 1.6 megagrams of carbon per hectare on the average, and the wildfires generating about 2.3 megagrams per hectare. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this. It just shows that recurrent fire generates charcoal over time, that if we have multiple prescribed fires, we'd slowly accumulate a significant chunk of a larger amount of pyrogenic carbon than 2 crown fires in that period. And we can talk about that if there's time for questions. To summarize, fire emits carbon but also generates pyrogenic carbon, and restoration with thinning generates something around 1.5 megagrams of pyrogenic carbon per hectare, and wildfire about 2 to 3 megagrams of pyrogenic carbon per hectare. A megagram is a ton or 1,000 kilograms. Recurrent fire, less pyrogenic carbon per fire than a single hot fire, but generates more pyrogenic carbon over time. And with that, I will see if there's any time for questions. Thank you. I needed 45 minutes as well, Tom. Darn it.
We can take a question. Question for Tom on pyrogenic carbon. Well, if you think of it, I think we'll have some time at the end of this round of speakers for some questions, because at this point we don't have a exhibitor showcase, so I think we're still on time.
Let's set the mic up.
Our next, while these guys are switching the mic out, I'll just you lost your chance, Tom. So yeah, we'll have a chance for a little open discussion here in a few minutes. So,
perfect.
So Marcus Kaufman from Oregon Department of Forestry is next, and is going to talk about kind of shift gears and talk a little bit about economics and development. And very glad to have you here, Marcus. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. I know it's late in the day, and you've been subject to a lot of charts and graphs. So I have no charts and graphs, and there's a bit of a change up. So what I would what was in the program is not what I'm going to talk about. So what I'm going to talk about is biomass and carbon, and particularly kind of trace that through the business community and talk about the instances where carbon is a driver of these new businesses that are appearing on the landscape. So stuff we already know, forests and carbon. That forests, woodlands, and harvested wood products represent the largest carbon sink in the US, right? And that collectively offsets about 11% of the annual emissions in the US. And the important thing to remember is if we want to use forests as a climate change mitigation strategy, we have to go beyond the baseline, right? So that's just kind of our general thinking. And most of the strategies that people think about for use of forests as a climate mitigation strategy, they involve growing more forests, right? That's kind of what people think about. We got to plant trees everywhere. We got to maintain the carbon sink that we have. But in reality, all of those things are important, and what we do with the leftover biomass and what we do with harvested wood products also count as a carbon mitigation strategy. They're not recognized in the carbon protocols, but they're recognized in policy, and policy is driving different business models. And so I'll walk through a few of those. So the transition is already underway. My contention is that we're kind of in between, right? Carbon is the new sheriff in town, but the old rules still apply, right? The old rules about how you have to put a business together still apply. And we've heard a lot about biochar today, but nobody's getting paid for carbon for making biochar, right? There is no price on carbon for biochar, even though it sequesters a significant amount for thousands of years, right? But that transition is happening. So I'll walk through biochar. I won't really touch much on biochar since we've heard so much about it today. I'll talk about torrefied wood, biojet, and mass timber. And I'll close with mass timber because I think there's a pretty significant movement happening around mass timber that could provide some coattails for folks in the biomass world. So how did we get biomass energy being in the renewable portfolio standard in 31 states, right? When we think about why is biomass 1 there? Why do they have a 30 megawatt power plant with a power purchase agreement? They have that because the state was interested in having that sustainable source of energy in the portfolio. That value proposition no longer holds, right? He said they're getting paid less than 10 cents. Well, the going rate for power compared to natural gas, 2.4 cents a kilowatt hour, right? So you can't compete with natural gas, you can't compete with wind, you can't compete with solar. So what's the point of biomass energy? Right? So that value proposition has completely faded around the country. It's not just here in Oregon, it's around the country. So the new reality is low carbon energy. I gave this talk last week to the general public, so I have to make sure that everybody knows what we're talking about, but someone's going to say, you're cutting old growth for biomass. I'm like, no, we're not cutting old growth for biomass, don't worry. All right, so here's a quick list, and this, by the way, these are Matt King's hands in that picture. Remember that, Matt? Yeah. Yeah, it's become trite. I've taken too many pictures of too many people's hands holding something like this now. So I was like, all right, I have to come up with new pictures. All right, so let's walk through a couple of these. This clicker seems to be. All right, so Kelpie and other folks are going to get quickly into a lot more detail on biochar, but I just wanted to talk about what I learned from these Oregon kilns. And essentially, you load the thing full of wood, Come on, clicker. You let it cook for a little while, and then you quench it. There you quench it. And then eventually you got biochar, right? It takes a little while, but while you wait, you can cook your hot dogs. All right, yeah, you can cook your hot dogs. And if you want to go a little faster, you can use the ROI equipment, right? And if you hook the little conveyor belt up to it, it's like biochar from heaven. Oh, come on. There you go. He's a happy camper. Yeah, exactly. So how is biochar showing up in some of these businesses? Well, we heard about cannabis. We heard about, I mean, you might be familiar with Rexius down in Eugene. They make biochar. They blend it into soil and they give it out they sell it to cannabis growers. So the cannabis market is solid. Well, these folks here at Integrated Biomass Resources with Jesse and David Schmidt, they have an integrated operation, and they're essentially taking their existing boiler and retuning it with the help of Tom Miles so that it will produce biochar. And they have an integrated operation. I think someone called it the enclave earlier, but it's essentially taking a high-value approach to a low-value feedstock, right? So they're already making all of these products, bundled firewood, post and poles, pulp and paper chips, short saw logs. And their new product that they're going to be making is a soil amendment with biochar. And they're going to put their biomass from the post and pole operation and the overs and put that into the boiler and make a little bit of biochar and blend it in with soil. The important thing to note about this is they have an existing customer that is asking for that product, right? So they sell bundled firewood to retailers, and that retailer is asking for biochar. So biochar demand is bubbling up from the customers, right? And you have the manufacturers who are responding to that. But it's not driven by carbon. They're not getting paid anything for the carbon part, at least not yet. And the two gentlemen in the checkered blue shirts here both are very familiar with that business, so if you have any real tough questions, you can ask them. So the next low carbon product is export pellets and torrefied wood. So everyone's probably familiar with domestic pellets for residential, right? So we're talking about pellets on steroids that you would co-fire with coal to reduce the carbon footprint, right? So that business hasn't really hit hold on the West Coast yet, but in the rest of the United States, in the southeast of the United States, we have 32 facilities that are making export pellets and shipping them to Europe to the tune of about 10 million tons a year. And that is all about carbon. So that massive growth in that industry has been because those European countries said, we want to lower our carbon footprint and we want to extend the life of our coal-fired power plant facilities so that we don't dramatically spike energy costs to our customers. Right? That's what that play is all about. Let's maintain that infrastructure, but let's lower the carbon footprint by changing the fuel. And we do it, and they're doing it in the southeast United States because you have a largely private land base that can be quickly contracted and you maintain high standards. So that demand is now starting to show up on the West Coast, driven by Asia. And it's not as mature by any shape as Europe, but it's starting to happen. So we have a feed-in tariff policy in Japan, and we have a renewable portfolio standard in Korea, South Korea. When I first started at this job 8 years ago with Department of Forestry, I had at least 6 different biomass power plants that were looking to locate in Oregon. 5 years ago, that was the last one. I haven't heard another one since. There's no development in that arena. And now every year I get 2 or 3 different developments that are scoping around and poking and looking for feedstock to locate a facility on the West Coast to make export pellets and sell into Japan or South Korea, both for torrefied wood and for whitewood pellets. But there's some challenges in that market still. And first is, Canada is currently shipping out of Prince Rupert to Japan, and we face competition from palm kernel shells And for South Korea, they face competition also from palm kernel shells and from Vietnam. So what happens in that part of the world is much like Europe, is that they're using their wood basket supplies within their region. And when Europe exhausted its wood basket supplies, that's when they look to the rest of the world. And that's exactly what Asia is doing. So as we see them exhaust their supplies, not completely, but in terms of wanting to have a higher standard and more volume, that's when it's going to be competitive for the West Coast of the United States to step in and build these facilities. And the thing that we're going to have to be paying attention to is both the feedstock side as well as the economic development, right? Port facilities, those require storage and infrastructure. And that's not generally the domain of our natural resource agencies, right? That's the domain of our economic development partners. But there's a good opportunity there for us to say, hey, we have the feedstock, and it could meet your needs, but we need to work on the port facilities. All right, so how much of that business is happening in Oregon? So the first torrefaction facility is being built in John Day, which is in central eastern Oregon. And it's mostly being financed by the U.S. Endowment for Forestry and Communities, which comes from the softwood lumber agreement. And it's about a $15.5 million build, 18 to 20 employees. They'll make 100,000 tons of finished product. And they intend to co-fire with coal. And it says they have customers in Japan, but the reality is they are seeking customers in Japan and Korea. And so they're taking a significant amount of risk on this. And the reason why they're pushing torrefied wood is that it's higher energy density, it's hydrophobic, and you can combust it immediately in a power plant with coal without any modifications to the conveyance equipment in that facility. Whereas if you want to do that with a whitewood pellet, you have to make certain modifications. The difference is that the whitewood pellets are cheaper. The torrefied wood is much more expensive, right? So how is this all going to play out? Nobody really knows. I look at the 32 plants that are currently operating out of the southeast of the United States, and I look and I say, storage facilities are cheap, right? So I'm not really all that concerned if you're making a whitewood pellet and it's going to get damaged by the rain. You just build a big storage facility, keep it out of the rain. But these folks are taking a different tact. And so we'll see. Both of those two products are kind of playing out at the same time. So this is what the export pellet stuff would look like. We wouldn't be making it out of sawdust and planer shavings. We'd be making it out of small diameter roundwood. And we need some big sizable orbs on the coast to hold the stuff. All right, so turning quickly to Biojet. So this is a picture of the groundbreaking ceremony at Red Rock Biofuels in Lakeview, Oregon, which is cow country. More cows than people. So this is our man, Jeff Mandernock, talking about the 7-year journey it took them to get this facility to break ground. And he was explaining some quote in Latin about how you only go around once and the trajectory that you set is not confined to the pathway and it seeks the highest. And the ranchers were just kind of looking at him like, what? But I think he's going to get the last laugh because this is what's up at that site now. These are the storage tanks, right? They're building. It's a $200 million build. And they've already got their products sold to FedEx and Southwest Airlines. And they're going to be making renewable jet fuel, biojet, renewable diesel, and naphtha. And this is where the policy part comes in. So the EPA already has a program in place, the Renewable Identification Number, that if you're making fuel which meets a standard where it has at least 60% lower carbon intensity than the traditional fossil fuel, you qualify for the Renewable Identification Number. And the same type of policy is in place with the export pellets that we talked about in Europe, but the standard is 80%. So those are carbon-driven standards that are already out there. In Oregon, we also have the low carbon fuel standard, which is another kind of adder in from the state. So you have both the state and the feds working together. The policy problem with all of this, and I'm not sure anybody has mentioned it yet, that federal fiber is excluded from the RIN. So if they're surrounded by federal land, if they take material off of federal land and they put it into their facility, they can't get the RIN. And the RIN is worth as much as the gallon of renewable fuel. So it's not all bad, because these folks, if they are proven to be successful, they're going to take a run at that policy, because they know for the efficacy of their business model and what the federal forest land needs, they need to be able to access that material. But until their facility is up and running, they're not going to have the bandwidth, nor will they actually have the political clout to take a run at this. So we'll see more on this in the future. All right, there's just a big pile of slash. There's plenty of material available in that part of the world. So turning next to mass timber, how many of you know what mass timber is? All right, you all pass. For those of you that don't know what mass timber is, essentially it's a building system that allows for multi-story buildings to be made out of wood, right? And it's a series of component parts, glue-lam beams, mass timber beams. We've seen this explosion of mass timber buildings in the Northwest. And Oregon has been a part of that. So these are some of the manufacturing sites across the country that are producing mass timber. We've got D.R. Johnson in Oregon, Freres, mass plywood panels, also in Oregon. Got a couple of facilities in Washington, Colville, and so Vaughan Timber and Katera in Spokane and Colville, and then a facility in Columbia Falls, Montana. So we've seen this explosion of growth in mass timber, and that has been accompanied by an explosion of growth of mass timber buildings. So that number has doubled in the last couple of years. So we're now up to 70 mass timber buildings, 2.8 million square feet of space, right? So it's really catching on. They've figured out the seismic part, they've figured out the fire part, they've figured out the engineering, and most recently they've figured out the code. So Oregon's prescriptive code now allows you to build up to 18 stories with wood, right? So you can build an 18-story skyscraper as long as you meet these code specifications, right? So that is really gaining a lot of traction. So I'll just walk through some of these pictures of these beautiful wood buildings. They're all nice and open and airy and modern. They're, in a way, addressing the kind of nature deficit that a lot of people have mentioned. You know, like you look around this building, beautiful wood beams, right? It reminds you of the magic of trees, right? Making solid wood out of air and water and nutrients, right? That's magic. And you can be a part of that. You can have that in your building. It's the greatest draw for bringing in talent and employees. So there's just a few more of these lovely buildings. This is the Framework building in downtown Portland. So this is the press. So these are the finished panels after they come through the press, and then they go through a CNC routing machine. This is mass plywood. So these folks at Freres Lumber, they have a plywood plant, and they decided that it would be much more efficient to make mass plywood than to make mass timber, because mass timber you take a 2x6 and a 2x8, right? These guys said, well, we can do it with veneer. So we'll put veneer layers together, build them up to 2 feet thick, and make those into panels and run it through the CNC machine. So there's their press. And they brought this product to market, and they built the whole thing, and they're off and going great guns. So these buildings have kind of captured people's imagination, right? And they've made it enough of a dent that they've actually hit the kind of cultural paradigm people, right? The folks who kind of say what's popular and what's cool, and that's the tech industry, right? So the tech industry at the Mass Timber Conference had been there for a couple of years, right? So I go to the Mass Timber Conference every year as the event photographer, and I learned that Facebook had been there, Microsoft had been there, Apple, Google, they'd all been there. In the previous years, none of them had their employees sign up under their company name. So it was like, I'm Joe Schmo. Which company are you with? Oh, I'm just Joe Schmo. But really, I'm Joe Schmo with Facebook. And prior to this year, 2 months ago, they didn't want anybody to know that they were there under their company names, right? Because they were all getting ready to make these announcements about their company headquarters, right? Because when tech does something, they keep it under wraps until they're ready to like go big, right? So this is Ted Wheeler, Mayor of Portland, at the conference. It's giving me the flashing end sign, so I'm going to wrap this up. This is the head of building and architecture for Adidas, who announced their new world headquarters in Portland to be made out of mass timber. This is Kareem, I can't remember Kareem's last name. Anyways, he's with Sidewalk Labs. And Sidewalk Labs is owned by Google. They're an Alphabet company. And they're planning a 3.2 million square foot building in Toronto. I'm just having a hard time with that. Come on, thing. 3.2 million square feet built out of mass timber, right? They said they're going to have to build 3 sawmills just to source the thing. So what we're seeing is this integration of high tech and mass timber, right? And then this is Michelle Kaufman, no relation, and she's the head of architecture and innovation for Google. And Google has announced that their new UK headquarters is going to be built out of mass timber, as well as Microsoft announced that their new headquarters is going to be built out of mass timber, and Facebook is going to build a bunch of their data centers out of mass timber. So how does mass timber relate to all these things? It relates because all of these companies have a sustainability checklist, right? And on that checklist is renewable, sustainable, low carbon, low VOC, right? It checks all the boxes for them. But the reality is that wood is cool, and these people know that. It's having like a cultural moment. But we don't see the same thing for biochar. We don't see the same thing for biomass. But I think there's a bridge there. I think there's an opportunity for us to say, hey, you're paying attention to forests. Let's pay attention to the whole forest. Let's pay attention to all these things. Let's pay attention to the broader health of these forests and to these rural communities. I think there's an opportunity for us to grab a little bit of those coattails and see where we might be able to push this transition to a low carbon lifestyle, push it even further. So, thank you for your time. Sorry I went over.
Thanks very much, Marcus. I'll just ask you to hold your questions for Marcus until the end of this session to make sure we give the next couple of speakers some time, and then we'll have all the speakers up from this session at the end if we have some time to for some more questions. So our next speaker, well, he's putting the mic on. So Darren McAvoy from Utah State University has been for a long time one of the go-to people for mobile pyrolysis operations, and especially mobile pyrolysis operations in kind of difficult operating environments. So difficult operating environments, kind of forward deployments of these systems, and difficult feedstocks. So thanks for being here, Darren.
Thanks for having me, Nate, and thanks for the introduction. I'm Darren McAvoy. I'm an extension forester from Utah State University. I represent and chair and co-founded the Utah Biomass Resources Group in 2010. And like almost everybody else here, I couldn't do anything without partners. I don't do very much work myself. I just coordinate things. Everybody else does the work. And Southern Rockies Fire Science Network, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and others. In Utah, pinyon juniper, or what we call PJ, is an important part of my program, mostly because I'm funded by the BLM and they have so much of it. It's an expanding resource. By some measures, there's 10 times what there was at European settlement. But at the same time, it's important to recognize what persistent PJ is on the landscape, and there's places where it should stay. Recently saw an influential document sort of pushing back against all the PJ management going on in our area. And so PJ covers 50 million acres of this portion of the West, about 10 million acres in Utah. And if you took the whole West as a great big picture, some estimates are as much as 100 million acres. And of course, lots of beetle kill, no shortage of biomass in any of our western states. And our goal through all this is to reduce hazardous fuels, of course. And me, a long background in firefighting, so firefighter safety is really important to me personally. And what we're looking for, in some senses, is an alternative to traditional pile burning. This is some piles that I burned in Vermejo Ranch, Ted Turner's biggest ranch in northern New Mexico this last fall. These piles sat for 6 years before they got clearance to be able to burn them. So a lot of this carbon is just sitting on the landscape, not going anywhere. This is a problem. And it's been mentioned earlier, not all pile burning is a problem, but when you have a machine compacting the piles, that makes it much more dense, and that tends to burn the soil underneath. And that is a problem. Some of the piles that I burned, I was on the Flathead Hotshot crew back in the 80s, and the piles I may have burned, Deb Dumrose has been watching, as she mentioned, for the last 50 years almost, and the ground beneath them isn't getting that much better. So we're looking for new ways of doing business. And the PJ resource in particular is super diffuse. It's only 6 tons per acre. There's lots of logging jobs I've done where I've left that much slash after harvest. And wood in general is just air and water. You can't afford to haul it anywhere. So in Utah in particular, we're looking for a mobile response to this problem. We've researched lots of different equipment, bio balers and chip forwarders and lots of different things for harvesting this material out in the woods, and we continue to work on that. But mostly we're focused more on how to use this material. And we got started off down this road with this machine called the Dragon Wagon. It's a mobile pyrolysis. It's an All-Power Labs GEC that's inside of it. Produces enough power to power about 2 homes. So this is gasification. So we're cooking the wood in the absence of oxygen at super high temperatures, up to about 800 degrees Celsius. It pretty much all just forms into a gas. It's very similar to propane. We clean it up. This is just a generator. I bought a propane generator I bought at the local Lowe's, and this is what we use to make the power with. And so it's not very high tech, really. And so we could power 2 homes or the world's first rock wood-fired concert, to my knowledge. I was calling it Utah's first, but I'm starting to expand that and see if anybody pushes back. I don't know of any others. And so we had the Muddy Boots Band play on Main Street in Beaver, Utah for about 100 people as part of our 3rd annual biomass field days. And while we were working on that, we got a lot of help from this company called Amaron Energy. And we were over in the corner working on our gasification machine, but in the center of their shop was this machine bolted to the floor. This is a pyrolysis machine. So the heart of the machine inside of here is a 7-inch diameter stainless steel tube. It's about 7 foot long. It's constantly turning, and it's superheated and insulated with this jacket from the outside, and we cook the wood in the absence of oxygen at lower temperatures than gasification, in the 400 to 600 degree radius, again in the absence of oxygen. We're not technically burning the wood here. This is thermochemical decomposition of the wood. We're separating it by fire. And a big part of those pyrolysis machines, they make bio-oil, and that was the focus at the time. This was 2012, 2013, 2014, and the price of oil was quite high then, and we did pretty well with our oil. But I'll talk more about this in the future, but this was the main focus at the time. One of the things I thought we could just change the whole world with immediately is making plastics from this oil. This plastic was made from a different pyrolysis machine that's owned by my partner Forest Agbavor on USU campus, and this is an epoxy Novolac resin. So we can make plastics out of this oil that are durable or recyclable, any kind of plastic that you'd like. And 25% of the material that comes out of that machine is syngas, same as what we're making out of the gasification machine. In this instance, we can use it to make the machine almost self-propelling over time. And 25% comes out as biochar. At the time, in 2012, biochar for us was a byproduct, was not our focus. And so I thought that was great, but as I mentioned, I was looking for a mobile resource. So we took about $15,000 of Forest Service money, same with BLM, a whole bunch of Amaron's money. We made this mobile. We mounted that machine inside of this trailer, and we started to do demonstrations around the state. And then we got invited up here to Washington in 2014, and we competed in a mobile pyrolysis cook-off hosted by the DNR here. And we were really happy to go home with the winning prize. We made a better production of biochar and higher quality char than our competitors at this event. And this led to other demos and other projects. One of the bigger things it led to was a scale-up. We got a Sun grant for $500,000 in 2014 to scale this up. This original machine could handle about 1/2 ton per day of input of wood. And the machine that we built here that you're seeing, the heart of this reactor can handle about a semi-load or 25 tons per day, 25 tons per day. And so this is a 24-inch diameter stainless steel tube that's about 15 feet long. It's mounted inside of this unit that's inside of this trailer. Again, superheated, an insulated jacket on the outside. That tube is at a 1-degree tilt, so the biomass moves through it. It's under constant rotation. And talking to Amaron Energy this week, they had a little breakthrough, or a big breakthrough, and they're able to run this machine now with just one person, 24 hours a day. And with this, it's precise controls. We can make designer biochars that people have talked about. Ideally, in the future in this field, we talk about wanting to get to a point where we start with our soil, the issue with our soil, and we design a biochar to fix that problem. This machine is able to do that by controlling residence time, temperatures, feedstocks, things like that. And since then, we've demonstrated this in a lot of remote locations in several different western states. In this particular photo, this is me standing on the mountain of PJ chips that we were going to be pyrolyzing. We were stuck here for about 45 days out in the Nevada desert. And this is a remote location. When an auger or something goes down here, it's 250 miles each way to Salt Lake City to get it fixed. So it was real challenging operating in this condition. And so this is our feed bin. Feeds into it, biochar coming out here, bio oils coming out here. The syngas can get, as I mentioned, sent back in through the system. But one of the challenges we find that chipping and grinding in some cases costs more than the pyrolysis itself. And that's pretty crazy. This is pretty simple technology, and pyrolysis machine is pretty high-tech technology. So that wasn't working out very good. And as far as the case study goes, this machine continues to work. We continue to learn a lot about it. It's Amaron's supposition that this machine needs to be doubled in size and scale again. So a 48-inch diameter reactor would make it much more economical. It could still fit inside of the same trailer, still be just as mobile. We're looking for money to make that next step. But we have made a wide variety of oils, from Phragmites, juniper, all sorts of different things, tires, all kinds of crazy feedstocks. We've done more than 25 different kinds of feedstock in that, including this Phragmites, which is the background photo. That's an invasive swamp reed that grows all over the world, taking over big parts of the Great Salt Lake. And my partners, the Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lands, are vexed by. Lots of pinyon juniper, upland conifer, lots of fabric waste from New York City. I'll talk about more at the end. Tires, auto fluff. If anybody had Splenda in their coffee this morning, got to meet the owner of Splenda. Ted Jelov has a coffee company with pyrolyzed grounds from his coffee to make biochar and lots of other products that way. So the bio-oil production, as I said, that's what we got started in. That's what we were excited about. And that was all great when the price of petroleum was $100 a barrel. When the price of petroleum dropped to $30 a barrel, our business did not do well. So we struggled with it, and that's when we transitioned more to the focusing on the biochar. Yeah, enough said about that. So that's when we focused on biochar. I'm not going to tell you much about what biochar is. You've heard a lot about it. You know a lot about it. Jim Archuleta started to talk about, I think he said, the way he said it was 2 problems, one solution. I call it a balancing mechanism. We have too much above ground carbon in the form of beetle kill and pinyon juniper, not enough carbon in our soils and the farming lands that we've depleted over the years. So biochar is a way to fix both of those problems. Thanks, Jim, stealing my fire. Nice guy. And so, speaking of stealing fire, thank you, Marcus. You mentioned torrefied wood. I didn't think anybody else was going to talk about that today. So the Amaron machine is focused on making torrefied wood now. And so that's cooked at lower temperatures still than pyrolysis or gasification in the 200, 300 degrees Celsius range. Again, in the absence of oxygen. I call it browning the wood instead of blacking it in reference to biochar. And as Marcus said, it's a coal replacement. We've done a lot of tests at how it pulverizes and feeds into the coal burning machines to prove that. Since 2012, we've been working with the University of Utah on running those tests. So we're building up to a one-day test. Amaron Energy is making this torrefied wood in briquette and raw form. This is the Hunter Power Plant in Price, Utah, just south of Price, one of our bigger power plants. And we're working towards a one-day test there to replace 10% of the coal with torrefied wood. To do that, we need 100 truckloads of wood. So the potential here for using hazardous fuels is tremendous. So we keep pushing for this. At the same time, working in other avenues of bioeconomic development, you'll find Kelpie Wilson in the center of this crowd. This is our first Kelpie came to Utah. I want to back up a little bit. These pyrolysis machines that I've been talking about, it's fantastic, but it's $1 million machine. I wanted something that somebody could access in their own backyard. And I saw Kelpie's kilns at the USBI event in Corvallis a couple of years ago, and I invited her, got a grant, invited her to come to Utah and introduce us to this way of making biochar. I do a lot of biochar application trials. It was mentioned the mining as an opportunity for that. We have 30,000 well pads in Utah. A lot of them have been reclaimed appropriately, but a lot of them, like this one, just come back to cheatgrass and heligeton. So QEP Energy turned this one over to us, and we did biochar trials on it, try to do better for reclamation. And we've shown increase in water holding capacity, increase in natives and other things on this site. This is a typical well pad, about 2.5 acres in the Uinta Basin, just south of Vernal. This is a settling pond in the same neighborhood. It's called the Red Wash Field. It's a really productive oil field south of Vernal there. And we're doing biochar applications, continuing to monitor that. Again, significant increase in water holding capacity. It's a real challenge when you're out in the desert and you grow the only green thing for 1,000 miles, and every feral horse in the neighborhood seems to find it. And we had video cameras on a lot of our things, and so yeah, horses really showed up when you start growing the green things in the desert. Want to talk a bit, we worked a little bit on application methods. This is at that settling pond just as we got a hold of it, and a semi-load of biochar we're putting onto this site using a lime spreader, and it worked good until the wind picked up over 5. Then you got a problem. This is a completed study. Western SARE supported this. 4 or 5 commercial vegetable farms on the Wasatch Front. We showed over a 3-year period a 4% increase in melon yield, fruit yield, and a 24% increase in tomato fruit yield from biochar applications. This is one of the more interesting ones I think I've got going right now. I've got a colleague whose specialty is how sheep sort of self-medicate. If they eat something that makes their stomach kind of stodgy, they know to eat something else that can balance that. So after department meetings for the last few years, I've been whispering as he goes by, hey, biochar, Juan, start studying biochar. And so this summer he had some time and I had some money, and so he fed sheep, about a dozen sheep, amended their diet with a 2% ration of biochar. And it was their choice whether to eat it or not. And they chose to eat it in most cases. They liked it. And as you can see, a significant increase in weight gain in the lambs who ate the biochar, and also a significant decrease in the methane production from those lambs. So we think there's sustainability applications there. It's been asked to me several times why I don't try this, or am I trying this with cattle? My understanding after looking into this, well, I told a few people about this, Kelpie and others. They're like, hey, that's illegal, you can't do that. But I looked into it, and from my understanding, there's a 5-year moratorium of feeding biochar to cattle because somebody tried to use it to mask toxicity in cattle. And so that's just in the United States. Canada and other countries are pushing forward with this research, and we're doing it on sheep, and we hope to be doing it in cattle when that moratorium backs off. These are student workers testing rumen, sampling rumen from the sheep, and here's our rumen samples. I bet that really stinks. Makes me really glad to be a forester, not a sheep guy. So another research project that I've got going right now, we just started last year, is water holding capacity. In Cedar City, southern Utah, the city forefathers, county councilmen are really concerned. They have subsidence issues. They're mining their aquifer so that the ground is dropping through the whole valley. And so they're doing anything they can to use less water. So the idea here is we put 25% less water on and try to maintain the same productivity. We presented at this at a couple of professional conferences, and it's ongoing. As I mentioned, somebody contacted me. I have a mobile pyrolysis video. I just made sure as I was sitting here, if you search mobile pyrolysis, you'll see my video with 45,000 views on it to date. And somebody from New York City happened to see it, and she runs this company called Thread Cycle that's committed to reducing the amount of fabric waste. The same problem we have in the woods at a smaller scale. They got tons of fabric waste from the hundreds of factories in New York City. So we've pyrolyzed that material. This is the fabric waste, cotton, rayon, dacron, or wood-based materials. And we put that biochar back on rooftop gardens in Brooklyn, on the Brooklyn Grange, a high-end garden there and restaurant. So you can go to New York and have biochar raised tomatoes. As I mentioned, I've been working quite a bit with the simple kilns. I like to call them Kelpie kilns. She hates that, but I really like it. I think it's kind of cute. Kelpie has come and introduced us, and we've been running with this idea. Kelpie's going to, I don't want to steal too much of her fire. She's going to show you a lot more about this. But I doubt that she has, this is at a demo last week or a couple weeks ago in Moab. And if you look closely, there's a 5-tier waterfall here coming off the rocks because it was pouring like hell that day. And so I bet she doesn't have a picture of the 5-tier waterfall behind one of her kilns. I also got a grant to take that small kiln idea and ramp it up to, I'm calling it big box burning, something the size of a roll-off dumpster, still working with partners on what our containers are going to be. I think we might be settling on an idea that Kelpie threw out to me originally, is just to use an old culvert cut in half, maybe 20 foot long and 6 foot diameter, and try to scale it up. I have partners, the U.S. Forest Service, a couple of districts this is a recent juniper harvest that they did, and we're going to work together on pyrolyzing this material and making char. Kudos to Grant for his talk earlier. Just wanted to point out this was at the last National Biochar Conference in Delaware that I attended and got to present at. And just it was worth pointing out, the one previous to that was here in Oregon in Corvallis a couple of years, and there was almost no products displayed. And at this one, there was dozens of products displayed, from Rogue Biochar to all these different companies, toothpaste, facial wash, you name it, all kinds of crazy things they're making from biochar. So it's an increasing market, no doubt. With our small kiln program, we've had 228 attendees to date. Almost all of them through surveys showed an increase in knowledge. And so in the extension world, when you start a ball rolling and it starts to run by itself, this is a win. Park City on May 18th is doing their own biochar demonstration without me hardly even involved. So pretty happy about that. In finishing, just wanted to say we're going to continue to burn piles. It's not something that we're going to stop doing immediately. Just looking for an alternative. Try to do a little less of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Darren. Yeah, that's great. And as I mentioned, we'll have some time for questions for all 4 speakers in a moment. Oh.
You don't want to hear me talking to Jim back here?
Well, Kelpie's getting her mics all set up. I just want to, this is our last speaker of the day, then we'll have some questions and some social time after that. Thanks for hanging in here. And those of you who've been involved in the biochar world for a little while probably know the name Kelpie Wilson. We're so glad to have her here. She's been a really strong advocate for biochar and a whole host of issues related to biochar. And so I'll turn it over to Kelpie. Thanks very much for being here.
Hey, thank you. Thanks everybody for coming and sticking through the whole day here. What's the issue? Is this all right? Oh, okay. Well, I like to get feedback, but not that kind. Yeah, thanks so much for being here and sticking through with this. Some great presentations. I've been learning a lot and really appreciate the Forest Service for putting this on and the other sponsors. It's been fun, this biochar world. I've been involved since 2007. I went to that very first AgriChar conference that Tom mentioned. And I've been involved in a lot of different aspects of biochar. But what I'm going to talk about today is the small mobile kilns, because that's where I've been doing most of my work. But let me talk a little bit about how I got started with this particular aspect of biochar. So this is the view from my deck. I live in Holding on the Siskiyou National Forest. I've lived there for 30 years. And this was August 1st last summer, and this was the Natchez fire that was ignited earlier that summer, and I watched it slowly creeping towards me all summer long, and I wasn't too worried, but yeah, I was worried. In fact, most of us who live in forested wildland-urban interface in the West now are pretty worried about the situation that we're dealing with. But one of the things that eased my mind a little bit was the fact that the Forest Service had done some thinning of the plantation that was right adjacent to my house about 10 years earlier. And so here's the scene from 2009 when they did about 40 acres of thinning and pile burning. And okay, so there's smoke, but I'd rather see the smoke in the winter than in the summer. However, what if we could not even have to deal with that smoke, because at this point we're eating smoke a lot of the year. And it gave me an opportunity to walk around and look at that landscape after it was burned and see the results. And I learned about how the piles are constructed. And so these are the jackpot piles, and they're constructed very tight, so they'll burn down in their own footprint. And what happens is the goal is to burn it completely to ash, but what happens is you generate smoke and you also burn the forest soil, as Debbie and others have been talking about. And this is, might not seem like a big impact, but it actually cumulatively can be a fairly big impact. Maybe not so much on the wetter side of the forest, but definitely on the dry side. So this is a picture from a lodgepole pine forest in Colorado, I believe. And it got me to thinking, could we make biochar out of these burn piles? So I work with a lot of different community forestry groups and restoration activities, and this was an oak savanna restoration project in Josephine County. And so we had lots of piles to play with, and we got a bunch of enthusiasts together and just decided to try and light piles differently. And we found, yes, if you just simply light the pile on top instead of the standard practice, which is to stick a match down under, as long as you keep that flame on top, you're going to burn the smoke. And the heat actually transfers downward by radiation, so you don't really need to put the fire underneath the pile to get it lit. So this is really fairly simple technique with a standard burn pile. We just light it on the top. And the other thing that's really important is that we have to quench it with water to save the char. So here I am looking at one of these piles that we lit on top and then quenched with water. And this is a year later, and you can see there's a lot of char there. And all these things are growing there. So we certainly didn't destroy the forest soil. And actually, the char might be helping these things grow. It would be better, as I think several people said, to incorporate it in the soil, because when it's just sitting on the top, It takes a while for it to really become part of the forest soil because litter has to fall onto it. And I was out walking with a group a couple of weeks ago looking at burn piles and looking at how they burn the forest soil adjacent to private property. And we were talking about how we simply need to tend these piles. If we could spend a little more time with people on the ground while they're burning, tending them so that we can save more of the char, and then kind of when you walk through the woods, mix the char in with the forest soil, you could get this whole soil restoration process going even faster. So how, though, does this really work to make char in an open flame? Quenching with water is important, but why doesn't it just all burn to ash in the first place? So what I've termed this is flame carbonization, making char in an open flame. And I'm going to talk about a number of different techniques to do that. But this is the basic. And the basic information you need to know is that wood burns in several stages. So the first stage is dehydration. The water has to leave. The second stage is devolatilization. So all the volatile gases leave, the things with hydrogen and oxygen in them. And then you're left with a solid fuel, and that's the char. And that burns in a completely different way than the gaseous fuels, because the gaseous fuels make a flame, but the char doesn't. If you look in a barbecue grill, you'll see that your charcoal glows. There's no flame. So it makes it really easy to make char in an open fire because you know exactly when you need to put it out, when the flame is gone. So we can do this in an open burn pile, but we can also, for greater efficiency, we could do it in a container. So all these ideas of flame cap kilns really came from this example of the Japanese flame cap kiln made by the Moki company. And it was really interesting because when I first saw these pictures, there was very little information in English about this at all. I had no idea how they were actually operating it. And I didn't even, there are some translated terms here, but all I had was the original diagram in Japanese. So, just had my welder friend make me one, and I played around with it for a summer or a winter during the burn season, and finally figured it out. And so really, there's nothing super special about the cone shape. It can be any kind of container. And since we've started doing this and publicizing what we're doing, people have picked up on it all around the world. And they're using all kinds of things, everything from just a simple hole in the ground to a trench shape. It's really good to actually design your kiln to fit your feedstock. So if you have long, skinny things, you want a long trench. If you have short, chunky things, you might want something that's more round or square. These folks in Australia are making char in just big metal tubes. And then I love the one up there with the bathtub. Use what you have. I really got started on a large scale with this kind of biochar production through the inspiration of a group of biochar enthusiasts in Roseburg in Douglas County in Oregon. And they came up with this thing they called the Ring of Fire kiln. So this is just old metal roofing that's bolted together to make a ring. And it's a really simple process. So they just make the ring, they load it, they light it on top, and when it's done, they put water on it, and they pop it open. It's kind of like one of those Jiffy Pop things with a popcorn. You pop it open, and there's your char, and you put it out with water, and you're good to go. So I started working with these folks, and we renamed ourselves the Umpqua Biochar Education Team. And we got a grant in 2015 from the NRCS, the Conservation Innovation Grant, and part of the grant was learning how to make biochar in simple, low-tech ways, and the other part was working with farmers to use it in manure management. And I'm not going to talk a lot about that. I do have some samples of some of the products we made out there on a table that we can look at during the social hour. And we made a fair amount of biochar over this 2-year period, just with volunteers. Some of it in kilns, some of it in piles. And this was our main biochar production technology that we called the Oregon kiln. And we called it the Oregon kiln because, like I said earlier, it's really good to size your container for the feedstocks. And so in this case, we're looking at mostly slash from fuel reduction projects. So these are logs that are 4 to 5 feet long, up to 6 inches in diameter, and they fit well in that square shape. The kiln was designed to be durable, but also able to be moved out into the woods in a, off the road, so we could get back into places where you can't get machinery and where there's still a lot of biomass. So weighing less than 200 pounds, 4 people can pick it up by its handles and scoot it around pretty much anywhere you want to go. We kept it short and low because when we are, it's kind of exhausting, feeding these things for hours and hours. And you don't want to have to lift material up, over your shoulder height. So that we kept it low for that reason, and also to keep the weight down. And it basically makes about a cubic yard of biochar in about 4 hours. So here's the general instructions on how to operate it. Pile it loosely, light it on top. Once the first pile burns down till you get glowing coals in the bottom, you add new material 1 layer at a time. And it's really important to make sure each layer is about the same size material, because otherwise if you add small stuff and big stuff, you'll burn up the small stuff and before the big stuff is completely charred. And the way you know it's time to put it out is when the flame goes out, and that's when you put some water in it. You can also snuff it by just cutting off the air. So these are just sheet metal lids that are dropped down in, and then we seal the edges with dirt, and that works really well. So while we were doing the Conservation Innovation Grant project, we also had an opportunity to do a stewardship project through the South Umpqua Rural Community Partnership. And so this was a 17-acre fuels reduction project on the Umpqua National Forest. And this is the kind of situation where I would really appreciate some of Hans Hippon's methods for sorting the biomass, because the more of these projects that I do, the more I see that our efficiency in these simple low-tech methods is really great for the small stuff. But the bigger things that could be post and pole or pulp logs, boy, I'd like you to just take those away and find a better use for them. And leave me the small stuff, because that's what I can easily turn into biochar. So in this, the stewardship contract only paid for yarding the material, cutting and yarding it to the roadside. We let it dry over a season, and then we brought our whole battalion of kilns out there and laid them along the spur road and spent several days making biochar with our crew of volunteers. So this was our results: 166 yards of slash turned into 28 cubic yards of biochar. Here's just some pictures of our crew. We needed water in the Forest Service. This was in October 2017. They had a fire crew that was still hanging around on duty, and so they lent them to us for a couple of days, and they brought the water. One of the other nice features of, I don't know which one of these is there it is. Features of this Oregon kiln is that they stack for transportation. Here's some numbers based on this project. So I've tried to think a lot about how to scale this up. And so based on our experience, these are projected numbers for this type of job. So this job was 17 acres, 800 trees per acre, almost 400 cubic yards of slash. And so if we have a crew size, and we did this job with a lot of volunteers. A lot of them were older folks, not as vigorous and young as the fire crew. But if we had a young fire crew, I think we would need 6 kiln tenders. Each person could operate at least 2 kilns, maybe more, and a machine operator. So that's the crew size. And so the machine operator would also be helping to move the slash closer to the kilns, because that's a lot of the labor effort, is pulling that stuff out of a pile, and because slash likes to stick to itself, and loading it in the kilns. So we've got machines and machine hours, and then we've got labor hours for the crew. So 4 hours to make a batch, another couple of hours for quenching and unloading and setting up. So that's a 7 or 8 hour day. And this is what we could accomplish if we assume, based on the Drew Veg Biochar Project, 16.7% conversion rate. Each kiln will consume 6 times its volume in slash. And so we'll make basically 12 yards of biochar a day with that crew, and we will have processed 72 cubic yards of slash. And so it would take us basically about a week to process all that slash and produce 66 cubic yards of biochar. If we assume 1 cubic, and now I want to talk about the climate impact because this is really important. So if we assume 1 cubic yard of biochar weighs 200 pounds, 6.6 tons of biochar with using the CO2 conversion factor, basically in that week with that crew of 7 people, we could sequester the same amount of carbon that 1 American produces on average in a year. So, just something to think about. And it's important. We are in a climate crisis. And one of the very clear ways forward are these natural climate solutions. We know, we already have the ability to take carbon out of the atmosphere. Nature can do that. What we need to do is keep it out of the atmosphere by interrupting that natural carbon cycle and converting some of this labile carbon into recalcitrant stable carbon. This was a paper in Nature that talked about these natural climate solutions, and you can see, of course, that so many of them, the bulk of them, involve forest and forestry management. There was actually a component in the original paper, the graph, that showed biochar, and it was about this amount from direct biochar sequestration, carbon sequestration. But the important thing to know is that if we incorporate biochar in our forestry and add it to soils in cropland, then we can increase net primary productivity and you know, improve that carbon sequestration cycle even more. So nature is the way forward to get us out of the climate crisis, but we have to scale it up. So what does that mean? Well, one of the ways we've tried to do this is bigger bins. Okay, you know, our crew of 7, maybe they could do more if they had a bigger bin. This is one of our first projects under the new NRCS conservation stewardship activity that actually pays a subsidy, $4,600 an acre for forest landowners to make biochar. So there's a big box loaded with a machine. This is from last week. I was in North Dakota at an experimental farm there, Minocquen Farm, North Dakota Forest Service. We have a big bin here. It worked really well. We're a little short on water, so we're quenching with manure. Of which there's not a lot of water in North Dakota, but there's plenty of steer manure. Okay, so how else can we go big besides getting bigger equipment? How about just more people? We already have a lot of boots on the ground out in the forest. And we're going to have more as fire threat grows, and we need to do more to protect communities from fire. And we've done this before, okay? You know, in the 1930s, after the Dust Bowl, FDR said, we're going to create a civilian conservation corps to do this work and add to the wealth of the nation. So we've done it before, so we can do it again. And in Oregon, my state rep or senator, Jeff Golden, has proposed a forest conservation corps, a service year for young people to go out and do this kind of forestry work that needs to be done. And I've been sending him information about trying to add a biochar component to that. And I like to call it a carbon conservation corps because it's another CCC. And I think it's really critically important, not just for the climate, not just for forests and forest health, but also social reasons. You know, we have a lot of youth these days that are feeling a pretty profound sense of hopelessness. So there are a lot of great consequences from giving youth a service year. They learn how to work together. They get physically fit. It's much nicer to make biochar than to fight fire, actually. It's easier work. So a little bit of prevention and a little bit of investment in our communities and our future, I think is the way to go. So how do we pay for it, though? So I work a lot with Grayback Forestry, wildland firefighting outfit in my area. And so we've gone over some numbers there. Cut, pile, and burn. You know, most of the labor cost is in piling. Those tight jackpot piles, $600 an acre to make those piles that burn the forest soil. So if we instead look at cut, char, and quench, and spend our labor dollars filling kilns rather than making piles, I think we could get pretty close to what we're currently spending on cut, pile, and burn if we did cut, char, and quench. There's a growing number of projects and partners that are taking these approaches. I tried to add up how many people I've spoken to in the last year about this, and it's over 700 people that I presented this information to in workshops. So, you know, Utah State, Darren brought me out there a couple years ago. I spent 3 weeks in the Great Plains last year talking to farmers about how to make biochar because they can't afford to buy it, but they could make it themselves. Working with extension foresters, restoration councils, watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts. I'm seeing a big increase in interest in these technologies, and so I think there is some hope. And that's all I have for you.
Great, thank you, Kelpie. I'd like Tom, Marcus, and Darren to join you up here. We have some time for a few questions for these 4 presenters, and then we have a couple of announcements and a quick wrap up, and then we'll go have a little social hour. So, questions, maybe. Yeah, I can handle this mic, and Richard, maybe you can work with these folks. So. Maureen?
Yeah, I have a question for Kelpie. This is the logistics question. I'm now our Fireways coordinator for our road district in Corvallis and Benton County in Oregon. And so this is with the kiln. When it's filled with biochar and then you quench it, how do you manage getting it emptied then? I'll just say the second question. I noticed in a couple of your demo pictures there, you had a metal fencing shield. Is that for wind stopping or for sparks flying?
Mostly for wind and for increased efficiency, also protecting people from the heat. The one in North Dakota, those were cattle panels. And I actually had the idea of just taking a giant burn pile and surrounding it with cattle panels, which is something everybody already has out there, just to hold the heat in. So it's partly for efficiency, partly for wind. What was the other question? How you empty them? Oh, well, it's there's lots of ways you can pull it over with a tractor. If you have a couple of strong people, they can tip it pretty easily. Because I have a drain that drains the water out. Yes, but we did a workshop for the Soil and Water Conservation District in Sunny Valley, a neighborhood of farmers, and at the end of the time the landowner had a small tractor, tried to lift it up. His tractor wasn't quite big enough. His neighbor goes, aha! It goes across the street, brings his tractor, which is bigger, and he was able to lift it really easily. So, tractors.
We don't have drain holes in ours, or they've plugged up over time. Just three people will tip one over, even full of water.
Thank you. Other questions for these folks? Up front? Wait 1 second. Just for the benefit of folks online.
The conversation about torrefied wood. Marcus, I think you said it was burn coal more efficiently. Yeah, other gentleman said it was a coal replacement. It's still coal, is that correct? You're still...
It's wood that's been cooked in the absence of oxygen that I call a coal replacement. It feeds in like
right,
coal.
But doesn't the the torrefied wood go into along with coal?
Yes.
Okay, so you're still burning coal?
Yes.
Okay.
We're replacing
And
10% of the coal in our test.
so you're replacing some of the coal.
Yeah.
So how does the green community respond to that, the fact that you're still burning coal?
Well, we're burning less coal. It remains to be seen. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, well, you have to. I think the answer is, what else are you going to do if you're not going to co-fire with coal? Because you have these coal-fired power plants that produce a tremendous amount of electricity, so you can't just simply take all of that offline. So it's, the answer really comes around to, better is better. Would you rather burn 100% coal and 0% wood, or would you rather burn 90% coal and 10% wood? That's really what it comes down to.
So why doesn't that model work for the PGE plant up in Boardman there? So why are you building this plant in John Day and not shipping it to Boardman, but you're telling Boardman to close down in 2020 or 2025?
Well, Boardman is a special case because they said that they would actually close that entire facility by 2020, right? So there's no opportunity to co-fire with wood at Boardman. So, but at the other domestic coal-fired facilities around the United States, you do have that same opportunity. So what Darren was talking about in Utah or in Montana or Arizona, so you can co-fire with coal domestically. It's just that we don't have the policy driver to lower the costs like they do in Europe, Asia, and South Korea and Japan.
Thank you.
Just to touch base on that, if you add 10% to it, it actually reduces the emissions by way more than that. Nobody's been able to explain that to me, but it's fact.
Just a quick question for Kelpie or anybody else there, really. What's the situation with permits for container burning? I imagine it depends on ownership of the land, but what are you facing out there?
Well, in most places where I work are very rural, and people are burning anyway. So in Oregon, at least, and like I said, I'm in Josephine, Jackson County, rural areas. You just go online and file for a burn permit, and I don't make any special declaration about using a kiln. We've had some trouble in California, and so we're educating the regulators about it and trying to get them out to see for themselves how much less smoke we're producing.
So in my demos, the first one that Kelpie did with us, our smoke management coordinator for the state came to, and he came to the next 3, and the next few after that, I got a blanket exemption for our kilns because he could see, as Kelpie describes, most of the smoke is consumed as it comes up through those flames. Then he retired, and I started with the new guy. And the new guy doesn't have the political clout to pull that off, so we're scratching our way back up that hill.
Raymond Baltar and the California Biochar Association have been really active on this because they're doing some bigger conservation burns of great prunings. And they actually have been working with I think the South Coast Air Board in California, and then engineer there opened a ticket with ASTM, which is a standards board, to create a standard for biochar burning. That was just a couple months ago. I haven't had time to follow up on it, but there might be an opportunity to get an actual standard for biochar burning in place. That would make it a lot easier for educating every single different air management.
We have a question over here.
So I think we've seen a lot of really interesting innovation for forest biomass in this whole presentation, and we've seen a big need for it, both ecologically and on a management scale. And yet, Google can build a mass timber building, and the BLM can't put up a wooden fence because it's more expensive than a barbed wire fence on public land. I think that's maybe an extreme comparison, but an interesting comparison. And I just want to know, or hear your opinions on the different limitations of utilizing innovative and creative biomass, forest biomass for management or ecology. It's kind of a big one.
That's an easy one. Yeah. You got it, Tom. You got it.
Well, it all starts with the way we subsidize different things. When we subsidize petroleum like crazy, we don't subsidize biomass like crazy. And nobody stops and considers that. Oil is hugely subsidized when you look at all the government spending that goes into making sure that we have a consistent flow of petroleum and coal, and that's not true with biomass. And it's a change in leadership, you know, it takes a change in the way we think. It takes a realization that climate change is going to cook our goose within the next 50 to 100 years if we don't change quickly. And, you know, it takes leadership, and that hasn't stepped out yet. And it's wrapped around greed. It's wrapped around power. And I think if you come right down to it, when you're thinking about biomass and especially energy, and that's a huge barrier.
Oh, I think you're right on. Yeah, I would think that trying to talk about full cost accounting, right? So I was having this conversation with the folks from Red Rock the other day, and they, you know, they built the first plant. It cost $200 million, or they're in the process of building the first plant. They got about $70 million from the federal government. And so I asked, well, are you going to be able to get that kind of money for the next plant? And are you going to get that kind of subsidy? And the CEO responded and said, well, it's not a subsidy. It's like, it's full cost accounting, right? And that's precisely the point, is that we don't pay the full cost of these things. And it's part of our job is to build the political will to pay a larger part of that cost so that we can make this, we can effectively make the transition.
Any other questions?
If there's time. So along those lines, point to an example, worked with Montana State University a few years ago to, like the town I live in, Logan, and 1,000 other towns around the West, we're putting too much phosphorus in our wetlands from our water treatment plant. So simple solution, let's put a great big bunker of biochar between the water treatment plant and the wetlands, absorb those extra nutrients, add value to that biochar, and then we can put it out on farming lands. And we did that test, but we also tested it against gravel and sand and all these other materials that were fully available. And of course, the gravel and sand won. It's fully available, it's cheaper, it's got huge surface area. But it didn't add any value to that. And so this is something Jim Archuleta and I have talked about over the last couple of years, developing a business model, some sort of economic model. It's academic for sure, but if we could get there, I think it would be effective. So we have the value of the char itself, but that doesn't include the value of the hazardous fuels reduction that we did on the land. It also doesn't include the value of the carbon sequestration when we put that char into the ground. It doesn't include the value of the increased vegetable production. So there's 4 or 5 stations where we get value from the biochar, but our current economic model doesn't allow that. And if we change policies and such that way, we could make those changes.
Thank you. We'll take one more question, and then we have some announcements and the reception.
Okay, my question is for Tom. Tom, is quite a fascinating story I heard today is about prescribed burning, adding more chars, storing more chars into the soil. I'd never heard of it before, so me personally. So I thought that was a very interesting, very cool idea, a cool concept. Now, what I would like to know is from that kind of idea, what would be the next step we are looking at with using? Are you encouraging more prescribed burning to store the carbon to the soil? What would be the next idea about what we know about storing more carbon through the prescribed burning?
Yeah. Okay. So. I don't think that. I think that the sense behind it is simply we're using prescribed fire as a means of trying to change fire behavior on the landscape and try to reintroduce
system that functions more in keeping with the natural fire regimes that exist in the West. And in the process, we happen to get those benefits of fire, such as charcoal being produced and deposited in the soil environment. So I was asked to talk about prescribed fire and charcoal. I wasn't trying to propose that we use it specifically to generate charcoal on sites to increase the charcoal content of soil. It's just simply a byproduct of those of that practice. One slide that I didn't get to really talk about was the one that at the end where I said that recurrent use of fire generates a smaller amount of charcoal each time. So the prescribed fire generates less charcoal than a wildfire, but when you do that over and over again, just like the grassland fires I talked about, you accumulate charcoal over time, and that is a significant component of the stable or recalcitrant carbon in the soil environment from centuries of fire being part of the landscape. And so this is just getting prescribed fire is getting that process of fire back on the landscape, doing those things that it's supposed to do or that it does, just like wildfire, but without the severity and the and the uncontrollable nature of wildfire, especially during the dry, hot months of July, August, and now September.
So should we encourage more people, if they think about this is a byproduct of the
Yeah.
sequestering the carbon into the soil?
Yeah.
It's really, I'm not sure people is well known about that kind of the side benefits.
That's right. That's right. And there's the carbon sequestration benefit, and then there's the biophysical benefits of charcoal in the soil, the water holding capacity, all the nutrient relationships in terms of holding nutrients and creating a sphere around which influences that charosphere that influences the microbial community just in the vicinity of the charcoal. Anyhow, great, thank you.
Can I add one more thing? I just wanted to say the Native American practices of burning, I think, probably were very significant in this region and everywhere, really. And I've spoken with professor of Native American Studies at SOU who told me that the women would go in the fall and the spring and they would light fires on the ridgetops that would burn slowly, like a backing fire down the slopes, and create that cool underburn that was, kept the forests healthy and added char to the soil. So I think there really is a lot of room to start talking about prescribed fire for all those benefits. Yeah.
Thank you. Please give our speakers a round of applause. And before we wrap things up in just a moment, Richard has some announcements for us.
And probably the most important announcement of the whole day is where's the beer and how do I get it? So we have a post-event reception. It's essentially on the other side of the hotel. So go back to the lobby, go on the far side of the lobby. You'll see signs that take you down a hall to the beer. And if anyone needs SAF CFE credits, I've got the sign-up sheet.
Great. Thank you. Just to wrap things up, I just want to thank Richard and the Western Forestry and Conservation Association for putting this workshop on. It's just been really well organized and great to work with you. So thank you for that, Richard. And also would like to thank all of you for being here, being active participants. Certainly all of our speakers, as well as the Washington office of the Forest Service and leadership in the Forest Service for helping to make this workshop happen. So one last round of applause. Thank you all for being here. And please use the next hour or two to network and to ask more questions of the speakers and each other. So thank you.
And I forgot, you've got drink tickets on the back of your badge. And there.